political party. It's a private organization. It's not a part of our government. I see that Republicans make a huge conflation between those facts. And then we'd also have polling data now that would suggest that individuals would vote for Kamala Harris in the primaries. And Kamala Harris actually has more support nationwide in comparison to Donald Trump today. The only people that I hear making the argument that she was put there, people didn't vote for her, people didn't want her, was Republicans. In fact, I think that this is just Republicans coping with the fact that, you know, she's more popular than Donald Trump today. And then last of all, you're making the argument that she attempted to implant herself in a non-democratic fashion, and that's one of her shortcomings. That's a reason why we shouldn't vote for her. But then you turn around and you vote for Donald Trump, the guy that literally tried to stage a coup to overthrow our federal government, circumvent our civil and electoral processes, and implant himself with a tyrannical use and abuse of his power in 2020 in an attempt to rig the election to make him win.
Well, I disagree with that reading of what happened. Although I do think that he did not act completely appropriately. I think you are stretching that to, to be something larger than it was. But I do.
Okay, well, my claim would be that he sent fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast fake Trump votes to Congress to be counted as real for Mike Pence to discard the true votes for Joe Biden. Do you affirm that or do you deny that?
Well, I do think that happened, but I don't necessarily think it's the context of that's what I think he believed fully that he was robbed. And look, I believe that Gore was robbed in Florida. So
okay.
I try
Wait,
to be
so
in the middle.
you said that he believed fully that he was robbed. So then you just concede that Donald Trump is obviously like delusional and insane, right? Because he had the Justice Department coming to him, telling him that there was no widespread voter fraud. He had his own VP coming to him. He had his own cabinet members coming to him. He even formed an election integrity committee specifically to investigate the outcomes of the 2020 election. They couldn't find any evidence that it was stolen from him, but then he still tried to make the argument that it was stolen from him to 63 courts, including 17 courts with judges that he appointed, and they all told him that he had no evidence for this. This has been investigated on the local, state, and federal level over the course of the last 4 years, and they found nothing. There was no widespread voter fraud to overturn the results of the election, and that's a fact, but Donald Trump didn't care. He just wanted to be president regardless, so he just told the American people that had been stolen from him, and then tried to justify an attempted coup to overthrow the government and rig the election. And you're still going to vote for him?
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that there's a bureaucratic deep state that is really controlling things?
No.
Okay. I appreciate your straight answer about that. You don't feel like all of the lawsuits that have been thrown against him, including the classified documents that, by the way, Biden, who didn't have a right to have the documents as vice president, had documents in his in his garage, and then when they investigated, they said, well, he cooperated, it was in good faith, and he intent is required to prove, right? Intent is required to prove, right, the charges that they brought against Trump. That's why they couldn't bring him against Biden. The reason that they prosecuted Trump they could have. They chose not to.
One second. The reason that they prosecuted Trump for hiding the documents in his house is because he did so willingly, and he did so in an attempt to hide those documents away from officials. Like, the main reason why Trump got prosecuted for hiding the documents was because we have one of his as aides on record, right, stating that Donald Trump had told him to hide the documents because members of the DOJ were coming to research and investigate and try to find them, right? So that's why Donald Trump was persecuted. That's not something that Joe Biden did, but it obviously is the case, right, that if there is a deep state, if there is mass corruption in our government, that mass corruption is Donald Trump and his party, right? You cannot sit here and tell me that the Democrat Party is so corrupt, so anti-democratic, doesn't care about the American people, then turn around and vote for Trump, the person who tried to throw your voice, your vote, and the voice and vote of every other American citizen that voted in the 2020 election out the window because he baby raged that he lost and tried to rig it. That's insane. Hello?
Yeah, I think, I could go the other way and say, well, every time the Democrats have an issue with the process.
William, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for William for the $50 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W's down below in the chat right now for William. That is absolutely so kind of you. I really appreciate you for your support, William. You allow me to continue to be able to do this every day, and I'm so incredibly thankful for you. Let's get some W's in the chat for William, and some W's in the chat for Joseph and Joyce as well for the 10 and the $5 on PayPal as well. Thank you so much, William, Joseph, and Joyce. You guys are awesome. But I just want to clarify here. Would you ever vote for someone that has attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government in an attempt to rig an election before?
Certainly not. I mean, I'm a logical person. I think I also wouldn't vote for a party that wants to, change all the rules, stack the Supreme Court in the filibuster, and do things that endanger the checks and balances.
Okay, so you want to vote for a candidate who's put the checks and balances in danger. Earlier, you affirmed the fact that Trump put our checks and balances in danger. So this would mean that you want to vote for Trump, right?
Like I said, I probably will vote for Trump because I feel like he's going to be the best guy to lead.
So then you would vote for someone that's attempted to stage a coup to overthrow government and rig an election and put our checks and balances in danger.
Well, I have not seen all these facts that you apparently have. And I, admittedly don't watch a lot of TV.
Wait, hold up. I got you. So here's this personal lawyer, right, telling a news anchor exactly what they're arguing to the Supreme Court, and they just straight up admit to sending the fake electorates to states to cast fake votes.
The acts in the indictment are stripped away, that Jack Smith doesn't have a case, that this case should be dismissed on that basis. I don't think there's sufficient private conduct here to support the indictment, to support the ongoing prosecution. And that's what we're going to be litigating in front of the district court now.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors. And as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably Ulysses S. Grant, to ensure the integrity of prior elections. So we believe the assembly of those alternate slates of electors was an official act of the presidency. That's what we argued before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has reserved that issue for determination by the district court. And we'll see how argument.
So yeah, there's Trump's argument.
So let me broaden this just a little bit, because you're like, hey, why would you vote for Trump? He's this, that, a rapist, and all this stuff. I'll just be real broad. I liked the direction of the country when Trump was president. I liked not being in the wars. I liked not having some of the other things I'm trying to think.
Get the fuck out of here. No. If you're going to sit on my live and listen to me justify my claim, right, provide you evidence straight from Trump and his legal team, and then ignore it and pivot, we're fucking moving on. Kelsey, I really appreciate you for the $3 on Venmo. I really appreciate that from you, Kelsey. Thank you for the love. What's up, Clay? And how old are you?
42.
42. Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Why so?
Just what he did in his first administration.
Oh, really? What's one policy that he influenced to get passed that you agreed with?
Let's see here. The record high employment.
Record high employment. So what policy did he influence to get passed that caused record high employment?
So let's go to the National Archives. This is all before the Chinese virus. Gained 7 million new jobs. Middle class family income rose by 6,000. The unemployment was 3.5%, was the lowest in half a century.
Right, I just want to clarify, we've had a lower rate of unemployment than Biden and Harris at 3.4%.
Did you miss the part where they had to come out and redact that? How about when they reported 1 million jobs and actually lost 880,000?
Yeah, so job revisions happen literally every single year because the Bureau of Labor Statistics takes preliminary data on the amount of jobs added to the economy. And then in about, early September and August, what they'll do is they'll revise that data with more specific indicators. But the full jobs report won't be out until February of 2025. So we won't truly know until then. But I would like to let you know that there was a jobs revision of nearly 500,000 jobs under Trump's presidency. But anyways, you still haven't answered my question here.
I'm reading that straight from the archives.
So great. You said that Trump was so great while he was president. And I asked you to name a policy that he influenced to get passed that you agreed with. You still haven't named me a policy.
I don't know the name of the policies, but let's go into how he...
Oh, shit. Really? Okay. Well, 15 million jobs have been added back to the economy under Biden and Harris's administration. Does that give me good reason to vote for them because they added so many damn jobs back?
They didn't.
Yeah, they did. It happen while they were president. Dummy.
No, they didn't.
It happened while they were president.
No, they didn't. Twice they've had to print retractions on that. See, I'm retired, so I get to watch all this stuff happen.
It happened while they were president, though.
House committees.
Wait, but Clayton, it happened while they were president. This happened in our country while they were president. Of course. See what I mean? Like, this is your logic. You're saying that these economic indicators, such as lower rates of unemployment, happen. One second, Clayton. That these economic indicators, such as low rates of unemployment under Trump, occurred while he was president. Therefore, we could blame him for it. I guess I'll just ask you a very simple question. Something else that occurred while he was president was the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression in April of 2020.
Again, they're arguing when COVID hit, everything got shut down.
Oh, so now you can introduce external variables to explain how things can occur in our country, regardless of what the president would do.
It's what happened.
It is an external variable, so once again, my argument here would be we can't just assume that anything that happens in our country was caused by the sitting administration, because external variables can impact certain variables and cause things to happen regardless of what the president may do. And that would be the argument here, right? So I feel like you'd have to provide me a policy that Trump influenced to get passed that caused like the low rate of unemployment that would give you reason to vote for him.
I would say the fact that he brought industries back to America.
How did he do that?
He negotiated with them.
How? Who negotiated with who? Through what policy? Like what?
Oh my God, it wasn't a policy. He physically negotiated with them. He cut the taxes. That was his biggest policy, the tax cut.
Oh, I just have a quick question. Would you support spending $1.6 trillion on like universal like healthcare for all?
No, absolutely.
So then why would you support spending $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy?
Because it brought more revenue in. People had more money, which brings more revenue.
It actually only increased the GDP by an average of 0.02% per year.
Let's see here.
Crazy. Yeah, tax cuts for the ultra wealthy. All right, let them save like an additional 4% margin.
Tax cut. It reduced everybody's.
So there was tax reductions.
Pay more taxes than
there was some tax reductions.
The board.
There was some tax reductions like for the middle class, but I factored those out when I told you how much it costs. So the entirety of the bill cost about $2 trillion, but specifically speaking, 83% of the tax cuts went to the top 1%, and that's where I got my $1.6 trillion figure. There was specifically $1.6 trillion in debt-related spending for the ultra wealthy alone.
Okay.
Yo, Tom with the $80 on PayPal. Yo, I really appreciate you for the love, Tom. Let's get some W's for Tom in the chat. Thank you so much for the $80. That is crazy. Holy shit, you guys are popping off today. I want to see at least 800 W's for Tom in the chat literally right now. Thank you so much for the $80 on PayPal. That is phenomenal. Thank you so much for the love. That is insane. That is an insane level of support. That'll really help me continue to do this every day. And I'm just so appreciative for you, Tom. Thank you so much, man. Make sure to show some love to Tom in the chat. And if anyone else watching wants to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. But massive W's down below for Tom. I really appreciate you for the $80, man. That's incredible. Holy
so you
crap.
said GDP grew 1.2%. In the third quarter of 2020, it grew 33.1%, the most rapid growth ever on record.
Yeah, but like the GDP growth that we could attribute to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was specifically 0.02%, and this would be attributed via an economic evaluation by conservative and Democrat economists at Harvard.
Let me ask you now, do you have more money in your pocket now than when you did when Trump was in office? If you say yes, you're lying.
Well, I mean, dude, of course I have more money in my pocket now than I did when Trump was in office. I'm comparing a 19, almost 20-year-old Dean to like 14-year-old Dean. I'd hope I'd have more money in my pocket.
That's true. I can't take that away from you.
Yeah, but like, if you want to say that that's not true for the average American, how did the Biden-Harris administration cause the average American to have less money in their pocket?
Inflation.
How did they cause inflation?
When they canceled the Keystone Pipeline, reduced energy by 60%. That caused where gas went to $10, $11 in some states.
Okay, so are we just like lying now?
Inflation went through the roof.
Are we just lying now?
No, I'm not lying.
Yeah, so the first point, the Keystone XL pipeline was still in production. It wasn't operational, so when it was shut down, it couldn't have reduced like our domestic oil supply because it wasn't producing oil. Second point, even if it was in production, it would have only supplied about 2% of the global oil supply, so a reduction of 60% was bullshit. Third of all, that was shut down because of, one second, Clayton. Third of all, that was shut down because of an order from the Supreme Court. And fourth and finally, we are currently producing more oil today here at home in America than any other country that has existed in the history of the earth. including our own country, under Trump's administration.
So the Supreme Court wouldn't cancel a pipeline. They deal with the Constitution. That has nothing to do constitutionally. They wouldn't even weigh in on something like that.
You could look up their decision. You could literally read their decision that shut down and canceled the Keystone XL pipeline as it intruded upon indigenous lands. You could read the Supreme Court's decision.
So Biden did cancel contracts for, I don't know, Exxon and all these other places.
He actually approved more drilling permits on federal land than Trump's administration, 50% more. Once again, we are drilling for more oil domestically today here at home in America than we ever have. We're currently producing about 13.2 million barrels of oil per day now, in comparison to about 12.5 at the max under Trump.
Now, yes, after he went through the reserves, he emptied our reserves to try to compensate for what he did. I guess
well, first of all, the reason he emptied and
that was reported on
reserves
CNN,
was to generate $27 billion for our economy. So specifically speaking, he sold the oil in our reserves when the price of oil was high, and then he refilled them when the price of oil was lower, generating $27 billion in profit for our country. Second of all, no, he didn't cause inflation. You said he caused inflation by shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline.
Yeah, that was the biggest
Once again,
one.
it wasn't currently producing oil, so when it was shut down, it couldn't have reduced the oil supply curve, so it couldn't have driven the price up.
So all these manufacturers that produce fuels and stuff were lying. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, if they made the claim that shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline caused inflation, they were lying.
They weren't just talking about that. They were talking about the contracts that were canceled. Then they said, oh, the contract, now they're giving us contracts, but they're making policies to where we can't use these contracts.
We literally know that they are getting contracts and using the contracts because our domestic oil production is higher than it's ever been.
Not in 2021.
Richard, I appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Richard. I really appreciate you for that. Massive W's down below for Richard. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Richard for the $25. I really appreciate you for the love. So are you making like the claim that they caused inflation by not allowing people to drill in 2021?
Yeah, because it raised gas prices. Everything we get transported by trucks.
How did they not allow people to drill in 2021?
He physically canceled. He signed an executive order canceling these. You can YouTube that.
Canceling what specifically?
Contracts, the Keystone Pipeline. He canceled fuel production.
I've already explained to you.
Import more fuel.
I've already explained to you, right, how shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline was because of an order from the Supreme Court and how that has not caused inflation.
That was the biggest one that caused.
No, it literally couldn't, bro. This is like
a little bit of it.
Clay, I'm gonna go ahead and explain this to you. We could explain this to you with very simple, like, economic terms. Okay, think of a supply curve and a demand curve. What is inflation? It is the increase in the price of a good. How can we yield inflation with a supply and a demand curve? By either increasing demand or decreasing supply. Okay. If we do either of those two things, right, the equilibrium price of the good will increase. So when the Keystone XL pipeline was shut down, the supply and the demand curve were left untouched because it wasn't currently producing oil, so the supply curve wasn't impacted, so the new equilibrium price didn't increase. Okay, right? And we know that as a fact. That is very basic principles of macroeconomics.
Okay, this is from whitehouse.gov. The Biden and Harris administration is announcing temporary pause on pending on imports of fuel and liquidation of natural gases.
Okay, so now do we want to go to a temporary pause on the importation of fuel?
Oh, I can dig into it because you can't tell me that they didn't do this because gas prices went through the roof. Even if you're saying, okay, COVID came back, everyone came back.
No, I'm literally explaining to you how this is something that they did do, but how it didn't cause inflation.
It definitely played a role in inflation.
False.
You can say false all day long. Doesn't
Carly,
make it
I
true.
appreciate you for the $2 on Venmo. So, yeah, the inflation that we saw here at home in the U.S., right, was specifically global. It happened in every country around the world.
Yes,
the
because
U.S.
of Russia.
Actually had the quickest rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine out of any other country in the G7.
I'm just saying that inflation was caused by fuel was the biggest
and you're
concern.
wrong.
COVID was a small contributor, and there's
No,
one more.
COVID was the main predominant contributor to the inflation that we saw here at home in the U.S. because the same inflation that we saw here in the U.S. happened in every single country and
every single country
continent
had a fuel
across the globe.
issue.
What do you think caused a shortage in oil?
The lack of production.
What caused the lack of production?
His
Yes,
policy.
I appreciate you for the subscription. False. Trump
I'm
went to
telling you,
OPEC.
YouTube him talking about this when they said,
I could
we're doing
YouTube your
all
lies. Nice.
electrical.
So I'm gonna go ahead and tell you why, right? We see like higher prices of oil today, right? So Trump went to OPEC and he brokered a deal with them to increase to decrease the supply of oil by 10%, which drove prices up, alongside Russia's invasion of Ukraine, meaning that we're no longer getting Russian oil. That also drove the price of oil up, alongside with just rebounding effects of the pandemic. The Biden-Harris administration did not cause inflation. That is a fact, right? You were just immune to facts. I've been so explanatory. I've told you exactly.
Like you're reading from a Harris script here.
So what's one thing that I've said that's like factually incorrect?
That he didn't cancel 60% of all production his first year in office and tried to force everyone into electric cars.
Okay, yeah. So both of those things are wrong.
So how?
How? Because
How are
he
those
just.
wrong when I physically watched it.
You were in the Oval Office and you watched Biden sign
No, it
a
was
policy to
taped live.
cancel oil production.
It was done live.
Like he like live streamed him signing this executive order. Where can I watch this live
Yes,
stream?
that was his biggest push.
Okay, can
You
you
can
give me a
find it on
source? Wait, can you give me?
CNN, Fox News,
Can you?
all-
Can you?
all
Yeah,
kinds
yeah,
of
yeah.
different
Actually,
places.
can you give me a source for like Biden like canceling 60% of oil production?
Oh my god!
Oh my God! Why are you getting frustrated when I ask you for?
Because
like,
I had to look this shit up.
Oh yeah, it's on YouTube though, right?
Give me a second.
What's going on with the guest today, chat? In the meantime, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in my bio. We're having some rough guests today. I don't know what it is. I just like everyone is like immune to like facts and like good conversation today. Every single person that has came up on my live has been nearly insufferable, chat.
Nearly insufferable.
MAGA.
How about
motion.
PBS? There's one.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm just waiting for you to give me a source that would indicate he canceled 60% of domestic oil production.
Let's see here. President Biden that's not it.
It's not it because it didn't happen.
It did happen.
We're waiting. All right, yo, Godzilla. I would love for you to. I'd love for you to
Biden
come
cancels
up,
last
Godzilla.
oil and gas leases in Alaska. Arctic refused. I can't speak because my mouth is dry. Refused overturn sales held by Trump.
So first of
what it's
all,
saying is
right,
he
Biden
reversed
didn't.
Trump's
You're right.
policies.
Biden didn't allow domestic drilling for oil on Alaska because where they wanted to drill was on nature reserves. Okay, all right, and I agree with him 110%. I think that domestic drilling and production of oil is good because we have EPA regulations that other countries don't have, meaning we produce it cleaner. But at the same time, when we are producing more oil than any other country that has ever existed in the history of the earth, I find no reason to intrude upon nature reserves to get even more. I find that to be outlandish and insane, right? But canceling drilling on oil reserves in Alaska is not canceling 60% of oil production that has already been done, as that was just proposed drilling on these nature reserves in Alaska, and it hadn't been started yet. Rock, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you for the love.
Okay, CNN. Biden administration finally cancels year-long attempt to drill in nature reserves. So,
Wow,
like I
looks
said,
like-
2020
looks like you just found a
2021,
source that
he
had-
picked it back it up.
Dude, Clayton, I really appreciate you for literally just naming off a source that just justified what I literally just said. Thank you. You did my job for me.
I wasn't arguing the fact that we're drilling now. I said in 2020 every time. That's when we started hitting inflation. At
I just
record
want to clarify when like he said that they can't drill on the nature reserves in Alaska, right? He prevented plans to do so in the future. He didn't tell oil producers to pack their shit and leave, right? Which meant that the supply curve of oil wasn't impacted, so this couldn't have driven prices up.
Okay.
Okay. Phenomenal. Hey, real quick, I have a question for you though. No, you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I have a question for you though. No clue. No clue. I have a question for you, though. Would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
Okay, that didn't happen. I could prove that. I read the transcripts of what she said. And if you read the transcripts, it
I have a
said
question.
that they
Who's she?
could
What's her
not
name?
prove it, but in 80% of all civil cases, they give the money to the plaintiff.
I have a question. So, what was the victim's name?
Carroll, whatever her
Her
last
name was
name.
E. Jean Carroll. You didn't
Yeah.
even know her name. What's one piece
did
of
know her
evidence
name.
that she submitted to the court?
She submitted a piece of clothing saying that his semen was on it, and that wasn't even from that decade.
Mike,
And
I
her
appreciate you
testimony
for the
was
love.
so bad.
So,
That's-
so first of all, it's hilarious that you said that you've read the court transcripts, but then you don't even know one piece of evidence she submitted to the court. She
what's
never
one piece of
submitted the
evidence?
dress as a piece to evidence to the court because Trump refused to provide his DNA to be tested against the DNA on the dress. So it was never accepted as evidence. Thank you so much for the boxing gloves. And second of all, you said that the dress was not produced in that decade. Can you give me a quote from the manufacturer of that dress that would indicate that it wasn't produced in that decade?
Her lawyers,
No,
or his lawyers. Sorry.
His lawyers are not. It's
lawyers.
not a quote from the manufacturer.
I don't care what the manufacturer said.
You don't care what the
we could go-
producer
we
of
could
the
go
dress
in
said
deeper
when it
what
comes
she
to when
swore
the
she
dress was
couldn't-
produced?
Did you watch her CNN?
Buddy, Clayton, 1 second. We could talk about her interview with Anderson Cooper next. I just want to clarify, you don't care what the producer of the dress has to say when you're making the claim that the dress wasn't produced in this time
No, there
period.
were so many people that came out and said, I don't need to fact check every piece of evidence. I'm
Because
sorry.
what you just said was like
He said,
misinformation. I
this
want to
is
I just want to let you know
verbatim.
the only people that have made the claim that the dress wasn't produced in that decade is like alt-right media sources, and every single one of these alt-right media sources hasn't provided any evidence for the shit that they've been spewing. Right? The manufacturer did produce that dress in that decade. That's a fact. They've not come out and said anything but that. And also the fact that you just said I don't need to fact check what I believe in, especially when it pertains to a victim of
didn't
grape
say what I
and the
believe in.
systemic misogyny and grape culture that you are actively perpetuating because you deny her experiences is ludicrous.
Oh, yeah, because every rape victim tells the truth.
It's very. Oh yes. Every grape victim tells the truth. Yes, every victim of grape tells the truth. Yes. Right. What you meant to say there
proved it.
was everybody who accuses someone of grape tells the truth.
That's a
It's
better
not
way to
true.
say it.
We see that there are some fringe cases where people do lie. Okay, but it's very atypical to occur, and it becomes even more atypical for someone to lie about getting graped, but then prove in court that they were graped, and then it's very atypical for a jury to believe the evidence they provided and convict the defendant. So, what reason do you have to believe that the findings of the jury that Donald Trump had graped E. Jean Carroll were false?
They didn't say that she raped him.
Okay, so they did.
In the transcript, it says that she could not prove rape, but we do believe there was a misconduct.
Okay, so they held him liable for sexual abuse. Would you agree that anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent is grape?
Okay, do you believe that a finger versus a male appendage that she'd be able to decipher? Because in her testimony, she said she couldn't decipher between the two.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect a victim of grape to be able to decipher what is going inside of them when he had both out. I think that that's incredibly insane for you to say that you'd expect someone who had just had a man forcefully insert themselves into her body, right, without consent, like choking them out, trying to kiss
didn't
them and
prove
pull their
that.
clothes off, right, for her to know exactly what happened. That's just victim blaming. But I am
And
going to
the
go
fact
back to
that
my
the
question because I
case
want an
at
answer.
all
Would you
would
agree
allow
with me that
herself?
anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent is grape? Would you agree with me there?
So you're going to have to repeat that. I kind of lost your train of thought when you were talking.
Would you agree that anything entering into a woman's vajayjay without consent is grape?
There's a difference between rape and sexual assault.
Okay, so you don't agree with me there.
Forcefully, depending on which state you're in, would say
Clayton,
sexual
is-
assault.
Clayton,
And some states say
yes or no?
anything entering the body is good.
Clayton, yes or no? Is
Some states
anything
say
entering
different.
Clayton, is anything entering into a woman's vajayjay without consent grape? Yes or no?
I would personally, yes, I agree with that.
Okay, so then you agree that Donald Trump raped her.
They didn't prove that.
They literally held him liable for inserting
No, they
his
didn't.
fingers into her vajayjay without her consent.
Oh my God, they did not prove that.
Melissa, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Melissa. I really appreciate you. Massive W's in the chat for Melissa for the $20. That is so kind of you. Thank you. So you said that you've read the court transcripts, the court documents, and the jury verdict form. What are the first three words of the jury verdict sheet?
You're going to ask me to recite something off the top of my head like that? No.
I can tell you. I can recite it off the top of my head. It has been proven.
I bet you have it in front of you.
No, I
You're
have.
looking down at something.
Do you want to know what I'm looking down at?
Yeah, sure.
My fucking deck of cards. I play with cards while I debate people.
You reached to your right, but you were looking down towards the left. But
because I have something else. It's not a phone. It's flavored air. I didn't want to show that on the live though. Just twirling that in my hand. But regardless of that, I still have no fucking clue what you're saying. So you said that they haven't proved it. Yes, it was proved. And in fact, I'd hold to the claim that specifically speaking, right, due to the evidence that E. Jean Carroll had submitted to the court, right, it was proved beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, the same standard of evidence upheld in criminal courts. And if you disagree with me here, I just simply ask you the question. One second, I just simply ask you the question. Well, can you name the reasonable doubt to the evidence she submitted?
Okay, I can tell you how it's going to be overturned.
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Okay, we can go with the first one.
I just want to let you know that appeals, they don't discount the findings of the jury. They just try to look for something in the court.
That's constitutional.
Right, and but that doesn't mean that he didn't partake in these actions.
So you can go through all his trials. The number one thing is where they held the trials. That's the first argument they're going to have. The second argument they're going to have.
But that has nothing to do with if he did or didn't.
Would let Trump hardly testify. He cut him off every time and told him to move on. That's going to be the second one they're going to freaking appeal on.
Okay, yeah. So could you give me an instance of Trump testifying and being cut off and told to move on?
His lawyer. She came out and gave a press statement about it. Okay, and yes, I'm going to believe Trump's side more on this one because they held it in strictly Democratic areas.
Yeah, I have a question.
Democratic area, which is
if Trump was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl, would you still vote for him?
Okay, I know about the 13-year-old girl that placed a.
If Trump was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl, would you still vote?
Oh, absolutely! I would not vote for him. But he did. So
okay, so then your issue here is not the standard of evidence that they used to prove that he raped an adult woman, or you would say that you would still vote for him if he's held civilly liable.
Why do you keep looking down like you're reading off a piece of paper?
Bro,
no.
Let me play with my fucking playing cards in peace. And if I was reading off a piece of paper, who the fuck would care? Okay, I'm playing with my cards.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me play with my cards in peace.
I'll say that statement.
I have to put up with you and other Trump supporters for like 6 hours a day. Just allow me to do my little thing with my cards while I do. Anyways, I'm going to go back to what I was saying. So you said that you wouldn't vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl, yet you would vote for him.
Because civil is two different laws.
Would you vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl?
No. I mean, that would be insane, but I wouldn't vote at all because I'm definitely not voting for Kamala. I'll tell you who.
Her name's Kamala. So I'm going to go back to what I was saying now. Thank you. You answered my question. Thank you, Clay. So if you wouldn't vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl, why would you vote for Trump even though he was held civilly liable for the rape of an adult woman?
Because he wasn't. I keep telling you, the court document said there was no findings. And there's no way they can offer, and this is what makes me mad about this case. They changed the law to go back 30 years.
Betsy, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for more bicycle cards. Let's go. Thank you so much for the love, Betsy. Let's get some W's in the chat for Betsy. I really appreciate you for the love there. Massive W's down below. So, yeah, your claim that he wasn't held civilly liable for rape is incorrect, right? So what you're referencing, right? In the findings. One second. In the state of New York at the time, they defined rape as a male member entering into the female member without consent, and they held him liable for inserting his fingers into her vajayjay without consent, right? However, as we already agreed, anything entering into a woman's vajayjay without consent is rape, right? And then it is the case that E. Jean Carroll then turned around and called him a rapist on national live television. He tried to make the same argument you're making making right now, that he was not held liable for rape, he was held liable for sexual abuse. And then the judge threw out his countersuit because her claims that he had raped her were substantially true. We also should point out the fact that the legislation of the state of New York updated in 2023 to reflect what I'm saying right now, to reflect the way that we define rape, alongside 36 other states.
Oh, okay. Whatever you say, boss. I mean, a 30-year conviction, I mean, that sounds like a target to me. And for a woman to go on live...
Jakari, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's in the chat for Jakari. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Oh, all I was saying is this woman went on live TV saying rape is sexy.
Okay, so that's false. She did not say that she thinks
it was
rape
so
is
bad
sexy.
on CNN, they took it off the air.
Hey, she didn't say that she thinks rape is sexy. She said that other people think rape is sexy, which is true.
No. She turned to him and said, "Don't you? Rape is sexy. It's
false. How much money would you like to bet?
Okay.
How much money would you like to bet?
But why'd they take her off the air?
How much money would you like to bet that she didn't make that claim?
I'm not going to bet you any money because I know what she said. I listened to it.
Well, if you know what she said and you're so confident that you're telling the truth, why don't you want to put your money where your mouth is?
Because I'm not going to put my money where my mouth is. That's a stupid argument.
So you're not confident in what you're saying then?
No, I'm confident. What? Oh my God, man! It's like
then put your money where your mouth is.
Okay, I got a question for you. We're going to get off this subject because we're not going to go anywhere. Do you think it's fair that Trump is being charged, everyone in a Democratic city with the highest Democratic populations, with judges that are giving money to Democratic parties?
Yeah, I absolutely think it's fair that Trump is being charged for crimes that he in the area in which he committed the crimes. Maybe he should have been smarter, went down to Florida to commit the 34 felonies. Maybe he should have been smarter, went down to Texas to hide the documents. Maybe he should have been smarter and, not committed the crimes in these particular places, because according to the U.S. Constitution, that is just typical.
A free and fair trial. So
yes.
If a person murders someone in that county, do you know they move it out of that county? Because of the bias?
Out of the county.
Yes, they do. I'm not a lawyer, but I do have a criminal justice degree, and I do have a basic understanding on how this shit works.
Okay, so if Trump was criminally,
they have to recuse themselves.
Okay, so do you accept his 34 felonies, or do you think that the court and the jury was biased?
It was straight bias. Have you listened to some of these top?
It was straight bias. You reject it. So if Trump was criminally convicted of raping a little girl in the state of New York,
let me ask you, what crime did he commit on those 34 counts?
Falsifications of business records and the second intent to sway the outcome, and the second degree to sway the outcome of the 2016 election. It's a Class C felony in the state.
That's a felony and has to be moved to federal courts.
False. No, that is state.
No, it's not false. They did not. What was the jury instructions
for what?
For that conviction?
There's like 25 pages of jury instructions. You have to be more specific.
Okay, did he say you don't have to unanimously believe this to convict him? He may or may not have done this. Yo, Joyce, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal for stating facts. I really appreciate you for your love, Joyce. Let's get some massive W's for Joyce down below. Thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. W's for Joyce in the chat literally right now. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Joyce right now in the chat. Thank you so much. Massive W's for Joyce. Hey, Clayton, so if Trump was criminally convicted of raping a child in New York, would you still vote for him? I already answered that. Why is that the one you go to every time? Just answer my question, please. I definitely agreed with you on that one. Wait, but I thought that you're making the argument right now that the reason you don't accept his 34 felonies was because he was held in a biased county with a biased judge and a biased jury. But if he was criminally convicted of raping a little girl, wouldn't you just say it was held in a biased judge with a biased jury in a biased county? Yeah, they would move it they can move it to another section of New York. No. If he was criminally convicted of raping a little girl in the same court that he's criminally convicted of the 34 felonies for, would you still vote for him? So do you agree that the area is held in was strictly Democratic? I'm asking you a question, and I'm responding because I've already answered that question. And the answer is no. I disagree with the fact that the area in which the court was held in was strictly Democratic. So would you still vote for him if he was criminally convicted of raping a little girl in the same court he's criminally convicted? No, you didn't. I said, no, I would not vote for him.
Oh, so then you don't think that the jury's biased. You don't think that the judge is biased. You don't think that the court was biased. Because if it was truly the case that you thought that the entirety of the court was biased against Trump and he didn't actually commit these 34 felonies, and that's the reason that you reject him, well, then why don't you hold that same energy when we'd be referencing this hypothetical criminal court that would convict him of raping a little girl?
Because your hypothetical isn't including where it's being held. You just said New York.
Actually, no, I literally said it would have been held in the same court that he was criminally convicted of the 34 felonies on.
I didn't hear that. I would say it would have to be moved.
So if he was criminally convicted of raping a little girl in that same courtroom, would you still vote for him?
Yes, because it would be strictly biased, and it would be overturned on constitutional reasons. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. That I'll put money on. Let's wait and see what these.
Oh my God! You would vote for Trump if he was criminally convicted of child rape.
If I felt there was biased, I would wait to the appeal process, and then you would have.
Holy fucking shit! That is insane. For the 4.5 thousand people in here, can we see how absolutely lost Trump's voter base is? There is a reason I call y'all a cult.
Yeah, I got one question for you.
There is a reason I call y'all weird.
I got one question for you, and then I'm going to get off. Are you paid by ActBlue? Because you're saying the same shit that all these are saying.
Oh my God. No, I'm not paid by ActBlue.
Exactly.
Do you think I'm paid by ActBlue by the DNC?
It sounds like it.
Wait, could I ask you for any evidence for this?
Because you repeat the same shit that all these TikTokers are putting out. You all say the exact same thing, almost verbatim on something.
All these TikTokers, who are all these TikTokers? Can you name one other TikToker?
Well, I don't take the time to listen to their name.
Okay.
But the fact that
maybe it's the case. Maybe it's the case all these TikTokers, right, make the same points because all you Trump supporters have the same arguments.
No, sorry.
Holy shit! Have you ever considered that?
Probably know what they're getting paid.
Have you ever considered that?
Because
wait, no, give me any evidence I'm paid by ActBlue. And Daryl, thank you for the $2 on Venmo from ActBlue and from the DNC. Let's get some W's for Daryl in the chat for the $2 from ActBlue. I guess I just got paid $2 by ActBlue.
They're gonna have to release their paperwork because someone filed a subpoena to get their finances to find out.
Wait, but I don't
interference on that stuff.
I don't have a management company. I'm a free agent, right? I've never accepted money from any entity.
Company. Harris sent out a massive. It was through ActBlue. I can't remember the document she sent out.
If I was paid by the DNC, then why was I?
And he blew the lid off of it.
Jennifer, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo straight from ActBlue and the DNC. And Chelsea, thank you for the $10 on Venmo from the DNC as well. Let's get some W's for Jennifer and Chelsea for the DNC ActBlue. Kamala Harris, money in the chat. Thank you guys so much. So Clayton, a question that I have for you is if I was paid by the DNC, then why wasn't I invited to the DNC? Okay, I'm pretty sure he's running. Hey, someone in the chat asks how you could donate. My Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and it greatly supports me. Looks like Clayton is leaving here, so we're going to move on to our next guest, guys. If you're MAGA and you want to come up and debate, let me know in that chat literally right now. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. But yeah, seriously, if you guys want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio. And Joyce with the $10 on PayPal directly from the DNC. Let's get some W's for Joyce, W's for the DNC, and W for the $10. Thank you so much. What's up, Melissa? Are you voting for Chomp? Melissa. All right, Melissa's automatically leaving. We're going to move on to our next guest. For the 4.5 thousand people in here, everyone just give us 1 minute to get our next guest up in here. Oh, wait, Law's in the guest request. I didn't even see you in there, Law. You were at the bottom. All right, we got our next guest. What's up, Law? I didn't even see you in there. Abel, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, straight from George Soros. Thank you so much for the love, Abel. What's up, Namika? Are you voting for Trump?
Fuck him. Bye.
What?
No way.
Oh, awesome. What's up, Law? Guys, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. We're still just looking for our next guest here. Everyone just be patient and give us a minute. Make sure that you are double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out this live with a couple of friends. It looks like we have a little bit of a restriction or a shadow ban on the main account today. We may hit another restart. I don't know if I want to. Still looking for our next guests here, though, chat. If you're voting for Trump, let me know right now in the comment section. Will Chase, I got you with an invite up. All right, guys, continue to spam MAGA in the chat, y'all. We're still looking for our next guest. Please continue to spam MAGA. Moving on to our next guest here, everybody. Just still looking for our next debate. Everyone, be patient. Give us a minute. Give us a minute. Give us a minute. Debbie, I got you with an invite up. Please join. What's up, Trippy? You voting for Trump?
Yeah, what's up, bro? Why not, you know?
You are voting for Trump?
For the first time, yeah. I voted for Hillary in 2016. I voted for no one in 2020, and I will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Now, why in the hell will you be doing that?
Life was a lot better. The executive orders that Biden put into place during his first, 30 days.
Caitlin, thank you for the $2 and the 22 cents on Venmo from Kamala Harris. I appreciate you for the love, Caitlin. Go ahead, man.
He got us back into the Paris Climate Agreement. He put, the carbon tax thing back into place. He also revoked a bunch of different environmental policies. That's what that guy was trying to say, but he didn't have the words to say it. He couldn't say the exact...
he protected nature reserves and got us back in the Paris Agreement. That is for long-term goals and sustainability for the environment and for humanity as a whole. What a terrible guy.
Yeah,
what a terrible guy.
The thing is, that's the thing. You pivot whenever it's talking. So whenever Biden, I remember when Biden was running for office, right? Everyone in the left was saying, he's gonna bring back the environment. We care about the environment. And then when oil plummeted, they were saying, "Oh, it's not Biden's fault. The president doesn't make and then there's different arguments every year, but it seems like they're the party that cares more about the environment than the oil. So you can't sit here and tell me that you care more." And I just told you an executive order. Executive Order 13990 is the exact executive order, which did that. There's a couple more. I mean, there's
an executive order to do what?
This particular executive order restored the regulations of the Obama-era rules on environmental policies. They got us back into the Paris Climate Agreement.
What a terrible guy! He's protecting us from some of the detrimental long-term effects of climate change. He's so terrible for that.
I'm not saying an emotional argument, buddy. I'm not saying an emotional argument. You argued.
You're kind of giving us reason to vote for Harris here. You understand that, right?
Okay, I'm not bringing an emotional argument to the table, buddy.
I know you're giving me a pro-Harris argument right now.
Sure, if that's what you agree with, then sure, then go for it.
Yeah, because you're literally just explaining to me that Harris and Biden actually care about our climate, and they don't deny science and deny human-caused climate change like Trump does. You understand that Trump literally denies 97% of climate scientists, and he says that there is no climate change caused by humans, and the Earth is going to get colder. We just don't know it yet.
You just argued with that guy for 30 minutes on how Biden had nothing to do with oil prices going up and inflation going up. And you're telling me that we actually care about the environment. So
I don't see how those two things correlate at all. What's the correlation between those two things?
So you're saying that we didn't have our gas price. The guys argued that the gas prices went up under Biden, correct? Did he argue?
Gas prices have gone up under the Biden-Harris administration. Yeah.
Okay, you argued with him that Biden didn't control any of those policies. What policy did he put into place in order to make the oil prices go up?
The Biden-Harris administration did not cause an increase in the price of gasoline.
Okay, well, I'm just giving you an executive order that says that. And then you argued with me that he cares about the environment, and that's that you should vote for him.
You're giving me an executive order that shows that they increased the price of gasoline by doing what?
I just explained to you they got back into the Paris Climate Agreement.
How does rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement cause the price of gasoline to increase?
Because there's many regulations that you must abide to.
EPA regulations have been the same since Obama.
Yeah, exactly, but they were not under Trump. Trump has signed an executive order to actually get out of the Paris Climate Agreement.
But leaving the Paris Climate Agreement doesn't get rid of our nationwide EPA regulations.
Okay, well, there's plenty of regulations that the Trump administration took away, that the Biden administration reinstated the Obama era
Regulations would serve to decrease oil output insofar as what our domestic production would be. That's how they would increase price. We're currently producing more oil than any other country that has existed in the history of the earth. Also, not to mention that oil is not a domestic market, it's a global market, right? And the reason that we've seen an increase in the price of oil globally speaking is because of like three main factors. First of all, a reduction in the output of oil from OPEC because of a deal that Trump brokered with him at the end of his term. Second of all, because we're no longer getting Russian oil because of their invasion of Ukraine. Then just general rebounding influx of the pandemic, right? So when you say that like he caused an increase in the price of gas by rejoining like the Paris climate accords, well, we were also in the Paris Agreement under Obama, yet we had lower gas prices under Obama, right? The lowest gas prices month by month under Obama were lower than the lowest gas prices month by month under Trump.
You said that was the only thing. I said a couple of things. The carbon tax. He reinstated the social carbon tax. Biden did.
That's good. That's like a reason to vote for him, right? Because we should care about human-caused climate change, and a carbon tax is a good thing because it reduces carbon output and it incentivizes big corporations to take more eco-friendly, sustainable approaches to the production of their goods.
I guess so, but you get.
Also, by the way, Law, we can't hear you if you're talking. I just want to let you know because I think I just saw your mouth move, and I didn't know if you were trying to talk. I just want to let you know. Yeah, we cannot hear you at all. Anyways, go ahead, Trippy. So I completely forgot what I was going to say. Oh, so I mean, there's been studies on this, right? Whenever you have countries that don't have like easy access to energy, so you're making energy harder, right? So if your intention is to make the poor like have better lifestyles, then you would want their access to energy, water, everything to be easily accessible. We have easier access to energy today than we ever had under the Trump's administration because we're producing more oil, more energy today than we ever have and did under Trump's administration. If anything, I'd make the argument that Trump actually wants to make the access to energy harder because he fights against like sustainable forms of energy production, right? He thinks that like windmills are bad, how they kill whales somehow, kill bald eagles too, right? He fights against, right, natural sustainable forms of energy production, making access to energy more difficult, right? But of course, right, we're going to see that there's easier access to domestic energy today than under Trump because we have higher levels of energy production.
I didn't finish what I was saying, but if that's what you believe, sure, go ahead.
That's not just what I believe. That's like a fact-based claim, right, with evidence provided by the EIA, the U.S. Energy Information Administration. It's not like a question of what is objectively true to me, but it's more so a question of like what is actually happening in the world around us, right?
If you look at the graph of oil production, it's been a steady increase.
I appreciate you for the love.
For the past 50 years, give or take some years where our production really went down until we found different ways to get oil, like fracking and whatnot.
That doesn't respond to the fact that we're still producing more oil today, meaning that we have easier access to energy.
But I want to ask you this question. Do you think that we would be even more or less under the Trump administration?
I think that we'd be less.
Show your bias.
We'd be less for the reason being that the Biden-Harris administration has approved 50% more drilling permits on federal land than Trump's administration did, right? So like following the trend of the approval of drilling permits on federal land, right, they would have approved less under Trump than we would under Biden and Harris. But maybe I could ask you a question here. Would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
Why do you pivot?
What the fuck? Okay, we could talk more about, you're beating a dead horse.
Well, I mean, you said your argument and then you pivoted.
Sure. We continue to beat the dead horse, whatever.
I mean, I could say, like, I don't know, Kamala's a communist or whatever, but, and here's the thing.
Can you define communism?
Yeah, sure. I'm not saying that I think that. I'm just saying I could just go and pivot and say Kamala's a communist or whatever. I don't think Kamala's a communist.
I pivoted to asking you a question. Because we've been beating a dead horse for the last 15 minutes. I mean, we could continue to beat the dead horse if you want. I mean, I thought that you may accept, right, my question to pivot from what you were talking about because of how bad you were looking, how hard you were losing the argument. Like, What else do you want to say?
That's the thing. You think you're winning the argument. That's fine. If you want to think that, that's hubris of the human mind. But
I mean, you said that my claim that we're producing more oil today than we ever have been before was a subjective truth when that was reported by the Energy Information Administration. Of course, I'm winning the conversation that we're having. Of course, I am. What?
I asked you if you think under the Biden administration or under the Trump administration, do you think today would be producing more or less?
The Biden-Harris administration will be producing more. Past behaviors are predictive of future ones. The Biden-Harris administration has approved 50% more drilling permits on federal land in comparison, right, to the Trump administration.
Okay, but you just argued earlier with that guy that the Alaskan pipeline and the Alaska drilling permits weren't allowed. So
yeah, two things could be true at once. Biden can say no drilling on nature reserves, and Biden can say no pipeline through indigenous land, but Biden can also approve more drilling permits on federal land that don't pertain to nature reserves or indigenous land. Two things could be true simultaneously.
So how can you increase the social cost of a carbon tax and at the same time increase oil and say you're for the righteous?
Well, I mean, I think that we have EPA regulations on the production of oil that other countries don't have. All right, I am pro-environment, and that's why I'm also pro-domestic drilling, because we drill it cleaner than other countries. So when we increase our domestic output of oil, right, we will see that this will, all things considered, have a net benefit on climate, because we are producing this oil with regulations and standards that other countries aren't.
What do you mean?
Can I ask you a question?
Do it cleaner? What do you mean by do we do it cleaner?
We do it cleaner than other countries, Julia, because of our EPA regulations. We have regulations on how clean this oil would be would be collected in comparison to other countries. Julia, I appreciate you with the $5 on PayPal. Can I ask you a question now? I feel like I'm being interviewed.
I mean, you kind of are. You're asking people to interview you, and you're interviewing them. The same thing.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question. Would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
Any sort of answer I give is going to be a gotcha moment either way. But let me ask you a question then. Do you think there's a non-zero chance that there's a bias in the jury within the state that you're going into? And if you're a presidential candidate, if Kamala was to go to Texas and...
Yeah, man, can you answer my question?
Can you answer that question? There's a non-zero
chance. Sure, after you answer mine.
Is there a non-zero chance? I'll answer.
There's a non-zero chance that a unicorn farted the universe into existence. Answer my
question.
Is there
a non-zero chance?
I literally just did. Would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
Is there a non-zero chance that if Kamala was tried in Texas, she would have a fair jury of her peers?
Yes. Can you answer my question? Would you vote for someone that's
biased.
What?
You think that Kamala would be tried?
Hey, fuckface. Answer my question. Would you vote for someone that's held civilly liable?
Why are you getting angry?
Because you're not answering my question. Would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
Like I said, either way, it's going to be a gotcha moment. If I say no, you're going to say, oh, wow, you're going to vote for Harrison Biden. Thank you. If I say yes, you'll be like, oh, you...
Hey, Trippy, answer the question. I'm going to kick you and move on.
Go ahead and kick me then, buddy.
Okay, so this is what they do when they run away. So when they can't answer questions because they know that they are in a corner and the candidate that they're voting for is indefensible, they will literally refuse to engage in conversation and will rather disengage and leave.
Go ahead and kick me.
You sure you don't want to answer my question? Are you that unwilling to engage in productive dialogue?
If you answer the question correctly, then yes, I'll answer the question.
Okay, I'll go and kick you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Let's go move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. That's what happens when you get MAGA in a corner, folks. Is they just literally won't engage in conversation. That's what you know what I mean? They just all refuse to because they know that Trump is indefensible. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
How long do you expect me to believe that for?
Oh, today's my 18th birthday.
I'm so sorry, man. If it is, happy birthday, but I'm just don't buy it. Yo, Log, try to talk real quick. I want to see if your mic is working now. It's still not working. Fuck. Okay. Feel free to come back once you get figured out, Law. Or even figured out on live. Guys, if you're MAGA, make sure to let me know down below in that chat literally right now if you want to support me. My Venmo, my PayPal, or my bio. What's up, Daniel? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 23.
All right, you're driving, man. We got to move on to our next guest here. We're going to move on to our next guest. Guys, if you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in the comment section down below. We're going to go and get our next guest up here literally right now. All right, we got our next guest loading in right now, y'all. Everyone give us a minute. Daniel, I got you loading up here. Our next guest is loading into the live as we speak. What's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Why would you vote for drunk Kamala?
Can you repeat that question? You cut out.
Why would you vote for drunk Kamala?
For drunk Kamala? Are you just like throwing words in front of her name?
Nah.
Kamala? Hey, Daniel, if you can't see me, I can't hear you. You are like continuing to like go on pause. So why do you call her drunk Kamala? Okay, he actually just ran. Interesting. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody just give us a minute. We got our next guest loading in literally right now. Yeah, we definitely have some type of like following glitch. We may even try one more restart on the stream. But A, I really appreciate you for the 14-month sub. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Guys, if you are MAGA, let me know down below. We are going to move on to our next guest. I think that we are like severely like limited insofar as like the push of the live. We might try restart, but we might not. It's whatever. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Okay, so why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist towards women, including sexualization of little girls and sexual violence towards adult women.
Well, hang on. Have you heard of Tori Bonnickson and Mark Bonnikovich? I might be saying their names wrong.
No, I've literally never heard those names before in my life.
Okay, well, they were the people who turned in all the votes that were for Biden when Trump ran against Biden in 2020. And all of those votes were from those who were deceased.
Okay, so you think that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump. I have a question. Did Trump drain the swamp?
No, I don't know.
Oh, I just want to clarify. Did Trump drain the swamp or did Trump create the swamp? Because if you think that the election was stolen from Trump, well, then you have to say that Trump actually added to the swamp because he took this court case that the election was stolen from him to 63 different courts, and they all ruled against him, saying the election wasn't stolen from him, including 17 courts with judges that he appointed. So those judges that he appointed that ruled against him, well, were they... Oh, okay. She left. Whatever. We'll go to move on to our next guest. Why is everyone fucking running today? I feel like all the guests today have been weird. Let's get some MAGA is weird down below. All these guests have been fucking weird, dude. All of them have been weird as hell. Yo, browse by Bree. Bree, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal, saying keep educating and shitting on these cultists. You got it, Bree. Thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. That is huge. Thank you so much for the love, Bree. Let's get some massive W's for Bree right now in the comment section. I really appreciate you for the $50. That is absolutely so kind of you. I really appreciate you. Massive fucking W's for Bree right now in the chat. Thank you so much for the love. What's up, Joe? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Now, why in the hell would you be doing that?
Well, because our country's going to be to shit if we don't. So.
Oh, the country's going to go to shit if Kamala Harris is elected.
You don't think this? You don't think this last 3.5 years is? Have you ever noticed the prices of all the shit you've went and bought?
Yeah, the inflation. So, how did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
How?
Yeah.
Well, they fucking quit fucking the energy. They quit fucking producing. They stopped drilling. They stopped
drilling. They stopped it
all.
Hold on. Joe, that's a fucking lie.
But listen to me. You're not. You just sit there and always fucking think that you know everything, and it's fucking ridiculous that you think that.
Joe,
it's fucking proof.
Oh, you're feisty, Joe. So I don't sit here and act like I know everything. I sit here and I act like I know more than you.
So let me tell you something.
And let me tell you something, Joe.
Go ahead.
So specifically on this topic about domestic oil production, we're producing more oil now than we ever have.
Can I tell you something? That's a lie, but I can tell you why it's a lie. So you are right that he did, he stopped the Keystone Pipeline, immediately, as soon as Biden was elected, he did executive order to stop the Keystone Pipeline. He stopped, they stopped fracking. They did everything to stop energy independence. And then now you're telling me that they were 50% more, right?
Okay, I mean, you just said that it was a lie, so I'm just gonna go ahead and like disprove.
But no,
it.
hold on.
So here,
hold on.
one second, Joe, calm down. So here's the U.S. Energy and Information Administration, and here's the U.S. field production of crude oil. So what we'll see in the year 2023, we produced an average of nearly 13 million barrels of oil per day, and then the highest that we ever saw under Trump's term was here at an average of 12.3 million barrels of oil per day. And if we reset the zoom and look at the historical trend of oil production here at the home in the U.S., you'll see under Joe Biden, we have produced more oil than we ever have been before. So I just wanted to dispute like the fact.
So can you answer this question then?
Sure.
Can you answer this question?
Whatever.
Why did Biden go into the oil reserves then?
Yeah, to generate money for the U.S. So he sold the.
Why?
Oil.
Because we have so much extra oil.
Wait, he didn't like go into the oil reserves to provide more oil because we didn't have it. He went into the oil reserves to generate income for our government. So he sold the oil reserves when the price of oil was higher and then replenished them when the price of oil was lower, generating about $167 billion for the government. But also, can you just concede to the fact that you were wrong about like U.S. oil production?
No, because the 50% extra.
Motherfucker, I just showed you I literally just showed you.
No, you know what? A website doesn't prove anything. You know,
do you know what this website is?
I don't even believe half the shit the government tells you. So
one second, Joe. Do you know what this website is?
No, I have no fucking clue. But
it's the fucking U.S. Energy Information Administration.
I don't even. Did
EIA.gov.
Do you believe Fauci? Did you believe him? Because he lied.
Oh my God. So yes, EIA.gov is lying about our domestic oil production because Fauci is corrupt.
No, I'm just saying in general, our fucking government is fucking corrupt.
Okay, so do you think Trump is corrupt because Trump wants to be a part of our government?
No, because I think Trump wants to fucking clean it up.
Wait,
he did do it for 3.5. He did for 4 years.
Joe, Donald Trump doesn't want to drain the swamp. Donald Trump is the swamp. Right? We understand that Donald Trump tried to stage a coup. One second.
Okay.
Tried to stage a coup to overthrow our federal government in an attempt to rig the outcome of the 2020 election, to silence the voice and votes of every single American citizen that voted in 2020.
That's a total sham. Nobody died during January 6th. They bring up things like that. Who died? Who?
Ashley Babbitt.
Yeah, the only Republican there.
Well, I thought you just said no one died.
That's the only one. Who else died?
Wait, is there a difference between nobody died and one person died?
But who killed her?
A cop.
Yes.
Do you know who Roseanne Boyland is?
No, I don't know who that is.
So she was a woman who was trampled to death. She didn't pass away until the next day, but she was trampled by the crowd.
Well, I never heard about that, but I'll tell you.
Haven, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you for giving me something to watch. Of course, I appreciate you for the love, Haven. And Jennifer, thank you for the $5 on Venmo because MAGAs are lactose intolerant. Thank you, Haven and Jennifer. What was that?
He died of like a stroke or something, like 2 days later or something like that.
Okay, I also just want to clarify here. When I was also, Law, you have a bit of like background static noise.
Let me see if this helps.
Yeah, perfect. Phenomenal. So anyways, Joe, what I was referencing about January 6th wasn't necessarily the riots that Trump took advantage of to pressure the senators into delaying the vote.
But hold on.
Joe, 1 second. I was referencing Trump sending the fake slates of electorates to cast fake Trump votes into the Electoral College. Like, that's what I'm talking about. And that's something that Trump has admitted to and is currently defending as being an official act of his presidency in, like, the January 6th indictment, as well as already tried to defend that to the Supreme Court.
Okay. So have you seen... There's video evidence of ballots, fake people. I mean, people going and putting multiple ballots into.
Oh, do you think that the outcome of the 2020 election was sufficiently rigged to be overthrown?
Do you really believe that Joe Biden had 81,000 votes?
81 million.
Seriously.
81 million.
Or
Not
81
81,000.
million. I mean,
Who the hell? So,
A
okay,
couple of votes.
wait, no, this is a really important part now because you think that the outcome of the 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump, yet Donald Trump argued to 63 courts, specifically 17 courts with judges
But
that he
guess
appointed. Joe, listen to me. He argued to 63 courts in total that the election was stolen from him, and he tried to provide them his evidence, and all 63 of the courts threw that case out, including 17 courts with judges that he appointed. So earlier, Joe, 1 second. Earlier, Joe, you said that Donald Trump drained the swamp. What is it? Did Donald Trump drain the swamp? Did Donald Trump get the corruption out of our government? Or did Donald Trump add to the swamp by electing corrupt judges that incorrectly ruled that the election wasn't stolen from him?
so this is what I'll say. Those courts, those judges, whoever, they care more about their job than they do about if they would have said
Michael, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal, saying Joe has the IQ of a ham and cheese hot pocket. That's crazy. Michael, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Let's get some massive W's for Michael in the chat for the $50.
Anyway,
that is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Massive
else,
W's for Michael. Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you, Michael.
About losing their job. I mean, they would have.
How does a federal judge lose their job?
Well, could you imagine if they would have said, "Oh yeah, it was rigged"?
How does a federal judge lose their job?
No, I'm just asking you. Do you think they wouldn't be? Look at what has happened to Trump. Who gets this many indictments? I'm dead serious. Like for hardly anything.
A criminal morally decrepit shell excuse of a man.
Can you
That's who
explain-
does it.
can
I
you
mean,
ex-
you Trump
So,
supporters have really taught me a lesson. Y'all have
can you
taught me
explain this
if I
to me?
ever want to run for president, I just have to go out and do some of the most morally decrepit things known to mankind. And as soon as the media and the criminal justice system begin to hold me accountable, I should turn around to my voter base, tell them the lie that this is just the deep state attacking me because I am your savior and I'm going to make America great again, and then to further radicalize them. No, you are a victim of a con man. Donald Trump is a bad person that is engaged in criminal bad behaviors. And when we see the criminal justice system holding him civilly liable for sexual abuse, holding him criminally or convicting him of 34 felonies, or the ongoing indictments for trying to sway the outcome of the 2020 election, for sending the false electorates to states to cast fake votes into the Electoral College, this is not the deep state unfairly persecuting Trump because they're his political opponent. This is merely our checks and balances, our criminal justice system holding him accountable for the bad, morally decrepit things that he's done.
I just got a violation warning for something.
Well, sorry, I got to kick you now, man. All right, moving on to our next guest. For the 5,000 people in here, if you're voting for Trump, make sure to let me know right now in the comment section. We're going to move on to our next guest, though.
Just to be clear, a federal judge is a lifetime appointment. So to be afraid of losing their jobs is a little ridiculous. Also, there are 5,000 people in here, and Dean is only at 473,000 likes. I need all of you guys to fill up the bar twice. That's all I need. Fill up the bar twice. If you feel like being a blue state and covering for a red state MAGA, please donate your resources and fill it up a couple more times to cover their bid as well. Let's get Dean up to 1 million in the next 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hey, yo, W's for law. And Christine, W's for Christine in the chat. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I want to see some massive W's for Christine down below in the chat right now for the $25 on Venmo. That is absolutely so kind of you. W's for Christine. What's up, Big O Runner? Are you voting for Trump? And Kai, thank you for the money gun. Big O Runner, hello? All right, Big O Runner's not here. We're going to move on to our next guest. Massive W's for Christine for the $25 on Venmo. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you for your ongoing support. What's up, Brandon? Are you voting for Trump?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
No, I didn't mean to get in there. I'm sorry, bro.
No worries. Guys, if you're voting for Trump, let me and Law know in the comment section. Law, I do believe that you may actually not have it on this account. I'll have to give you mod powers. Tell me, pull some people up here. Y'all make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen, and just everyone be patient for just one moment while we are getting our next guest up in here. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you currently driving?
I am, but I'm a trucker, so I can talk.
I'm sorry, man. It's not about you. It's just about TikTok TOS. John, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. We're going to get our next guest up in the box literally right now. Everyone just do be patient while we are loading our next guest in here. Right, let's go and get our next guest up in the box literally right now, folks. All right, we have 3 people voting in. What's up, Republican? Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Oh, what was that?
Yes.
Awesome. Why so?
Well, let's see. First of all, you usually ask how old you are, and I am 56. I'll be 57 in April.
Yeah, I don't suspect you of being a minor. You're good.
And so, well, mainly I say that is because of a history, I guess you could say, of being alive and watching politics for many years. Not to criticize you for being 19. I was 19 myself too at one time, correct?
Yeah,
And-
so why are you voting for Trump?
And the reason why I'm voting for Trump is because of his policies and what he has done for our country,
Okay,
which is something that I have always wanted for many years, since I was probably like about 19 or 20.
Okay, yeah, you like his policies and what he's done for the country. What's one policy that Trump influenced get passed while he was president that benefited the low and middle class more than it benefited rich people?
One policy, which are many policies out there, would be with NATO. How's that? That's for one, including
What
all
policies
the
did
other.
NATO?
What's that?
What did he do involving NATO that benefited?
He pulled
the low
us
and
out
middle
of
class
NATO,
rich people?
which is something I agreed.
Okay.
Policy on the border, which would be another policy.
He pulled us out. He didn't pull us out of NATO.
He didn't pull us out of NATO. Are you sure?
We're still in NATO, and we have been.
Well, we are back in NATO. Are you aware that we paid more than other countries in NATO?
Because we have a larger GDP. Yeah.
Because we have a larger, yes. So if a millionaire goes to a store, should they pay more than you, or is it the same?
They should pay more in taxes, which they do.
I think they probably pay the same. If they go to a grocery store and buy a turkey, and you go to the store and buy a turkey, I don't think they pay more for that turkey than you did.
They don't pay more at the grocery store, but they pay more in taxes, which is a similar system to like the communal funding associated with NATO. Right, in the same way we communally fund government revenue through taxation, and people that make more money pay more in taxes. We do the same thing in the context of NATO, but rather with countries. Right, we have a larger GDP. It makes sense. But I would like to clarify here that no, Donald Trump did not pull us out of NATO. That was a bold-faced lie.
I thought he did. Well, there are some things that he did pull us out of, like the World Health Organization, the WHO. And
no, that's also a lie.
Well, these are the things that when I don't know how old you was. I know you're 19 when Trump was in office, but this is the stuff that was on the news every single day while you was like 12 and 13 years old and 14.
Yeah, but
this is the stuff that was on the news. So maybe they lied, which is a possibility.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Would you be able to like give me a source for your claim that he put it on
not
NATO?
at the
Was there a
second
source?
here. But
No?
I'm alive. I am alive, and I'm older than you, and I saw this with my own eyes.
Kimberly, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. $10 love from JD Vance. Imagine. Thank you for the $10. W's for Kimberly in the chat. You're older than me.
Yes,
however,
I am.
it doesn't make you more intelligent than me.
You know what? Well, let me just say this before, because I'm going to go ahead and jump off in a few minutes, because I can see this isn't going to go anywhere. Age has a lot to do with experience. Okay.
Yeah,
Now,
we understand that you have more life experience than me. You just haven't done as much with that life experience to educate
are
yourself.
you
as I
sure
have.
about that?
Yeah.
I am a teacher for 25 years. I've dealt with teenagers for many years. Probably before you was even born, I was dealing with teenagers.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually the boogeyman. 19-year-old, so scary. I know it terrifies middle-aged white Republican men.
I'm white. I am Navajo and Apache. I'm not white.
Okay.
But go ahead.
My apologies for assuming that you were white. M, I appreciate you for the baby dragon. I appreciate you so much. W's for M in the chat. Thank you for the baby dragon. And Kayla, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo as well. W's for M and W's for Kayla. I appreciate you for the $10 and the baby dragon. The point still stands. We'll just take the white part out. My age, the fact that I'm a 19-year-old, terrifies old Republican
Why does it terrify
men.
a teacher?
I don't
you tell
know.
me that?
It's all you've been able to talk about.
It terrifies the teacher. That's interesting.
Yeah. So anyways, if you think that age equals wisdom, intelligence, and
It does.
experience,
It
do you
does.
think
And
that
when you
Biden is more
become-
intelligent than Trump because he's older?
And when you get it turned into your 50s, you're going to understand this kind of stuff. Especially if you have a teenage child
and they start talking back to you, and you look at your kid, and you're like, and
thank you for the corgi. And Jonathan, thank you for the $19 on Venmo for being the smartest 19-year-old I know. And Kiramar, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for being younger than me and educating me by spitting facts. Kiramar and Jonathan, thank you both for the $10 and the $19. I really appreciate you guys. Listen, man. I'm gonna go ahead and just drop the ball on you here. So listen, I understand. With age comes life experience. With age typically comes wisdom. Younger people are typically speaking, maybe a little bit less knowledgeable than older people, right? But that speaks for the average. That doesn't speak for the exceptions.
Like I said, I was a teenager.
That while it can be an exception for like a younger individual to be more educated, doesn't mean that I don't exist, and doesn't mean that I can't school you on these related topics.
That's true.
And I think it's like incredibly telling that you as a teacher are currently getting taught by a 19-year-old just correcting you on very basic facts.
How am I getting taught?
We didn't pull out of NATO, or we didn't pull out of the World Health Organization.
No, I'm like I said, this was on the news. So when you was a child playing with toys, we was watching this on the news.
Okay. Well, you know what else was on the news?
What else was on the news besides cartoons?
That Donald Trump staged a coup to overthrow our federal government in an attempt to rig an election. Did you believe that?
Well, this is what I figure with that.
Eat a bag. Thank you for the boxing gloves. I really appreciate you for the love. W for eat in the comment section right now for the boxing gloves. I really appreciate you for the love. Something else that was on the news was also that Trump is held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of women. Josh with the flying jets. Yo, let's get some W's in the chat for Josh right now. Thank you so much for the flying jets, Josh. W's right now in the chat for Josh with the flying jets. And Christina, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents on Venmo, saying that this 41-year-old appreciates you. Christina, thank you for the money.
So
thank you for the $6
let me respond to those 2 points. I don't know which one you want first. One point.
Man. Joyce, thank you for the $10 on PayPal for watching cartoons. W for Joyce right now in the comment section. Thank you for the love.
1 point is I have about 37 videos that I can send to you of Joe Biden having inappropriate contact with children.
Thank you so much for the gift. Who sent that? I'm so sorry for cutting you off, man. People are just going crazy right now. Thank you so much for that massive fucking gift. Holy shit. Law, did you happen to catch the name there?
I didn't, no.
Oh my god. Oh, it's India. India, thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for India. You guys are going crazy right now. Thank you so much, India, for the love. Thank you so much. And Kai, thank you for the money gun.
All right. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm sorry for cutting you off, man. I actually do feel
bad. It happens. It happens.
Go ahead, bro.
So I have 37 videos of Joe Biden having inappropriate contact with children. So would you still vote for Joe Biden if he was still running?
Yeah, I'd definitely be voting for Joe Biden.
Even if he had inappropriate contact with children?
Like smelling his granddaughter's hair?
How about even other kids that were not his kids?
What kind of inappropriate contact?
Let me send it to you. It's not...
Yo, Cam and Aiden, thank you both for the $5 on Venmo. W's for Cam, W's for Aiden. And Nurse, thank you for the blind. W's for Cam and Aiden, both for the $5 on Venmo. I actually have a question for you. So you said that you were a teacher. So if your principal was held civilly liable for rape, would you want the principal to be replaced?
Well, if I didn't hurt that teacher or the principal, yeah, probably.
Okay, so you'd say that
when I was in the military.
One second, sir. So you'd say that the principal of the school that you taught at should be replaced if they're held with civilly liable for rape. They shouldn't be able to lead your school like that. So then why would you turn around and say that Donald Trump, who's been held civilly liable for rape, should be allowed to lead the country?
Now, let me respond to that one. So that's your second point. Let me respond to that one. I did the first one. Let me know when you're ready. I don't know if you stepped away or not. Okay, so it looks like he's ready.
He's still listening. Keep going.
Yeah, I saw a thumbs up there. Okay, so here's the second point. So Joe Biden was also accused.
Joe Biden
He was accused of inappropriate contact with a female, but that was silenced.
You're talking about Tara Reid, who lied, perjured herself in court, lost her lawyer because her lawyer said that she had contradicted herself, and then she fled to Russia and joined a misinformation campaign?
Okay, I don't know about the whole history on that one. Maybe you are correct on that.
Then the second point is Joe Biden is not running for president today. In November, I will be voting for a non-grapist over a grapist. Why will you be voting for the grapist?
So let me. Now you got 2 more points there to bring up here. Maybe 3. Now, when I was in the military, I worked in law enforcement. So it was my job to look at evidence while I was in the military, right? When somebody commits a crime, that's what you look at is evidence. We are all innocent until we are proven what? Guilty?
Guilty. So evidence is
Right.
important.
And there was no
isn't-
evidence. There was no
important.
evidence against Trump.
Okay.
There were accusations, and we don't accuse somebody of something and then put them on trial for the accusation without evidence, and then find them guilty without evidence.
Okay. Just a quick question. So do you know what his victim's name was that held him liable in a court of law?
Carroll. I've listened to you for hours.
Her name was E. Jean Carroll. And
Yeah,
do you know
E. Jean Carroll.
Do you know one piece of evidence?
That doesn't make anybody innocent or guilty.
Hey,
Go
do you
ahead.
know one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court?
You said clothing. I believe that's what I heard. Is that correct?
No. So the clothing was never submitted to the court because Trump failed to provide his DNA to be
Yeah,
tested
I remember you
against
saying something
DNA
about you was doing something earlier, and I was kind of like listening and kind of not. Go ahead.
Here's my thing. Okay, just allow me to speak here without interruption. Here's my thing. So you just explained to us how you were in the military, and it was your job to look at the evidence for like particular crimes that may or may not have been committed. But then you turn around and you say Trump isn't a rapist, and you deny the court that held him liable for rape, all while not knowing one piece of evidence that Eugene Carroll submitted to the court to prove him guilty. That's like me saying that it's a bad day in Australia, but meanwhile, I've lived in a box in the middle of Colorado for the entirety of my life. You are coming to a conclusion without any good reason and lack of sufficient knowledge that would be required to come to the conclusion. Maybe I'd be more sympathetic if you knew her name, if you knew the evidence that she submitted to the court, and you were able to name a reasonable doubt to the evidence she submitted. But when you turn around and you deny the experiences of a woman who didn't just accuse Trump of raping her, but then proved it in court with evidence, without knowing her name or the evidence, you just look like a lunatic. You are willfully perpetuating rape culture, causing more harm towards women because you're telling men that they could go out rape women, be held accountable for it in a court of law, and then still have the same access to the opportunity that they had prior, and they can still be adopted into the social circles around them. We are supposed to socially scrutinize against rapists. We are supposed to limit the opportunity that they have. But when you turn around and you willfully ignore a rapist's rape, and then you put them into the highest ranking position of power available to mankind, what does that do for further perpetuation of harm against women? You are removing the social de-incentivization for men to not rape women, and that is a bad thing to do because, as we know, there's a lot of men out there that don't rape women not because they think rape is bad, but rather because they're scared of the repercussions.
Okay, you have some good points there, though. And you've had good points earlier, too, because I listened to this conversation with you and other people, even on other days. But you got to look at some of the facts of that took place on that day, if you don't mind if I go over some of the facts. Some of the facts would be this was a department store, an expensive department store. You would think there would be cameras at this time when this took place. An expensive department store. What was that?
When did it take place?
That's a good question because Eugene Carroll could not come up with that.
That's false. She could, and I know.
And what I heard,
where did this supposedly occur?
And what I heard, she had no dates, no times.
Hey,
she had no evidence. She had no witnesses.
Hey,
Go ahead.
What year did this occur?
That's a good question because I never heard it. I listened to it and I never heard a date.
It happened in the fucking 90s. Are you going to?
It happened in the 90s. Is that as close as you can get?
96.
96.
Right. So how?
So
can
she
you
threw out a date and a time. Did she throw a time? Did she have witnesses?
Oh my God. Okay. Well,
she did not have witnesses.
She did. Right. We had,
Republican. What was your MOS in the military?
I was a military cop.
Yeah. What was your MOS though?
Well, Air Force does not have an MOS. Army.
Yes. So you're Air Force.
Yes. I was Navy, Air Force, and Army. Go ahead.
Okay. So what was your AFSC then?
AFC, Security Forces for the Air Force.
Yeah. So there's a 5-letter digit code for Air Force Security Forces.
Oh, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And what are you watching?
What am I watching? Oh, that's the room next door. There's other people in the other room next door. I have no idea what they're watching. I would imagine. I don't know. I don't even want to go there.
You said that you were also in the Army, right?
Yeah, so I did Army, Navy, and Air Force.
So what was your MOS while you were in the Army?
In the Army, military cop, military police. I signed up for I don't know.
Thank you for
I guess we're getting off topic. I was there for signed up for 5 years, I think. But I left after a couple and I went back into the Navy.
There's no way you forgot your MOS. This is stolen valor bullshit. I'm not engaging with you.
Would you like some documentation? I have my DD-214. Would you like that? Would you like some uniforms? I can send that too.
Yeah, let's show your DD-214 right now.
Yeah, all right. Can you give me a minute? Let me turn my camera on.
It'll tell you what your MOS was.
Okay. Hold on a minute. Let me turn my camera on. How do I do that? I'm not on here every day.
Oh, you don't even have camera access.
Let's see.
You don't have camera access. I have a question.
Right.
What is
I have
MOS?
footlockers, and they are in the footlocker, so it's going to take a minute to find it. But I can send it to you. I still have
a question. I have a question. What does MOS stand for?
I forgot. It's like something.
Military Occupation.
Did you look that up? Or
everything that guy just said is bullshit.
No, I can send it to you. It's going to take a minute. And then after I send it to you, what I would like you to do is I'd like you to apologize.
Bro.
Okay. Yeah.
No fucking shot. No, no fucking shot. You were telling me that you came up on my live, right? You didn't. What is?
Did I know you was going to ask this information?
So you said that you served in the Army for 5 years?
Did I know you was going to ask this information?
So I just want to clarify here. You served in the Army for 5 years, and you don't know what your MOS was, nor do you know what MOS stands for.
No, I think you missed that part. I signed up for I don't know how many years. I think maybe 4 or 5 years. But I did not stay in there that long. I thought it was a bunch of bullshit, so I got out of there right away. And I went
right away after 5 years?
No. I don't know if you know how that works.
I do, and I can tell you that my AFSC was 1 Tango 031, and I will never forget it because I wrote it on every single piece of paper that I ever put my name onto.
Okay, but like I said, I can make you a video. I can do anything you want.
And
then I can send it to you. I have the Dean thing here, so this is like my
Julie, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for catching a liar. Let's get some W's in the chat for Julie. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you for the $20 from Julie. W's for Julie in the chat.
Like I said,
Kaimar, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Kaimar. Sorry for the $5 on Venmo.
I didn't know he was going to ask this.
Hey,
I'm sorry,
Kaimar actually wants me to ask you a question. What was your rank in the Navy?
In the Navy? I was SW3, steelworker. No, well, that was the second time. Like, remember I said I was in the Navy, went to the Air Force, went to the Army, and then went right back to the Navy. So that second time that I was in the Navy, I was a steelworker. They call it a CB. You know what CBs are? Construction Battalion.
Okay. And you also said that you were a teacher. What did you teach?
The first time, what's that? I can send documents on that too if you want.
Wait,
I have no idea why you're even going there.
You said that you were a teacher. What did you teach?
And what did I teach? I teach elementary school.
Like, what did you teach in elementary school?
3rd grade. All kinds of things in there. You don't remember 3rd grade?
Oh, okay.
1 minute it's this, and 20 minutes later it's that. And then we got library, and then we have all kinds of little. You remember school, right?
Wait, earlier you told me that you taught teenagers. Are people in 3rd grade teenagers?
Too. What's that? There's teenagers school.
In 3rd grade?
No. That's a little bit later on.
So you also taught teenagers?
Yes, I taught teenagers too.
Yeah, what grade
I bounced around. Remember, I've been in there for 25 years, right?
Wait, what did you teach to teenagers?
What I teach to teenagers? How about algebra?
You taught algebra? You taught math to teenagers?
I taught math. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, what is 2 squared?
What is 2 squared? To junior high kids? Jeez. God, it's been so long since I've been in junior high. I couldn't tell you 2 squared. That would be like a 2 times 2 is 4.
Okay, yeah.
How about that?
I'm going to go on and move on. Thanks for coming up. Did he just lie to us about everything he said?
This was purely pathological. I mean, there's nothing that he said that could have been remotely true. He was in the Navy, the Army, and the Air Force. He said he worked security forces, but he didn't know what the AFSC for security forces was, which is bullshit. I mean, that was phenomenal.
Yeah, that was some crazy shit. I honestly, I have too much trust in people, man. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, guys. If you're a MAGA, make sure to let us know in the chat. We got our next guest, Michelle, loading up literally right now, folks. But yeah, if you want to support either myself or Law, we both have our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPal's in the bio. He has his in the link in his bio. We'll also keep 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. We could give you a shout out, and it means the world. What's up, Rich? Sorry, are you voting for Trump?
No.
Dude, base W's for Rich in the chat. Thank you so much for the love. All right, we're gonna move on to our next guest here. We got Kim Patterson loading up in the box. So everybody, just give us 1 minute, and everybody, make sure that you're double tapping away in that screen as well, folks. Y'all already know. What's up, Kim? Are you voting for Trump? Are you pissing on live? Oh, great. No. W's for Kim. W's for Kim. All right, continue to spam MAGA in the chat while we're getting our next guest up in here. I'm going to start pulling from the chat. Make sure if you're in the queue that you're voting for Trump, right? We just want
You asked in the morning.
What's up, Steven? Are you voting for Trump?
Unless you're trying to screw me.
Steven, hello?
It's different.
Steven? There we go. Hey, Steven. Oh, all right. Steven isn't here. Benji, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? I'm 19.
You're 19. Awesome. Are you voting for Trump, Benji? Okay, and Benji just dipped. Moving on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. This is craziness. All right, we're going to go and see what our next guest has to say, guys. If you want to help me find a guest, awesome. What's up, Cameron? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Now, why in the hell would you be doing that?
Well, I don't want to be, I listen to your lives a lot. I don't need to go over, the 34 felony cases or sexual assault.
Marco, thank you for the $5 on Venmo from Act Blue. I appreciate you for the love, Marco. W's for Marco for the $5 from Act Blue in the chat. So why are you voting for Trump?
Just because there's a lot of hypocrisy on the left that I don't agree with.
Such as what?
So the whole climate agenda, wanting to go to green energy by 2030, 2035, whatever the date timeline was.
So you're anti-science?
I'm not anti-science. No, I work in renewable energy, but it's not practical.
So then Trump says that there is no human-caused climate change, and the Earth is going to get colder. We just don't know it yet. He disagrees with 97% of climate scientists. Do you agree or disagree with Trump there?
Oh, I would disagree with that. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
But
well, I mean, if you're pointing out hypocrisy in the left to do with the climate, well, why don't you start with the light that's on inside the house?
Because he's not running on a climate agenda. A big part of the Democratic campaign is, clean energy, this and that, getting away from fossil fuels and going to renewables.
Yeah, and the long term, that's a long-term goal for sustainability for future generations. I don't see what the issue with that is.
But when Kamala ran for president the first time, if she could have it her way, we'd already be transitioning off of that, and that's not practical right now by any means.
Well, I think the argument actually greatly concerns practicalities, right? The whole climate agenda is going to be a practical and sustainable switch in the long term towards renewable energy resources and away from fossil fuels, right? And this is what the Biden-Harris campaign promoted. This is what Kamala Harris continues to promote, and that's absolutely a good thing. But you said that you're voting for Trump because of the hypocrisy on the left. Why don't you start with the hypocrisy on the right? You say that you're pro-party of law and order, then turn around and vote for a felon. You say that you care about our youth, but then turn around and vote for the guy that has sexualized little girls and wants to disenfranchise the Federal Board of Education. You say that you're you say that you never want your right to own a gun to be taken away, even if it led to the deaths of more innocent children, then turn around and say that women should lose the right to access health care because it leads to the deaths of innocent children. Okay?
Abortion's not healthcare, first of all. Abortion is not healthcare by any means.
I mean, abortion is murder?
If somebody blatantly just goes to a Planned Parenthood just for the sole purpose of elimination of that fetus, yes, that is 110% murder.
Okay. And do you agree with Trump when he says that the right to legislate on abortion should be given to the state?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of telling anybody what they should and shouldn't do with their body, first of all.
Okay, so you think that the state should have the ability to legislate on abortion, right?
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Okay, so you think that murder should be left up to the state?
Yeah, well, not exactly. No, I get where you're coming from there. I get what you're saying, but no, like, I just don't think I don't understand the whole argument behind the abortion thing though. Like how someone could think it's not wrong.
Well, I don't think the question is as much as it wrong is what's the government's role in it. Whether or not it's wrong is a personal moral decision. What should the government do about restricting somebody's ability to have that procedure?
I get what you're saying, 100%, but like.
So do you agree with like the whole like anti-Confederate pro-union view that like the right to own humans as property shouldn't be left up to the state and should be like made federally illegal?
No, obviously, like I'm in agreement on where we are with that right now, but like.
Okay, so if you'd say that slavery shouldn't be left up to the state, why do you say that murder should?
Different states regulate different ways on how they pursue and charge, crimes, right? I think it should, but at a federal level, I don't think abortion should be, put in anybody's hands like that. I think it's morally wrong. I don't see any, unless it was for the well-being of the woman carrying the child, or not being able to sustain that life for the child, then yeah, I mean.
All right, let's hold on. Let's hold on to that for a second. So, at what point should the mother be able to get that if her life is at risk? What if the doctor says there's a 50-50 chance that she might unalive if she was to continue? Is that sufficient enough?
Yeah, absolutely.
What about a 25% chance?
If there's a chance that the mother's life is going to be in jeopardy, then absolutely do whatever is medically necessary. But where I am against it is just for the sole fact somebody wants to be careless with what they do, conceive a child, and then just go and terminate it because, that's an option that I have.
There it goes. See, folks, at the end of the day, it actually isn't about the unborn. It isn't about the children. It isn't about the fetus. It's about the quote-unquote careless actions of the woman. And this is why I say, one moment. This is why I say that the pro-life movement is a virtue signal and shield for misogyny, right? You virtue signal, you lie, and you hide your misogyny of wanting to control women that are engaging in actions that you deem as irresponsible by saying that you care about the unborn, when in all reality, you just want to restrict women from accessing this form of healthcare because they uphold different standards, preferences, and norms in the context of relationships, intimacy, and sex, right? And that's the truth, right? And then you turn around and then you force these unwanted kids that these women are forced into having because of pro-life legislation into their households, causing higher rates of poverty, lower rates of education, income, and lower qualities of life, all things considered. I am pro-choice because I care about children. I care about women. I care about people. You are pro-life.
How can you say you're pro? How can you say you're for children if you're for murdering innocent children?
Mark, I appreciate you. I'm actually not for murdering innocent children. I'm for allowing women to have access to health care and terminating the life of a fetus, in which I would not in which I'd not associate moral value with, for the reason that it can't deploy first-person subjective experiences. I would define murder as an unjust termination of a human life, yet I would say that it is completely justified to terminate the life of a fetus. And why is that argument invalid?
Because when would you say
Debbie,
that?
thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Debbie. Thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
So at what point do you feel that abortion is no longer the right choice to make? Or do you believe that someone should have the right to make that choice all the way up until birth?
I think that elective lethal abortions should be made illegal in about 20 through 24 weeks when the fetus gains the ability to deploy first-person subjective experiences.
Okay, but
Aaron, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Red State Women for Dean. I appreciate you for the $10, Aaron. Let's get some W's in the chat for Aaron. I'll ask you a question. Do you think that life begins at the moment of conception?
No, obviously there's stages of development.
When does life begin?
Again, like I'd put it whenever life could be viable, so at around the 24-week mark.
Okay, so you don't think that abortion is murder before 24 weeks because
I still think that it is murder because
what are they murdering? Wait, one second. What is murder?
It's still a fetus. It's still a child.
One second. What is murder? Define that word.
the taking of another life.
So how can you say that it's murder before 24 weeks and then turn around and say that life doesn't begin until 24?
What is that clump of cells at 18 weeks going to turn into at 24 weeks?
One sec, I'm going to ask you my question again. You said life begins at viability at about 24 weeks. Therefore, it's not alive before 24 weeks under your view. And if murder is the taking of a life, well, then abortion before 24 weeks isn't murder because it's not alive.
Is there a heartbeat before 24 weeks?
Yes.
Okay, then how isn't it alive?
It is alive from the moment of conception. You're the one that said otherwise. So now that it seemingly you just confused yourself, I'll ask you again, when does life begin?
Then, yeah, I mean, I'll go with your point and just say conception.
Okay, and it's murder at any point after that. So do you think that women with IUDs can be murderers? Because in some circumstances, an IUD will allow for conception to occur, then prevent implantation into the uterine lining, essentially killing or murdering the conceived zygote?
What percent of women that have an IUD does that actually happen to, though?
Well, I mean, I'd say that this is like one of the two predominant functions. I'd say that it probably happens to all women that have an IUD and engage in intercourse, right? Like that would also like repeatedly that also like end up having like like semen ejaculated inside of their vagina.
I would say my stance on the whole.
Can you answer my question though? Are these women murderers?
No.
Okay, well, under your view, wouldn't they have to be murderers because that IUD is killing a conceived human zygote?
No, because you.
Okay, well, I mean, if killing a conceived human zygote isn't murder, why is killing a conceived human fetus murder?
Having an IUD or taking birth control or using protection like condoms, right? You're actively trying to prevent the conception of life.
IUDs can prevent conception. However, in some cases, they also allow for conception, then prevent implantation.
That is a very small percentage of the time.
Well, first of all, you're just analytically wrong. This is one of the two main functions of an IUD. It's an official function. And then, like, second of all, even if it were to only happen like the small percentage of the time, would the women in which that would occur to be murderers?
No, they would not be murderers. No.
Okay, so even though it happens a small percentage of the time, you still think that women that kill conceived human zygotes aren't murderers, so then why are women who kill conceived human fetuses?
Again, if the woman makes the conscious decision...
Kelsey, thank you for the $42 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Kelsey. Thank you so much for the $42 on PayPal. I want to see W's for Kelsey in the chat for at least the next 5 minutes. I really appreciate you for the $42. That is so kind of you, Kelsey. Massive, massive, massive W's.
Alicia, thank you for the 15 as well. I'll put it to good work. Thank you.
W's for Alicia and Kelsey, guys.
But anyways, somebody getting an IUD, right, is actively preventing the conception of a child.
Okay, we're just going in a circle. I've already told you that an IUD serves two main functions, the prevention of conception.
We can move on
and the
from
other main
that.
function allows for... Oh, okay. Well, I'm just going to kick you and move on. Because if
Oh,
you
no.
don't engage in the point, I'll just find someone who will. All right, let's go and get our next guest up in the box, y'all, for the 5.1 thousand people in here. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. He's not getting it. I mean, yeah, if he just wants to move, we can move on. There we go. What's up, Twitch? How old are you? Twitch, hi, you're in the box. Hello? All right, Twitch isn't here, guys. If you're MAGA, let me and Law know in the chat. Literally right now, folks, we are still just looking for a next guest to debate today. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and it greatly benefits me. I could give you a shout out as well. Same goes for Law and the link in his bio. What's up, Glory? Are you voting for Trump? Yo, Mila, thank you so much for the live pro trophy. I appreciate you for the love, Mila. Let's get some W's in the chat for Mila. Thank you so much for the live pro trophy. That is so kind of you. Thank you, Mila. What's up, Glory? Are you voting for Trump? Glory's not here. All right, if you're MAGA, let us know in the chat. Law, if you want to help me find a crazy lunatic Trump
I'm looking.
If you're a crazy lunatic Trump supporter, let us know and we'll pull you up. Thank you for that mustache. I appreciate you for that love. All right. What's going on, DJ? How old are you?
I am so sorry. I actually came up to debate the indigenous.
No worries, man. I do appreciate you for joining me. Let's get some W's in the chat for DJ. What's up, Wicked? Are you voting for Trump? Okay. Well, they all left. If you are voting for Trump, let me and Law know in the chat.
Jeez, Dean, it's about time.
Oh, what's up, Granite? Granite, we've talked so many times before.
Yeah, and I keep sending you money.
I'm
the only Trump supporter that sends you money.
I gotta be fair. I gotta be fair to everyone though, because we've already talked like 4 times before. I want to talk to people.
Yeah, then you cut me off my last time that you talked to me.
And unfortunately, I'm gonna cut you off again. Granted, I actually do have decent conversation with you though, man. But we've already talked like 4 times. Kelsey, thank you for the $5 on Cash App. I appreciate you for the love. But to be fair, Granite, like we've had decent conversation. Every time we spoke, I've enjoyed the conversation. What's up, Gail? How old are you? Okay, Gail's not here. Moving on to our next guest. Yeah, Granite's not that terrible of a dude. Okay, I've enjoyed conversation with him. He hasn't been particularly rude. It's, we've had good productive dialogue. What's up, Chris? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Awesome. Alex, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Awesome. Why are you guys voting for Trump?
Inflation.
Okay, do you think that the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation?
Yeah.
Okay, how do they do that?
That's a good question. I wouldn't know the details. What I'm just basing it off of is how the market's been since for Trump's administration versus Biden's administration.
Yeah, it just happened while they were in the presidency, therefore they caused it. Okay, so in April of 2020, while Trump was president, the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression at 14.8%. 14.8% happened. Did Trump cause that?
Could be a possibility.
Okay. Well, if Trump caused the highest rate of unemployment rate since the Great Depression, why would you want to vote for him?
Well, wait, what was that date? You said April what?
April of 2020.
So during COVID, whenever everything was shut down?
Yep, that's a month thing shut down.
So then if unemployment was down due to COVID, not due to presidency.
I love you. You're awesome. Unemployment was down because of COVID, just like inflation was up because of COVID. Walked into the point.
No, so if inflation's up because of COVID, why is it when it level off at some point? Why is it still steadily rising?
It leveled off at 9%, and it has been decreasing since. It is not rising, it is going down. We're currently at 2.8% from the high of 9.
Since when?
I don't know when the peak occurred, but that was a peak.
Huh.
Since like 2021. We got an economic genius on the live. Hey, what's one policy Trump influenced to get passed that you agreed with? That's a great one. I really like that policy too.
No, I'm not. Look, I'll put it this way. I'm not a big supporter of either Biden or Kamala or Trump. I honestly think that the whole system is corrupt and that either one probably isn't going to be the best thing because as of right now, we've seen how Biden is incoherent and more than likely the government's not ran by him. It's ran by everybody else because he can't have a full conversation in public in whatsoever.
Okay, so Biden's actually not running for president. Fun fact.
I understand that he's not running for president. I'm saying.
So then, how's Biden's incoherence speak towards Harris's ability to lead?
So then, yeah, it should speak towards Kamala Harris's because she's vice president. She's second in command, is she not?
Yeah, she is second in command. I don't see how that would correlate to like Biden's coherence, though. I don't see how like Biden's coherence would relate to her, even though she's second in command.
Well, with all the policies that she's wanting to run, why can't she start with while Biden's obviously incoherent, be putting forth her
Biden isn't obviously incoherent. And the Biden-Harris administration has influenced some of the most monumental and effective legislation in modern U.S. history, such as the PACT Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the American Rescue Plan. You couldn't name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed. So as far as I'm concerned, Biden and Harris have done it all. Trump did nothing but waste our time and whine about, conspiratorial hearsay. Okay, right. Then second of all,
I do agree with the fact that he wants to stop sending money to Ukraine. And stop pouring money into NATO.
Okay, but then he wants to turn around and send more money to Israel than has ever been sent to Ukraine. Do you support
No, I think we shouldn't. I don't think we should send money to any foreign countries.
Shit! Now we've really met a bypass here. Yeah, he supports more money.
We're still dealing with the effects of COVID, correct? So if that's the case, why don't we stop sending money to other countries and level off our economy first? Before we can help anybody else.
So, like, first of all, predominantly the reason that we've sent money and funding to Ukraine is because of the Budapest Memorandum. We've been contractually obligated to do so. Second of all, right, vast majority of spending under Biden and Harris's presidency has gone straight into the pockets of the American people, into the pockets of the low and middle class. We could reference exactly how if you'd like. But then third of all, while Trump was president, the money that he spent through his policy predominantly went into the pockets of the ultra wealthy and the rich. So where would the money go? Into
What money? And how is that it went to the pockets of the ultra rich?
Yeah, sure. Well, why don't we just reference a $1.6 trillion that he spent on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy?
Okay, well, who owns the businesses and the companies?
The ultra wealthy.
Exactly. So, I mean, if you put tax cuts on the companies to keep the pricing down, why wouldn't you?
That's not how it works.
No?
No, these are personal income taxes. This is the money that's taken out of the business. In fact, having higher personal income taxes would incentivize business owners to keep more money in the business. So, quite literally speaking, if we just accept your trickle-down shit logic here, that would say keeping more money in the business will make the business do better and be better for the American people. Literally having higher personal tax rates on the top 1% would do exactly that, because it offers extra incentivization to keep the money in the business. Great.
You don't think it would have a reverse effect if you raise the taxes on the super rich?
Bro, because it's the personal income taxes.
No, it doesn't matter. You don't think they'll try to line their pockets out either way?
It literally does matter. No, on this topic, it literally does matter. Because what is personal? What money is taxed with a personal income tax, Alex?
It's the profits from the companies that they own.
No, not at all. The personal income tax is the money that they take out.
Yeah. So because they take out of the company, they set their wages. If for the companies that they own, they set whatever they technically make, so they pay the taxes on top of what they say they make. All they have to do is change the dollar amount of what they make for the end of the year.
Exactly. And higher personal
raise price. They can raise it or lower it regardless. If you say, "Hey, let's tax the ultra wealthy," they'll find tax workarounds. It's the same reason whenever.
Wait, what's the tax workaround for not having as much of their money taxed? What would it be? To leave more money in the business, right? And isn't the whole idea of trickle down economics? If you leave more money,
they could say that they could take a pay
Alex,
cut.
you're literally not tracking. Okay, so you made the claim that higher taxes on the ultra wealthy causes them to have less money to put in their business. But quite literally speaking, if you increase the personal tax income rates on the ultra wealthy, that provides them with incentivization to keep more money in their business. I think that trickle-down economics fail. I think that trickle-down economics are bad. But ultimately speaking, even if we accept that trickle-down economics work, well, wouldn't having higher personal tax rates on the ultra wealthy just provide extra incentivization for trickle-down economics to occur because it would inspire them to put more money into their business?
No, I think you just find a way to keep the money to keep the same amount of money they're getting and not pay it out.
Okay, and if they don't pay that money out, where is that money kept?
Mature here. I understand that you're 19 years old. We'll start over.
19 years old and schooling you on tax policy.
And that's fine. You can school me on tax policy, but I'm trying to have a just a logical debate with you, not have an emotional reaction to everything you say, like you're doing right now. And that can be perfectly fair.
Would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
So here's the thing. I try to look that up. I can't find a single source on that. The only things that what is it called?
Trump v. Carroll. Trump sexually abuses E. Jean Carroll. E. Jean Carroll is awarded $87 million. You could source this from AP News. You could even sort like the literal court documents.
Well, I was just trying to find a government source for it because the only thing I could find was the 34 business ones that he was convicted for.
Yeah, you
There's,
could just go to like New York State's like government like court documents, and you could reference Trump v. Carroll.
Fair enough. I'll have to look that up because that was the
would
only
you vote
thing.
for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
I don't know. I can't tell you right now if I would or not because I don't know the details on that court case. I'd have to read through it.
So if Trump had raped a woman, would you still vote for Trump?
If he raped a woman, no, I wouldn't vote for him.
Okay, so Trump has raped a woman, right, and that's been proven in a court of law.
Well, like I said, I haven't. I'm not gonna just take your word for it. I'll go read through it, and if that's the case, then I may have to change my mind on who I vote for. But it's like I said, I just think that
Okay.
the whole system's.
Hey, Alex, just go read that and come back. Okay, bye. Go read that, come back. We're gonna get our next guest up in here. Hey, I appreciate you for the $1 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. For the 5,000 people in here, spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up. All right, yeah, he doesn't give a shit.
RM, thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. And guys, we are slacking on the tap-in. We all got almost 5,000 people. We should be able to get Dean up to 1.5 in no time. Fill up that bar twice, and we will be there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Charnice? Are you voting for Trump? Carson, are you voting for Trump? Chris, are you voting for is any Carson, hello? Okay, Chris, are you voting for Trump? Okay, no one's here. All right,
Chris was typing in the maybe he didn't know how to unmute.
Yeah, that was strange. That was strange, bro. All right, moving on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a moment. What's up, Tristan? You said
Hi guys.
Hi guys. How old are you?
I'm 18. I'm from the UK. I wanted to.
Jeanette, I appreciate you so much for the subscription. I really appreciate you for the love. We're going to move on to our next guest here, so everyone just kind of give us a minute. Everyone do be patient while we get our next guest up in the box. Hit that follow button if you haven't already, chat. We do these debates every single day. We already talked to Cameron earlier. Everyone just give us a minute here, guys. We're still looking for a next guest here in the box. We get our next guest loaded in. What's up, GJ? How old are you? Okay. All right, dude, literally no one is here. This is craziness. Moving on to our next guest, ladies and gentlemen. Chris, I did not mean to invite you. I'm sorry. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio chat. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and it greatly supports me. What's up, Lynette? Are you voting for Trump? Dude, what the fuck is going on? Why are all the bots sitting in the queue? Howard, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, why so?
I'm not the biggest fan of Trump. I just think he's the better option here. I know
Yeah, why so?
you like
Why's
to
that?
circle back and bring up the things that are negative for Trump, and I think that's totally fair. But
Why do you think Trump is a better option?
Because he actually can speak coherently and
Sharks and batteries? Sharks or batteries?
sorry,
Sharks?
what do you mean?
Batteries?
What?
Willie Brown helicopter crash?
Okay, you can.
Windmills? Whales? Bald eagles?
At least he doesn't give the same speech every time he's at a rally.
The election was stolen from me? The election was stolen from me? I won the election?
What's your favorite
Biden
thing that
lost?
Kamala Harris has done as vice president? Her personally.
Yeah, of course. So when she personally cast a tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act to specifically invest millions of dollars into renewable energy resources to reduce inflation in the long term, that was my favorite thing that she personally did while she was VP. But if we want to reference her her accomplishments in conjunct with Biden and the administration as a whole, I'd say the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Deal, of course the Inflation Reduction Act, as I already referenced, as well as the American Rescue Plan.
Okay, I mean, it's nice that you got a script in front of you and you do this for 12 hours a day, so I know you had that loaded up.
Oh,
What do you
wow.
think?
Now you start whining, right?
No, what do you think about,
Brother, Howard, with all due respect, you're following the script.
no, I'm not.
Yeah, this is what you do. So the MAGA supporter comes up in the box. They try to tell me why they're voting for Trump. They can't, they fail. Then they ask me a quote-unquote gotcha question about Harris. I answer the gotcha question with grace. And then they find a way to get mad and cry. Do you need a baby bottle or a Kleenex?
No, not at all.
You sure? And then they run.
Oh, that's sad.
Oh man, I feel like the frequent viewers of these lives gotta get bored. Like it's just the same thing on repeat. You know what I mean? It's just the same people.
Yeah, wash, rinse, repeat. They make some bullshit claim. They assault you for being 19 years old, and then they run.
Yeah, pretty much. Stacy, thank you for the subscription. What's up, David and Hunter? Are y'all voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Which one of you guys is driving? It'd be Hunter that's driving.
I am.
So David.
Give me 2 seconds and I'll pull over.
Oh, y'all are actually both driving. Sorry, guys.
Oh man.
Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Everyone give us a minute. Nurse, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo showing up and showing out. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Nurse down below. Moving on to our next guest. What a weird day. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 21.
What year were you born in?
2002.
Okay, terrible at math. Shitty math. Bad math. MAGA math, ladies and gentlemen. MAGA math, folks. MAGA math. Continue to spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up. Specifically, drop a me down below in the chat. Specifically.
Yeah, if you join the queue and then put me down there, that makes it easier for us to see.
Much easier for sure. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What was that? How old did you say you were? Okay. Moving on to our next guest. Hello, Albert and Chris. Are you guys voting for Trump?
Yes.
And Mel, thank you for the money gun. So why are
that
you
is
guys
a
voting?
big negative from me.
All right. Chris, why are you voting for Trump?
First off, I'm sorry the live paused earlier. It didn't let me in. So to be honest, I'm the real thing is I'm not voting for Kamala, right? I'm not gonna lie, I'm 19 years old. I'm right there with you. I'm
okay. So why not?
Huh?
Why not?
So the reason I'm not voting
Kamala
for Kamala is like, if you look back at her past, the stuff that she did as vice president, right? The stuff that she did in California, it's not, in my eyes, it's not a leader, right?
But the rapist, felon, wannabe dictator, and day one fascist that already tried to stage a coup to overthrow a government and rig an election, that has sexualized little girls, sexualized his own daughter, has been vehemently racist and misogynistic since the 70s is?
No.
There you go.
Dude, both on the political ballot this year, it's my first year voting, right?
I don't understand
disagree with both.
What did she do while she's like VP, AG, or DA that you just thought was so bad?
All right.
Just clicking away.
Well, because you've obviously done hours and hours and hours of research on both sides, right?
So true.
I was just scrolling TikTok and found this live. But
Chris, you made the claim that you think she's done things that have made her a bad person and a bad leader. What are those things? Are you just saying that because she's a woman?
No. I have nothing wrong with women in leadership. In fact, I think there should be some, because in a lot of cases, only having men in leadership leads to bad things.
Annika, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for keeping facts straight and never backing down. I appreciate you for the love, Annika. Let's get at least 100 W's for Annika in the chat. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. That is so kind of you.
Melissa, thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. We will put it to good work. Thank you.
And obviously Google is inherently liberal, so it's hard to find anything.
No. So the reason you can't find anything is because she hasn't done anything bad, truly. So it's not that Google's liberal, it's that you just made a claim that was false.
You could also try DuckDuckGo or whatever.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, to be honest. Y'all have a great day.
Take care, Chris.
Google is liberal, chat. Google is liberal. Everybody, the Google Google is the deep state.
Everything that guy just said is bullshit. Thank you.
My cousin
Love the
Vinny.
soundboard.
Yeah.
Love the soundboard.
Uh,
Google is liberal. Google is the deep state. Google is the deep state. Lisa, hello. Are you voting for Trump?
Oh my gosh, no. I don't know how I got here. Sorry.
Phenomenal. You're great. Thank you. W's for Lisa. And Lisa, another Lisa. Thank you for the subscription. Moving on to the next guest. Hey guys, if this button right here is red, hit that shit, make it go white. What's up, John? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, what's up, man? I am voting for Trump.
Now, why in the hell would you be doing that?
I just personally, I experienced a better quality of life during his administration versus the administration that we've currently been under.
I didn't have a girlfriend while Trump was president. I did while Biden and Harris have been president. Should I vote for Harris to keep my girlfriend?
I mean, that's your personal preference, but like when you ask like why I'm voting, like I just personally had a better quality of life under Trump's presidency versus the Harris.
Same, but for the opposite. I just had a better quality of life because I had a girlfriend, dude.
Yeah, I mean, that's, cool, for you. For me, I paid less at the gas pump. I paid less at the grocery store. Like
Christian,
my dollars, my dollars just like went further, and I just felt like I had a better quality of life under the Trump administration. That's why I'm voting for him.
How did Biden and Harris make your gas or groceries cost more?
So, I mean, for the gasoline, they cut off the pipeline, stopped production here in the United States, and then we started buying oil from overseas, and then they started depleting the national reserves, and we had higher costs of gas, during the last 4 years versus when Trump was in office.
Super false, super false. So the pipeline that you're referencing was Canadian owned. Super false. Second of all, they cut it off because of a Supreme Court order. Third of all, that didn't decrease oil production because it wasn't producing oil. Fourth of all, we're currently producing more oil here at home in America than we ever have been before, more so than any other country that has existed in the history of the earth. And sixth and finally, you made the claim that we're importing more oil from other countries. Also false. We imported more oil from other countries under Trump.
Where can I look this up?
Phenomenal. I'm so glad you asked. If you want a source for the Supreme Court ordering the shutdown of the Keystone XL pipeline, go ahead and reference Politico Pro or AP News. If you want a source for us currently producing more oil than we ever have been before, reference EIA.gov, the U.S. Energy Information Administration. And Olive, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying I pay for it. I pay less for everything under Ford. Hey, thank you for the $5, Olive. W's for Olive in the chat. And Karen with a $10 on Venmo, straight for TikTok. Karen, I appreciate you for the love. I love you. Thank you, Karen. W's for Karen for the $10. I appreciate that more than you know.
Do you know if the oil contracts for the production, were those contracts executed during the Trump administration or were they executed during the Biden-Harris administration?
Executed during the Biden-Harris administration, signed them in. He approved 50% more contracts or permits for drilling on federal lands than Trump's administration ever did. Currently producing more oil. Looks like La down here has it up on his screen. Let's go ahead and take a peekity peek at that. He's following the curve. Woo! The first big peak you see is under Trump. Then the second bigger peak you see is under Biden. Looks like Trump topped out at 12.8 million barrels of oil per day. Meanwhile, under Biden and Harris, if we swing back there, you'll see that we topped out at 3.2 million barrels of oil per day. Bam! John, you've been Dean and LaBunked.
13.2 million.
Corey, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying that Nicki Minaj is the queen of rap. I appreciate you for the love.
Now, the Inflation Reduction Act, inflation is caused by like government spending, right? Like increasing the monetary supply. So is the monetary supply, is it higher now versus when Trump was in office? I know they spent a lot of money too.
Great question. Great question. There was a greater increase in the M2 money supply of April, of specifically of April until January of 2020 to 2021 under Trump than we've ever had under Biden's administration. It's also the case that Trump increased the debt twice as much as Biden and Harris did. He added $8.6 trillion to our debt, $4.2 trillion non-COVID related. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris added $4.6 trillion to our debt, $2.2 trillion non-COVID related. Oh, so if you think government spending, increasing our debt, adding to the deficit causes inflation, well, wouldn't this lead us to the conclusion that Trump caused twice as much as inflation as Biden and Harris?
Yeah, well, I mean, inflation, when you look at it, it is caused by governments, by government spending. If they just keep printing more money, right? So,
well, that's not the only cause, though. I mean, the root cause of inflation is too much money chasing too few goods. And when we look at what happened during the COVID-19 pandemic, we had huge supply chain disruptions, which decreased the availability of a lot of goods and raw materials in the United States. At the same time, people were receiving unemployment, whether from their job or they were being laid off. So they're not having the huge expenses of transporting themselves into work, going out for lunch. So there was an increase in base money supply. People who lost their jobs did have some increase in their unemployment benefits under Trump. But at the end of the day, it's the deficit of goods available that caused the inflation to rise.
Russ Lloyd, please join.
Heard. Well, thanks for bringing me up, guys.
Yeah, of course, John. Have a good one.
You too.
Russ Lloyd, please join the live. We're going to move on to our next guest here. So everyone just be patient.
What did Russ do to get your attention?
Oh, he just said, he just said some weird shit in the comment section. We're going to move on to our next guest. I want to talk to a crazy MAGA supporter. It's been too long. I feel like all the people that have come up here have been too level-headed to support Trump. We are going to move on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. We got Joey loading in, guys. If you are a very strong Trump supporter, let me know in that chat. We're going to go and pull you up literally right now. So everyone just be patient while we do so. Already Tidy. What's going on, man? How old are you?
Yo, fuck Trump.
Okay.
Fuck.
Oh, wait, shit. Hop back in the queue. You said the wrong name. They're so stupid. They said fuck Trump.
He's like, wait. No, I meant the other one.
Yo, I don't know. Hop back in the queue, bro. Please, hop back in the queue. Hey, what's up, Katie? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Why do you care about someone that doesn't care about... Okay, all right, yeah. Well, you literally cannot make that shit up. I kicked that last guest because I thought that they were base, but it turns out they were just so fucking dumb.
Olive, thank you for the $5. I will put that to good use for people in need. I appreciate you.
Oh, dear God. We got our next guest loading in. Everyone be patient. We're going to go to try to get him back up here, y'all. So everyone just be patient. I don't know.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to go live. If you had a female MAGA, that was my only... I'm a strong Harris supporter. So... You don't need me. You're doing beautifully, and I just want to thank you for being here.
I appreciate you for the love, Raven. Let's get some W's for
Raven.
Okay, yeah, welcome back, man. Are you voting for Trump?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, personally, I feel like I kind of have to in this situation, mainly because RFK endorsed Trump, and I really supported RFK.
The grapist supported a grapist. That means you have to support the grapist.
You know,
give me a break.
I don't know if any of that stuff is true. There isn't actually any proven evidence that any of them are rapists, but I have heard of what you're saying.
There definitely is. Trump was held liable by a court for rape.
There's no evidence that it was true.
That's just a fucking lie.
When I'm voting,
it's not that there's no evidence. It's that you just don't look at the evidence.
Well, give me your sources, because I've actually done my research.
Of course, we could reference the Trump v. Carroll court case that specifically after 2 years of deliberation, because the preponderance of evidence provided and suggested by E. Jean Carroll as well as her attorneys, right, specifically had a unanimous jury conclude that yes, it is true that Trump had sexually abused E. Jean Carroll or raped her in the colloquial sense. Additionally here, if I say that there's not a cloud in the sky because, well, I'm sitting inside a room and I can't look up and see the clouds, that doesn't mean there's not a cloud in the sky. I just haven't looked outside. So the correlation there would be there definitely is evidence. I mean, it's the evidence that got Trump to be held liable for grape. And specifically speaking, you're just unaware of it.
Okay. And maybe there's something that I missed, but I still haven't found any actual evidence that proves that.
So do you know how many witnesses testified at the trial?
How many? Do you?
I do. But I mean, if you had done the research, like you had said about the evidence that was introduced,
Like I said, sorry to cut you off. I'm not super supportive of Trump, but I feel like I have to be on the Trump side.
Wait, this doesn't
right
challenge
now.
what he's saying. You said
Mainly
that you've done your
because-
research into the case and you don't know how many witnesses there were in the case. Do you know one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court?
Like I said, I haven't heard of any evidence about
No. If you did your research into the case, well, then of course you'd know the evidence submitted by the prosecutor, right?
Well, the research that I did was based around any convictions towards Trump. Since I haven't found any of those convictions, they might, be there, but I don't know
Do you
specifics.
know what his
about those
victim's name
cases.
was?
I feel like I already responded to that. I told you I haven't done any research on those specific cases, but my look of things is mostly political and not really like emotional. I don't think Trump is a great person, but when it comes to politics, I'm not really voting. You'd still
vote for him if he was a rapist. Would you vote for him if he raped a little girl?
No.
So then
What
why
I'm
would you
saying
vote
is
for him
I'm
if he
voting
raped an
based
adult
off
woman?
politics. I'm voting to protect my family and the quality of life of my peers. My main issue with
would you vote
the
for Trump
Biden
if he was a
administration
rapist?
is just inflation. I mean, during the Biden administration, they've spent so much money, like billions overseas.
There was actually more money spent under Trump's administration and more money added to the debt.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, sure. So under Trump's administration, there was $8.6 trillion added to the debt because of him and his policies, $4.2 trillion non-COVID related. Under Biden and Harris, there's been $4.6 trillion added to the debt, $2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
It was-
And Pam, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo saying to keep up the great work.
or uncovid related?
I appreciate you for the love, Pam. Let's get some W's for Pam in the chat. So I denoted specifically how much of the money added to the debt was COVID and non-COVID related.
Yeah, can you elaborate?
Yeah, $8.6 trillion in total under Trump, with $4.6 trillion being non-COVID related, the rest being COVID related. $4.6 trillion in total under Biden and Harris, with $2.2 trillion being non-COVID related, the rest COVID related.
Okay, so COVID is not really a political. The reaction to COVID definitely impacted inflation and stuff like that, but that's
how
not
did the
really
Biden-Harris administration cause inflation? Also, Tal, you should come up and explain to me how I'm paid.
I don't know. It's not like there was policies. Yeah, you kind of got me there. I'm just looking at the economics states of rising prices with specific things with each administration.
Yeah, you just look at what happened in the country while they're president. What happened in April of 2020? The highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression. Do you blame that on Trump?
April of 2020?
Mm-hmm.
Was that actually what's your sources there?
The Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Bureau of Labor Statistics.
You could just look up unemployment rate in the U.S. during April of 2020, 14.8%. So should we blame that one on Trump?
One second.
Hello?
Sorry, I'm just researching that right now. Yeah, the highest rate of unemployment was around, COVID. It was COVID and then the Great Depression. Those are the two highest peaks, which you can't really blame that on a president. Their reaction to COVID.
Oh, but why? Why? It happened under his presidency. Wasn't like your whole argument because high rates of inflation happened under Biden and Harris's presidency, it was caused by them. So why can I say the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression happened under Trump's presidency, therefore it was caused by him?
Like I said, the reaction to those specific things has impact on inflation. But
So yeah, what reaction did Biden and Harris have to COVID that caused unruly inflation? Because we'd actually see that the U.S. had the quickest response from the global inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. And Samantha, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal, because economics is just feelings, apparently. Samantha, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Samantha in the chat for the $15 on PayPal.
the printing of money through the Federal Reserve.
There was more money printed, a greater increase in the M2 money supply under Trump's presidency. Also, the chairman of the Fed is Jerome Powell. Trump actually wants to keep Jerome Powell. Not to mention, as I've already said, we had the quickest response to the inflation onset by the pandemic. W4 Ranch, please join, out of any other country in the G7.
Okay, what are your policies that you like from Kamala Harris? Like, what are the ones that strictly makes you want to vote for her?
Oh, yeah. Well, how about we talk about what she's already done with Biden, then her proposed policy, where I particularly like the PACT Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the American Rescue Plan. If you'd like me to tell you specifically why I like those policies, I can. But all those policies benefited the low and the middle class more than they benefited the top 1%. Right? So all that I'd ask of you here is, can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get past Will Hughes president that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people?
The PACT Act, I believe, was actually before the Biden administration.
No, that's a lie. PACT Act was 2022.
2022. I think it was 2009.
False.
But 2019, I guess, actually. Sorry, I apologize.
False. The PACT Act that invested $800 million into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits occurred in 2022. Pretty sure there's also two PACT Acts.
There's two PACT Acts, it looks like, actually. My mistake. So what are you expecting over the outcome of if Kamala were to become president? What is you're 19, so you probably don't have kids. Are you living on your own?
Yeah. But what I'd be expecting? I'd be expecting a better off low and middle class. I'd be expecting a better off American people. I'd be expecting lower rates of inflation and a protected and preserved democracy. And I'd also be expecting federal protections for all 170 million American women and girls federally access to abortion. All right. We want to reference economics, right? Kamala Harris has a full fleshed out economic plan that will offer tax cuts to over 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. And this will cost $2.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. And then she also has a plan for exactly how she's going to pay for that by raising things like the corporate tax rate, marginal tax rates on the top 1%, and realized and unrealized personal gains taxes on centimillionaires. So when we reference Trump, he doesn't really have an economic plan. He just says that he wants to replace the federal tax income with tariffs that would cause inflation, would destroy American-owned businesses. And he's going to pay for this how?
That's why I really like the views of RFK. I don't believe that corporate taxing unrealized and realized gains tax is actually going to help with the middle class. Taxes trickle down. Corporations, they make middle class pay for them, especially with all their
so do you think that a higher corporate tax rate would lead to higher rates of unemployment?
Yeah.
Okay, so the lowest rates of unemployment that we've had in the last 100 years were under a higher corporate tax rate. 1960s, 70s, 80s, 35% corporate tax rate. Yeah.
Like I was saying, I don't know about unemployment strats. I was just saying this middle class and the income of the middle class and how it would trickle down. I wasn't talking about unemployment, but
trickle down economics fails. Richard, I appreciate you for the money again. We'd see that before the introduction of trickle-down economics under Reagan, that we saw a 1-to-1 increase in worker wages with worker productivity. After the introduction of trickle-down economics, we saw stagnant worker wages with increases in worker productivity. Trickle-down economics never works.
No, I was just saying if they raised corporate taxes, that always just hurts the middle class, especially small business.
Literally not. Actually false. So, historically speaking, we've always had a corporate tax rate in the 30 to 40% range. That was dropped to 21% by Donald Trump. Harris only wants to raise it to 28%. I think that we could agree that there is something as too much taxes on a business, of course, but I'd say that raising to 28%, the lowest corporate tax rate ever supported and proposed by a Democratic presidential nominee, right, is quite good.
Well, under Trump administration, the tax policies that he had influenced actually helped small businesses with tax deductions. like the Biden administration removing those tax policies hurts our economy a lot more because the consumers are going to be the ones paying.
Oh, so do you think that the Biden-Harris administration removing some of those tax provisions caused like the economy to do bad?
Yeah, I mean that's
okay. So
how
they
it
actually didn't remove any of Trump's tax provisions. We're still under Trump's tax code.
No. They
crazy.
They will. No. I own a business.
Crazy.
I own a small business, and that's exactly what I'm saying. Is the implications of removing those tax benefits actually hurt my business? Not this year.
They actually don't want to. They literally don't want to. So all that they want to do is they want to increase corporate tax rate from 21 to 24, introduce realized and unrealized capital gains taxes, and then renegotiate or allow Medicare a greater ability to negotiate prices with pharmaceuticals. This will raise $2.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years, and this is how they intend to pay for things such as an increase in the child tax credit to $6,000 for newborns, $3,600 from an individual from the age of 1 to 5, then $3,000 from an individual of the age from 5 to 17. This is how they're going to pay for things such as no tax on tips for service workers. This is how they're going to pay for things such as a $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers buying newly developed property. All right, like this is not going to serve as a detriment to the low and the middle class. But you know what will is
no tax on
federal tax incomes with tariffs. That will serve as a detriment to the low and middle class.
Do you? Oh,
We've
sorry.
done that before, and I don't think that would be. I can't predict how that would affect tax.
Malika, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get at least 100 W's for Malika in the chat for the 1 second, man. Thank you for the $25 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that, Malika. Massive W's in the chat for Malika. I really appreciate you for the $25.
Elizabeth, also $25. Thank you very much. That covers one booking fee for an unhoused person. So thank you so much. I had a question for you, quick blank name. Do you have an LLC or a C Corp?
It's an S Corp.
S Corp. So then you'll have some flexibility whether you file with as a sole proprietor versus like getting taxed on your corporate income and your dividends, right?
Yeah.
Right. So then an increase on the corporate tax rate wouldn't really affect you because you could just file off of your personal dividends rather than just your corporate income.
Not necessarily. I have to set my salary as a realistic salary. And I've had some tax problems with that specifically, trying to move numbers around there. It's not as simple as you would think, but next year we're actually planning for, there's a good tax deduction that we get through the Trump administration that's like 20% to help with like employees.
Dory, thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo, saying that I need to leave because I'm losing brain cells. I'm so sorry, Dory. Hopefully I can help you regain some brain cells. But thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents. Thank you.
A lot more information. I didn't realize I was going to be selected, so I got a little nervous and a little jumbled around. But those tax policies that Trump had that Biden is.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Would you ever vote for someone that's attempted to stage a coup to overthrow a government and like rig the outcome of an election?
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that. Like I said, I don't respect Trump. I'm just looking at my business and my family and the economy.
Would you vote for someone who's attempted to stage a coup to overthrow a government and rig an election?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so those are all things that Trump did. So does this mean that you will not be voting for Trump?
See, the war on media actually is a really dangerous thing happening right now because of, Facebook and a lot of different social medias in the federal government trying to have more control and censorship and the media that's being promoted, like CNN, how they
so censorship is bad. So when Trump tried to censor the voice and the vote of every single American citizen who voted in 2020 by telling his VP to certify fake Trump votes that him and his team had fraudulently made and cast to Congress, was that bad?
I am unaware of that. Like I said, I'm not a complete Trump fan. I'm going to be voting for Trump because I want the...
Well, that's logically contradictory because you said that you wouldn't vote for someone that's attempted to stage a coup to overthrow a government and rig an election.
Well, no, that's
Donald
not
Trump
contradictory because what I was saying is with the media and how they portray a bunch of different things, a lot of things are cut out of context, and you can't actually prove that that's true. I know
we can't prove that this is true because Trump is arguing that it's true. Trump is arguing to the Supreme Court that these are things that he has done, but he should be immune from criminal repercussions for them, specifically because they should be considered an official act of his presidency.
Arguing to the Supreme Court. I don't know what you're referring to.
Like Trump about the January 6th indictments, he's made the argument that, yeah, he sent fake slates of electorates to cast fake votes into Congress. Yeah, he told his VP to certify those fake votes. Yeah, he used the riots on January 6th to pressure Republican senators into delaying the vote. But he should be immune from all these things because the election was stolen from him and he was just verifying the results. Right? So yeah, he did try to stage a coup to overthrow a government in a rigged election. And if it's the case that you would never vote for someone who's done those things, right, it would logically follow that you therefore never vote for Trump.
There's no verified evidence that Donald Trump used fake votes in any election. There's allegations, but there's also allegations from Joe Biden as well.
No, 1 second. There is verified evidence, and there were never any voter fraud allegations about him using fake votes. But yeah, so here's Trump's lawyer literally going on CNN and explaining to the news anchor, right, that him and Donald Trump, who's representing, are like currently like seeking immunity for sending the fake or alternate slates of electorates to 7 different states.
Conduct, the immune acts in the indictment are stripped away, that Jack Smith doesn't have a case, that this case should be dismissed on that basis. I don't think there's sufficient private conduct here to support the indictment, to support the ongoing prosecution. And that's what we're going to be litigating in front of the district court now.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors. And as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably Ulysses S. Grant, to ensure the integrity of prior elections. So we believe the assembly of those alternate slates of electors was an official act of the presidency. That's what we argued before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has reserved that issue for determination.
Do you get a lot of your information from CNN?
No, this is the only piece of information that I take from a screen grab of CNN because that's Trump's lawyer going on CNN and talking to the news anchor.
I'm not going to take anything from CNN and use it as evidence. I think if you had a source, like an actual source, or like a statement that's online, because CNN has been known for cutting things out of context, especially Fox News too. I don't believe in anything from CNN and Fox News. That is the most censored media. No, that's the most censored media where they actually take things out of context, or
his legal representation went on CNN and talked to the CNN news anchor to answer questions to resolve the negative connotations associated with their fake electorates plot. It backfired and failed.
Well, if
the name of the news organization doesn't matter,
absolutely.
Why does the name of the news organization
matter? There should
matter?
absolutely be statements from the lawyer. There should absolutely be something else other than an interview.
There is. You could reference literal court documents.
Okay, then why did you reference CNN and not the court documents?
Because this is his lawyer talking about what they argued in court.
Well, like I said, there should be absolute statements in court documents.
That is a statement made by his legal representation, by his current legal representation.
I guess you're probably not aware that CNN represents a lot of Democratic.
Bro, of course I'm aware. I'm aware of what CNN is reporting. Listen, one second. I'm talking. Shut the fuck up. If it was nothing more than a CNN anchor talking about how this is something that Trump has done, I wouldn't have played you this clip. The reason I played you this clip is because this is Trump's representation going on CNN to talk about it.
Like I said, man, CNN is known for cutting things out of context and making things look worse than it is.
What the fuck was out of context
there? I don't think you should be getting emotional about this.
What was out of context there? Tell me what was out of context there? That was a consecutive non-cut clip.
CNN says I would actually.
That's not what CNN said, you dumbass. That's what his lawyer said.
Bro, you don't have to get emotional. I think statements other than CNN.
That is not what CNN said. That's what his legal representation said.
Okay.
Are you this dense? That's not what CNN said.
Look,
that's not what the news organization. Shut the fuck up. That's not what CNN said. That's not what the news organization of CNN said. That's not what the CNN. That's 1 second. 1 second. That's not what the CNN anchor said. That's what Trump's legal representative that he had 3 years ago and still has today has said.
the media, CNN, is control of the media that's pushed. I said I look for information that's not based on a very, subjective, media source. That
do you want to see it?
I mean, if you can pull up the documents.
Wait. No. I do want to see it. Like, how can you say, okay, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you Trump's lawyer this time. I'm going to show you it while the clip plays. That right there is Will Scharf. Law, do you know who Will Scharf is?
Yeah, he was who argued the case before the D.C. Court of Appeals.
Yeah, and that's Trump's attorney.
Okay, if this is like absolutely true.
Jack Smith doesn't have a case, that this case should be dismissed on that basis. I don't think there's sufficient private conduct here to support the indictment, to support the ongoing prosecution. And that's what we're going to be litigating in front of the district court now.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors. And as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably Ulysses S. Grant, to ensure the integrity of prior elections. So we believe the assembly of those alternate slates of electors was an official act of the presidency. That's what we argued before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has reserved that issue for determination by the district.
Yeah, that's not sufficient evidence. They were saying new slates of electors, and he said altered state. And did he log off? Oh, there you go.
What is an alternate slate of electors?
I'm not sure what that means, but they were arguing new slate of electors.
An alternate slate of electors is a fake slate of electors. If you knew anything about the John Eastman memos and the emails that were subpoenaed for the January 6 indictments, his legal representation was emailing back and forth, calling them fake slates of electors. Then John Eastman hops in there and he's like, don't call them fake, call them alternate, with a winky face at the end. We even have the fake certificates of ascertainment that they sent to Congress too. Those were also subpoenaed for the January 6 indictment. Right? You could go online and you could look at the fake certificates of ascertainment that they sent to Congress.
Okay.
Tanisha, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, doing the Lord's work, eating these MAGA clowns up there in denial, bro. Denial's a river in Egypt. It's crazy. But thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Tanisha in that chat. Thank you so much for the $25. That means the world to me. Thank you so much.
I feel like if you had another set of evidence, I would actually take that. But I really don't like CNN. They've been known, also Fox News. I feel like they've been known for making things look worse than they are and pushing people into corners to say.
So that was a live interview.
Okay. I mean, did you hear the RFK speech that they cut off when he was talking about big corporations?
No, I wouldn't doubt it if they cut off an RFK speech. What does that have to do with Trump's lawyer being interviewed live by a CNN news anchor talking about these things?
Because, like they said, that they kind of put words in his mouth and pushed him to.
What words did they put in his mouth?
Well, when they were saying, they brought up the new slate of electors.
The fake slates of electors, they did.
They brought it up.
And then what did he say? He said, well, yeah, we're arguing that that was an official act of Trump's presidency.
Yeah, I mean, from what that looks like, I could see how your opinion.
J420, this isn't my opinion. This is literally what they argued to the Supreme Court.
Well, if there is sufficient evidence,
read the January 6 indictments. That's not what CNN
Why
said.
did you show a CNN clip if there's other?
Because that wasn't what CNN said. That was his lawyer talking about the January 6 indictments.
So I've got Trump's motion to dismiss, which you can find on Court Listener, United States v. Trump out of the D.C. This was filed on October 23rd, 2023. In here, the opening paragraph on page 1 is that the core conduct alleged in this indictment relating to the representation or to the presentation of alternate electors has a historical basis that dates back to 1800 and spans at least 7 other elections. There are no other prosecutions in American history related to these types of activities. So that isn't him denying the presence of an alternate slate of electors. That is him saying, yes, I did this, but it's perfectly legal for me to do so.
So, how many other presidents are they referring to that also did that, or how like normalizes that? I'm honestly uneducated on that specific, so I'm sorry. I more join the live for like policies, and like I said, I'm not a huge Trump fan.
I hear you, but and then when you look at the government's response to that, it says, yes, there have been some states that have tried to present an alternate slate of electors, but no president has ever tried to orchestrate an alternate slate of electors. That's the distinction in this case.
Yeah, so just once again, here's the facts that Trump affirms as being true. Trump orchestrated a plan to stage a coup to circumvent our civil and electoral processes, to ignore the voice and the vote of every American who voted in 2020, by rigging the outcome of the election, by making fake Trump votes to be counted as real by Congress on January 6th to be certified into law by Mike Pence, by sending fake slates of electorates.
Okay, well.
And earlier you said that you wouldn't vote for someone that has tried to stage a coup to overthrow our federal government in an attempt to rig an election. This is something that Donald Trump has done. Does this mean that you will not be voting for Donald Trump?
You put words in my mouth. I didn't say that I would. I said that.
You said that you wouldn't vote. I'm not putting words into your mouth. You said that you wouldn't vote for someone that has done these things.
Yeah, but I didn't say that I was aware of Trump doing that and I would vote for him.
So I get you. I understand you're not a huge Trump supporter. It sounds like you're an RFK guy and you followed him over to Trump's side. But at the end of the day, when you check that box, it doesn't matter whether you're the diest hard ultra MAGA-ist guy on the universe, or if you're just plugging your nose and voting for Trump. You're endorsing that man with your support. And if you don't like who he is, you have a choice. You don't have to vote for Kamala. That's not something that you're mandated to do, but you're going to have to look back. And when your kids ask you, who did you vote for this election? It's not going to be like, well, I didn't like it. You're going to have to live with that vote. And you get to do that. That's your call.
So just to clarify, earlier you did say that you want to vote for a candidate who has done these things. Right. It is now quite evident that Trump has done these things. Does this mean you will not be voting for Trump?
I'm going to do a lot more personal research. Obviously, I came into this kind of uneducated on a lot of those things. My personal vote was going towards, my quality of life and people around me and like the things that I know to be true and the policies that will affect me personally, which I think that's what every American would do, is vote for someone who has policies that's going to affect them in a positive way. And so I was mainly looking at the policies. And
what the fuck do you have to say to the 170 million American women and girls that lost their federally protected access to healthcare? Like, what do you have to say to the low and the middle class that would be disintegrated by replacing the federal tax income with tariffs? What do you have to say to the business owners that would be destroyed because they're no longer able to export their goods, that caused farmers to go bankrupt while Trump was president? What do you have to say to the stress testing and attempted coup to overthrow our democracy? There has to be a point. There is no red line in the sand for you, and that is the issue, right? I feel as if the political scene in America today has almost turned into like the UFC or the NFL, right? You choose a team and you stick with them no matter what to the end, even if you know that they will not be a benefit to you or to the people around you because you're so deeply ingrained with your own biases. And that's the problem. And we even demonstrated this on live. You said with conviction that you would never vote for someone that has attempted to overthrow a government and rig an election. Now you're saying, well, now that I figured that Trump has done that thing, now you would, right? It is about tribalism, bias, and ignorance.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you for, giving me more information on a lot of different things. I actually love debates to hear both sides because I'm not like going to strongly.
Well, appreciate you for coming up, man.
Yeah.
All right, real quick before we do move on to Brad, Veronique, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying this debate is gold, guys, clueless. Deadass, I appreciate you for the $10. Let's get some W's for Veronique down below in the comment section. And Letitia with a $25 on Venmo, saying to keep going. Letitia, I really appreciate you for your support. Veronique and Letitia, I appreciate the both of you guys so very much.
Liz, $25 here. Thank you very much. Melissa, $10, and Midnight, $10 as well. Thank you very much. It will be put to good work.
It is absolutely y'all's continued support that allows me to come on here and continue to do this every day, and I'm so appreciative for it. Thank you, everyone that has showed support on the Venmo and PayPal in the bio. It means the world to me, and that is a great way to support me because I keep 100% of the proceeds on this platform compared to about 30 here on TikTok. Anyways, what's up, Brad? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, unfortunately.
All right. Why are you voting for Trump?
It's the lesser of the two evils at this point.
Why so?
It's sad that the greatest country in the world, and this is the two candidates we have to represent us.
Yeah, why would you say that Trump is the lesser of two evils, though? So, did the rapist felon wannabe dictator that has sexualized little girls and sexualized his own daughter and boast about grabbing women by the pee-wee without consent, that also denied housing opportunities to black people in the 70s and said that because of Barack Obama's black, he shouldn't be able to run for president.
There's also a lot of prominent black people that spoke out in favor of him.
Just like there was prominent women who spoke out in favor of misogynistic legislation in the 1920s that would not allow women the right to vote. That doesn't mean that it wasn't misogynistic then, just like it doesn't mean that Trump's not racist now.
I guess if you're looking for something, you can find it anywhere if you look hard enough.
Where do you find a civil court that's held her liable for like rape? Where do you find any evident and obvious reference of racism, misogyny, or sexism or xenophobia coming from Kamala Harris?
Well, when she was AG, she held a lot of people for an extended period of time.
Well, make sure not to say the name of any drugs.
Yeah. Yeah, and she thought that was funny, that she's partaken in such,
So
while she's prosecuting people for doing the same thing.
Oh, you're talking about the use of the M drug?
Yeah.
So specifically speaking, there's only like 45 people sentenced during her time as AG for the use of this. Then secondarily, she never laughed at that. In fact, she advocated for the end on the war on drugs in 2014. And then while she's in the Senate in 2018, actually sponsored federally legalized the use of the M drug.
Yeah, and you're very, every time I've seen you, you're very proud of the Inflation Reduction Act, right?
Yeah, I think that the Inflation Reduction Act was a good one.
And a big part of that was to be able to track and tax people that make tips, correct?
Incorrect.
Incorrect?
Super duper incorrect, yeah.
Are you sure about that?
I'm positive. I've read the entire bill. I mean, do you want to? So all that it did was it delegated an additional $80 billion in funding to the IRS, right? And specifically speaking, they included that in the Inflation Reduction Act because when people spend more in taxes, when they pay their fair share, right, in accordance with the current tax code, well, it ends up reducing consumer spending, which in turn reduces inflation. There's no specific reference to tips, gratuity, or service workers anywhere within the Inflation Reduction Act, and it was more so just a broadband increase in funding to the IRS as a whole.
Yeah, and they put in systems to better track and tax tip wages.
False. No. What page of the Inflation Reduction Act speaks about service workers, gratuity, or tips? It doesn't.
As I'm sitting here looking at my phone right now.
It's because it doesn't exist. I've looked through the entire bill. All right, Brad. What's up, Z-Girl? Are you voting for Trump? Well, Z-Girl's not even here. Would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for sexual abuse? Okay, Brad actually just left as well.
Crash and burn.
Crash and burn, man. Crash and burn. What's up, Eva? Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not voting for either one, but I talked to you.
I appreciate you for coming up, Eva. Please vote for Harris. Moving on to our next guest here. Everyone just give us 1 minute to get our next guest up in the box, y'all. If you are a MAGA and you want to come up, let us know down in the chat. I would love to get our next guest up in the box, so everyone do just be patient while we are doing so. I feel like no one today has been extra crazy. Have we had a lot of crazy guests today? What's up, Duncan? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, hell no. Hey, real quick, I had one context thing and logged.
I'm so sorry, Kevin. I'm so sorry. You sound like a great guy.
Go ahead, send me a message. I'm glad to respond to you there.
Yeah, send him a message. Join the Discord. I'm sorry. Unintelligent but not crazy. I know, for real. For real. All right, everyone just give us a minute to get our next guest up in the box, y'all. Everyone just be patient while we got our next guest loading in. Y'all already know how it goes. Okay. All right. Everyone just be patient, y'all. Everyone just be patient. Yeah, we don't have a lot of crazies today. Unfortunate.
I haven't even had one good border conversation yet. This is...
I know. It's a weird day. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, they're not even here. Barry, are you voting for Trump?
Fuck Donald Trump. Yeah.
Hey, Cam, thank you for the $5 on Venmo asking me, am I planning to do a live during the ballot count in November? Absolutely. Are you kidding me? What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I would say so.
All right. Well, now, why in the hell would you be doing that?
Something I could say, though, just a quick reference. I know you're saying, why are we voting for a criminal or sexual, what he was crying for. But in our day and age, we watch movies from criminals. There's a lot of movies that directors have been accused of sexual abuse, and we still watch the movies. So when we watch a movie, we don't watch it because of the criminal, but we just watch it because. So we could say that for Trump. I'm voting for Trump just because, not because he's a criminal, but because certain things that might favor a certain individual. So that's something I do want to bring in. Robert Jr., he's a drug addict. He was in
Okay. Movie actors and directors don't run the fucking country.
They don't, but we're supporting. So if I watch a movie, I'm supporting a criminal. So maybe are you guys going to watch? So let me ask you guys a question. Will you guys watch a movie from a criminal?
Sure. I've watched movies from the Weinstein Company before, and I don't lose any sleep over it.
So same thing. That will be my same answer. I will vote for Trump, and I'm going to sleep quietly because the government should put him in jail.
Wait, but I want to advocate for further. Wait, but 1 second. Even like for like these movie producers that have committed crimes, I want to advocate for them to produce more movies.
Yeah, but they're still criminals. Even there's Chick-fil-A. They're Christian. They don't go with LGBT. They don't approve same gay or lesbian. That's their priority. I'm still gonna go buy Chick-fil-A because I'm hungry. I'm just gonna go buy it. Same thing with Trump. I'm not gonna focus on the things he did. I'm just gonna vote for him and go from there. I know the directors or actors are not running the country, but the same thing. Trump, he's just a tool.
It's not even remotely the same thing.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, like the only difference there is like platforming. The only difference there is like platforming a rapist into the highest position of power available to any person on earth, such as the presidency of the United States of America. It tells men that they could go out, rape women, be held accountable for it in a court of law, and still like chase their hopes, dreams, and aspirations, and be accepted into the social circles around them. Meanwhile, their victims would be denied by the social circles around them. And I think that's why this is a really important consideration, because of the further harm that it would perpetuate against women and against victims as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, it does. That was just a point I wanted to bring. I'll be honest. I'm saying I'm voting for Trump. I'm still 80%. I'll be honest.
So why are you voting for Trump?
You know what? I've been a Democratic for a lot of years. I voted for, all the Democratic parties, Obama. I voted for Hillary. It's just...
that doesn't tell me why you're voting for Trump, with all due respect.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm voting for Trump just because we need a change to the country. Meaning, we
need a destroyed low and middle class. We need our democracy to be further stress tested. We want to give them another chance to try to overthrow the government. We need less women to have legal representation and rights. We need more social attacks on, on already marginalized and disenfranchised groups in America. Is that what you're saying?
No, not in particular. I'll be honest. Like I said, I'm not too familiar with all the policies. That's why I'm in the chat right now. I'm still debating what to do. So I'm to be honest.
How is he going to change our country in like a positive way?
I would say bring the work back to the United States from third world countries. I'm actually originally from Guatemala, so I know there's a lot of
destroy American-owned businesses. Tariffs destroy American-owned businesses.
Like, we should bring back the jobs back to the U.S. All the companies that are overseas that pay people $3.50 from companies.
How is he going to bring jobs back to the U.S.?
I mean, that's something that he did say he wants to do. I don't know how he's going to do it, but I'm pretty sure he's something that he wants to bring our economy back. And,
He bankrupted farmers when he was president last time. Like last time he was president, he bankrupted farmers by placing tariffs on China, which reduced agricultural exports. He literally had to sign in a bill to bail out billions of dollars to farmers that he bankrupted.
Yeah, that's something also,
just
that's
because
something
Trump
I don't
says
know,
something
but
doesn't mean it's something he's going to do.
Got it. No, I get it. The only thing is the 4 years that passed with Kamala and Biden, I haven't really seen anything positive.
Okay,
I haven't seen anything positive.
They've passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history, right? Like Chips and Science Act, bringing manufacturing jobs back to here at home in America, right? Specifically, we're going to be producing 20% of the global chip supply by 2030. The PACT Act invested nearly $1 billion into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits to provide better benefits to more veterans, right? The infrastructure bill invested $1 trillion into local communities across the U.S. to spur their economies and to create construction jobs. Right, the Inflation Reduction Act, investing millions of dollars into renewable energy resources to reduce inflation in the long term by addressing supply chain issues now. Right, name one bill that Trump influenced to get passed that you thought was good.
Yeah, you got me there. You got me there. Like I said, I've been listening to you, the last couple of hours right now. So I will stay.
Okay. We're going to move on to our next guest here. He didn't really have much. Everyone just give us a minute. Also, am I lagging at all?
It got choppy there for a minute, but you seem okay right now.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi cut out, so I'm on cellular data, but Wi-Fi's back.
Here we go.
Wi-Fi's back. All right. If you are MAGA, let me know in that chat, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go and pull you up. Also, guys, is Parker alive yet? What's up, Christian? Are you voting for Trump? All right, moving on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. No, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Of course I am.
You're also driving. Moving on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a minute, guys. Everyone be patient while we get our next guest up in here, guys. If you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. We're going to go on to our next guest here. We may even hit a little bit of a restart on the stream. I'm not going to lie.
Hey, Fred. Last week.
Hey, what's up, howdy?
He told me all the things still the same.
Also driving, bro? Crazy. Moving on to our next guest here. Why can't I kick Hicks? What the fuck? There we go. That's weird.
All right. Well, while we're waiting for Parker to come on, while Dean is choppy a little bit, you might be coming back now. Everybody tap that screen, please. We have 4,400 people in here. Just fill up that bar one time. That's all I'm asking for. If you want to act like a blue state and give to a red state, you can fill up the bar 2 times. That would be very helpful. Dean is checking his Wi-Fi connection. We appreciate you.
Am I back now?
I hear you. I don't see you. It still says you're paused.
Okay. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, something weird is going on with my router. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to be back in 30 seconds. I'm just going to go check on the router. So for the 4.4 thousand people in here, we're just going to hit a little quick restart on the stream. So make sure to come right back in the live, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and continue the debates per our usual schedule. So I will see you all here in about 20 seconds. Just click on my profile, watch my recent video. I'll be back online. And when I am back online, make sure to come right back in. Do double tap on the phone screen. Do hop in the queue if you're voting for Trump and share the live out with a couple friends. So I'll see you all in like 20 seconds. Thanks for coming up, Law. All right. See you guys. Everyone, what's up? Faye, Ari, Tracy, Laura, Stephen, Gianna, Keeks, Ari, Savannah. What's up, Fickle and Lily? Everybody tuning back in. Welcome back in. We had to hit a little bit of a restart there. I think we figured our issues out, though. We are going to go ahead and hop right back into the debate. So if you are MAGA and you want to come up in here and debate, let me know in the comment section literally right now, folks. We are just going to go ahead and pick it up right off where we left off. So once again, guys, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen, sharing that live, copying the link as well. Everything and anything we could do to kind of, help get the live sent out across the For You page is good. So yeah, feel free to help me out within that respect. We are of the night. So once again, if you are voting for Trump, make sure to hop in the queue. What's going on, Thomas? How old are you?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you
Hold
voting
on
for
1 second. 1 second.
Oh.
All right.
I can hear you. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am voting for Trump. Yes.
Okay.
It won't
why,
matter much. I live in Texas, and Texas is going to go Trump anyway.
Why are you voting for Trump?
Okay. Do you want to know economic issues or social issues or states' rights? How would you? A multitude of reasons.
Well, I mean, you could, start it off wherever you'd like to.
Gosh, I would say that probably the top three reasons. I'll be real brief. I would say on most hot button issues like abortion, LGBTQ. I'm a states' rights guy. Let the states do what they want. I'd say I oppose most forms of gun control.
Oh, wait, let's start there. Do you think that abortion is murder?
In most cases, yes.
But yet you think it should be left up to the state. So you think that murder should be left up to the state?
Well, I mean, I think every state government, I think every government on this planet would agree that killing a fully developed human who is outside the womb is against the law. Where the debate occurs is at what point in a pregnancy can you terminate, and for what reasons can you terminate?
Yeah,
There's
but you're saying that
obviously
abortion is murder, and you're saying that it should be left up to the state. The logical conclusion would be here is that you think that murder should be left up to the state.
Well, I would say that in most cases, abortion would be a form of murder. Probably not murder in the criminal sense that we're used to, because there are differences between life inside and outside the womb. But I don't think that anyone would ever argue that somebody 10 minutes before they come out of the womb, they're not really a child. So where do we really draw the line there? That's why I think that the states are the best at drawing a line and passing laws.
I think
we
that
can have all sorts of different laws because we're never going to have a moral consensus.
I think that access to abortion should be federally protected. I think it's a bare necessity for women. Access to healthcare is a human right, and I definitely believe that to be true. I don't think that women in California should have different access to healthcare than women in Idaho, Kentucky, or Texas. And I think that all things considered, right, elective lethal abortions until about 20 weeks are not immoral and should be left up to the individual woman. And I think that is something that we should advocate for. In fact, I'd say that leaving it up to the states ultimately just leads to less women having access to healthcare, and that on its own is a travesty.
Okay, let me ask you this then. You said up to 20 weeks. If someone aborted their child in the 7th month, 8th month, would you define that as murder?
Yes.
Okay, you would. Okay, well, that's interesting because many on your side do not.
Lethal elective abortions after the point in which the fetus would develop the capacity to deploy first-person subjective experiences.
Okay, that's
would
interesting.
Definitely be murder. Yeah.
I did not expect that position from you. That's really, yeah. But now you posed a very interesting hypothetical that I've thought about just a little bit more. Let's suppose a state was crazy enough to say, look, we're just going to allow murder, we're going to allow rape, we're going to allow armed robbery.
I have a question though. I have a question though. Wouldn't you say that any state that allows women access to abortion is allowing murder?
In a sense, yes, but of course the difference. But
so what's the difference between a state allowing people to murder and a state allowing people to own slaves, for instance?
Well, of course, slavery, that's a completely different legal issue because there's an amendment that says we can't have slaves.
Well, I'd say at the end of the day, right?
The Constitution says nothing about abortion. You know that.
Well, this isn't a legal argument, right? This is more so precedent set by the statements in which you're making, right? If you'd say that murder should be left up to the states, why would you say that slavery shouldn't?
Well, I mean, you're asking me to make a completely moral and not a legal argument, but that's difficult to do since we have a Constitution. And I believe that all laws in America come from the Constitution. So, I mean, theoretically, if you were to have states that allowed slavery, they would fail.
Do you think that slavery should be left up to the state?
No, I would not.
Okay, and why would you say that?
Well, first of all,
because
our Constitution says...
I wouldn't say it's because
I'm not allowed to make a legal argument, even though I love the law.
I wouldn't say that the Constitution directs what we should or shouldn't do. Before slavery was strictly outlawed, given the Constitution, I'd still say that individual states shouldn't have the right to allow individuals to own slaves, right? Just because I'd have some moral premise that would lead me to that conclusion. It looks like he left. I mean, I don't feel like he left there. You probably accidentally swiped out. Chat. What was his name? Just. Can y'all remind me of his name? I don't feel like Thomas. His name was Thomas. Thomas, if you hear me, you probably accidentally swiped out. I don't really feel like he left, so yeah, hop back in the queue, man. We're going to move on to our next guest at this point, y'all, for the 2,000 people that have rejoined us today. I'm a bit tired, but make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen, folks. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not. I'm voting for Kamala, and you rock, team. Where's my?
I appreciate you for the love. W's in the chat for the guest. I appreciate you so much. We're gonna move on to our next guest at this point, y'all. If you are voting for Trump, make sure to let me know. Literally right now in the comment section. Spam MAGA. Pretty tired today, guys. Pretty tired. What's up, Jeffrey? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Jeffrey's not here. We're gonna move on to our next guest. We've had like weird fucking guests all day long. I don't know. I may call it in like the next 40, 50 minutes or so. What's up? You're still fucking driving. You have been hopping in my queue repeatedly, and you've been driving for like 3 hours. Holy shit. We're gonna move on to our next guest. Seriously, that last guest has repeatedly joined my queue for like the last 3 hours, and every single time I've pulled them up, they've been driving. What's up, Scott? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
All right. Why do you want to grape us in the Oval Office?
Why do you want Kamala in the office? What her promises are, what she's going to do when she gets elected. She's been in there for 3.5 years and hadn't done shit.
Well, that's not true, right? So she passed a tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act that specifically benefited American citizens by investing millions of dollars into renewable energy resources now to address supply chain issues in the long term to reduce inflation. She cast more tie-breaking votes in the Senate than any other VP that we've had in the context of American history, and her and Biden influenced some of the most monumental legislation to be passed in modern U.S. history.
What has she done at the border? That's my main concern right there.
Yeah, influenced bipartisan legislation through the House and the Senate that ultimately failed because Trump called the Republicans and told them not to pass it, so the Democrats didn't get a win.
Well,
and of course, Biden's executive order that calls crossings to decrease by 55%.
If it wasn't for all the stuff the Democrats were trying to sneak in on that bill, it would have passed.
Oh, what did they try to sneak in on that bill, sir?
All the extra money that they tried to send to Ukraine.
Oh, it's really funny that you say that it would have passed without that, because what happened is Lankford's border bill was revised to not include the border provisions and just include the funding for Ukraine and Israel, and then it passed. And then we saw another member of the Senate repropose, right, Lankford's border bill without the extra provisions for funding for Israel and Ukraine, and it failed because word got around that Donald Trump wanted it to.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know all the stats like you do, but I know that she's not liked where I'm from, and I don't see how I don't see where she's done anything.
I literally told you.
They're the worst presidents we've had.
Okay, no, they've been one of the best presidents. Name one policy that they've influenced to get past that you think was bad. Okay, and he left. He ran away. He gonna handle it. He gonna handle it, chat. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone, give us a second. Let's go and see what Miss Marie has to say. Yeah, that she's not liked where I'm from comment. That just screamed like racism and misogyny. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
I am. I live in a swing state, and I was going to vote for RFK, but now I'm going to vote for Trump.
Yeah, I have a question. So why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist and has a long history of ill-will treatment towards women, including the sexualization of little girls and sexual violence such as rape towards adult women.
Because I care more about the health of children.
Oh, well, if you cared about the health of children, you would vote for Harris because she wants to keep the Federal Board of Education that provides free school lunches to our youth, and she doesn't want to tax the hell out of the low and the middle class, right? Specifically through tariffs that would allow parents to buy better, like higher quality foods for their kids as well.
Harris works with Big Pharma, so and gets money
She
from
works
them.
with she works with Big Pharma to reduce the amount of money that the American public has to spend on it. She already has said that she wants to allow Medicare a greater negotiation ability to negotiate the price of pharmaceuticals, right, for consumers, right? And additionally, she's already said that she wants to come out with a cap of $2,200 insofar as that being the absolute max that any American citizen should be spending on pharmaceutical drugs that are required to live. Don't run away now.
I'm not running away. Sorry about that.
Right. Then also, if we want to talk about the health of children, well, then maybe you should vote for Harris as well because she wants to fight for federal protections for access to abortion, right? Because when pro-life legislation is introduced, the American dynamic shifts away from financially well-off adults that desire to start a family that consent to having kids to forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls into becoming parents because the state isn't allowing the woman the access to healthcare that she deserves, right? What do you think that's going to do for the health of children? Literally forcing unwanted children into unready households. That's going to be detrimental for their health.
So, yeah, when I'm picking the person I'm going to vote for, as far as policies, abortion is probably on the bottom of my list.
Wait, but why? I thought that you cared about the well-being of our youth.
I do, and they're being poisoned.
Being poisoned by what? The MAGA mind virus? By propaganda, by misinformation, by lies?
No, have you seen the ingredients of foods in our country compared to Europe?
Oh, the ingredients. Okay, so what's one proposed policy by Donald Trump to ban ingredients in our food?
Well, I'm voting for Donald Trump because RFK joined his campaign, and he's
because RFK is a shill. Because
and
RFK
he's
is a shill.
specifically going to pick his cabinet members to go after Big Pharma.
Wait, but what's his plan to go after Big Pharma?
What's
his
RFK's plan?
No. What's Trump's plan to go after Big Pharma?
RFK is going to pick his cabinet members.
RFK is going to pick Trump's cabinet members?
Yes.
Why would you say RFK is going to pick Trump's cabinet members?
Because that is the plan.
That's the plan? Can you give me a source for this plan?
Sure.
One grapist picking another grapist's cabinet members? That sounds terrible.
Is RFK a grapist?
Yeah, for sure. He was interviewed, and during the interview, he was asked if the allegations of him raping his old nanny were true. And then he said, well, I'm not a church boy. I have a hell of a lot of skeletons in my closet. If they could vote, I'd be the next president. And Purdy with the 22 gifted subs. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W's for Purdy in the chat with the 22 gifted subs. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the love, Purdy. Massive W's down below for Purdy. I really appreciate you for the love. W's for Purdy all day, every day. I need to make Purdy your own sub emote. Thank you so much, Purdy. Yeah, then also, if you cared about, like protecting our youth, well, I mean, what do you support? Like stricter gun regulation and gun control, as guns are the leading cause of death for our youth?
Guns are not the leading cause of death for our youth. Fentanyl is the leading cause of.
Oh, and you fucked it up. Goodbye. You cannot say the name of any DRUGS on the live. F1 in the chat. F1 in the chat, dude. Holy shit. F1 in the chat. 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 Uh-oh. I hope that I got her soon enough. Shit. Okay. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
I'm actually undecided. I live in a state that's mainly red, so my vote really isn't going to push much. I just had a question for you, and I mean, totally respect. I'm not trying to stop what you're doing, and I'll get off real quick, okay?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, cool, man. I respect what you're doing, but I just wanted to know, like, you personally, and if you can't say this, I understand. But like, if you could go back to like a primary with the Democrats, is there like another person, like a second place to Kamala that you would be for?
Yeah, Pete Buttigieg. Great question. Appreciate you for asking.
That's what
W for Pete Buttigieg. He's awesome. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. But hopefully I can make you a decided voter. I guess we'll see. If you guys want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio. Get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. Also give you a shout out. Could read off a message that you could attach as well. Supports me greatly. What's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump? All right, Don's on the live, guys. If you're voting for Trump, hop in the queue and spam MAGA in the chat. We're going to move on to our next guest literally right now, folks. So everyone just give it a minute. Do double tap on that phone screen in the meantime. We're going to move on to our next guest. Everyone give us a minute. We are inviting up our next guest as we speak. All right, for everyone spamming MAGA down below, I got you. All right, Marty got you with an invite up. David got you with an invite up. I am inviting everybody up who is spamming MAGA down below. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo saying you just became so much cooler. Go Pete, dude. Literally, go Pete. I love that, man, so much. Thank you for the $10, Jasmine. W's for Jasmine in the chat. What's up, David and Marty? Are you guys voting for Trump?
Of course.
Okay. All right. I don't think Marty's here. So, David, one second. Ryan, thank you for the $25 on Venmo saying that Trump is anti-veteran. Yeah. Should we talk about what happened at the Arlington Cemetery? I think we should. Thank you so much for the $25 though, Ryan. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Ryan. I really appreciate you for the $25, man. It means the world. David, why are you voting for Trump?
Oh, well, I actually am an ex-gay, so I kind of want to ensure that all the other gays that have
Are you
you know,
trolling?
not found Christ, they just need to get out of here, you
Are
know.
you trolling?
No, I'm being serious. What the hell? Why would I be trolling?
Okay, so you are okay. Okay. Um
Yeah.
okay. So okay. Well, okay. And you think that Trump is going to help people find Christ?
No, I mean, I hope. I just want, because I know if Kamala wins, the chance of gay people staying in here in America will go up. So
Oh, yeah, it's
they
maybe
just
like we
need to
should
get
be
out
like
of America.
inclusive and inviting to everyone regardless of what their sexual attractions.
No, 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 not at all. Gay people need to leave now
Okay, why?
because it's wrong.
Okay, why is being GAY wrong?
Oh, oh, so sorry, I forgot. It just is everything about it. Name me one good thing about being GAY.
Okay, so you're just saying it just is wrong without good reason. What's
It
the
just
difference between
is.
what's the difference between you saying, well, it just is wrong to be GAY and a white supremacist saying it just is wrong to be black?
Oh, well, that's not the same thing.
If you can't tell me the difference between
That's
you
just
and a white
not the same
supremacist, isn't
thing.
that telling of
Because
your
two
argument?
men, two men being together. is just
Oscar, I really
disgusting.
appreciate you for the $11 and the 11 cents on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. W's for Oscar in the chat. I appreciate you for the $11. Well, I mean, don't white supremacists say the same thing about interracial marriage?
No, no, that's not my argument here. My argument is gay people.
Gerard,
Get
I
them
appreciate you
out.
for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Gerard. Let's get some W's for Oscar and Gerard. Thank you so much for the $15, Gerard. Massive W's in the chat for Gerard. I really appreciate you for the love. So you're saying you think it's wrong because it's gross. So, like
It's
white
disgusting.
supremacists will make the argument that they think interracial marriage is wrong for that same reason. Is there a difference
Well,
between your
There
what's the
is.
difference
There's
there?
a huge difference because
What
gay
is it?
people make the choice. Gay people being gay is a choice.
Oh, so absolutely
I
not.
made a choice. I made a choice to get on my knees and suck all those dicks, Dean. What? What's funny?
Okay, so there's a difference between the sexual activities that you engage in and your sexual attractions. Your sexual attractions define if you're GAY or straight, not not the actions in which you engage in. Right? Like maybe so when I was like I don't know, like 16, let's just assume I was a virgin, but I was only attracted to women. What was my sexual orientation?
You're only attracted to women?
Yeah.
So you're straight.
Oh, and they got banned. I don't know if they were fucking trolling. I just decided to debate them because I thought that it was possible that they weren't. Casey, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents on Venmo saying lesbians for saying. Let's get some W's in the chat for Casey. And Emily, thank you for the $20 on Venmo saying that I'm being
honest. You're still a virgin. You're acting like a politician.
Okay, 1 second. Emily, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. W's for Emily in the chat. Okay, wow. I'm going to mentally prepare for an insufferable conversation. So, hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you said I'm a virgin because I'm acting like a politician. Well, of acting like a politician.
You're not being honest. When the last guest asked you if you lived with your mom and dad, you said no, and we all know you do.
The last guest definitely didn't. I don't remember the last guest
Yes,
asking
come
that.
on. Okay, now you're acting like a politician.
Okay, I just want to clarify here. Like, I currently don't live with my mom or dad. I'm actually staying with
Yes,
my.
you and Parker both live with your parents.
I'd like to
Yes.
clarify. I'll clarify for you. I'll literally clarify for you.
Okay,
So I don't.
do you pay taxes?
Yeah, from the
Prove it.
money I make
Prove
from my
it.
real job.
Prove it.
You want me
I
to like?
don't believe you pay taxes on the money you get.
Okay, then report me to the IRS.
Maybe I already did.
like I don't know what to tell you. Of course I pay. Wait. Would you say I work a real job?
I wouldn't call it a real job, no.
If it's not a real job, then why should I pay taxes?
Because it's the law.
Oh, but if it's not a real job, if
It's
I'm not
not
doing
a
anything
real
productive to
job,
society.
in my opinion.
Okay, what's a real
Someone
job?
else might think it's a real job. I don't consider it a real job.
What's a real job?
Working for a company and actually getting a paycheck with taxes taken out, putting back into the community, that's a real job.
Okay, so if you're not a W-2 worker, you don't have a real job.
Okay,
I don't
so
I don't
you're
think that there's been one
you're
point through
saying-
Donald Trump's life where he's been a W-2 worker.
You're
Does
saying
that mean
you're a
that Donald Trump has
1099
never worked a
worker
true job?
and you pay taxes. Smile
Of
if
course.
you're lying.
Of course I do. Of course I pay taxes.
Oh God, that you don't even have a good poker face. That was bad. Try again. Say it again with a straight face.
Oh my God. Hey, Lisa, thank you for the $35 on Venmo for the taxes. I'm going to use that to pay the tax man. Thank you for the love, Lisa. Let's get some W's in the chat for Lisa. I really appreciate you for the love. Of course I fucking pay taxes.
Why are you cursing now?
Fuck.
Why?
Why did you call me a virgin?
Because you are, and you're smiling.
Teresa, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the real job. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Teresa for the $10 on Venmo for the real job. I just got paid $10 for the real job. Should I pay taxes on that?
Yes, you should.
Okay, and I will for the real job.
But you should.
Wait, earlier I asked you what a real job was, and you said a W-2 employee. So Trump's never been a W-2 employee. Does that mean that Trump's never had a real
No,
job?
he owns a business.
Well, I own a
He
business.
pays taxes.
I own a business. That's what we're doing
And
right
he
now.
pays taxes.
You're currently engaged into my business, and I pay taxes as well, yeah.
You didn't even ask me if I was voting for Trump. First of all, you slipped on that one.
Look at your name, bro.
What does that mean?
You came up here with the Trump attitude, and your name
Oh,
is
shoot.
MAGA
That says mega millions. I meant for it to say mega millions because I won the lottery.
Okay.
It's my bad. It's not supposed to say MAGA millions.
Yeah,
It's supposed to say mega.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am not decided yet, but I'm leaning towards him the more I hear stuff about Kamala.
Okay. Yo, Norma, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo for the real job. I really appreciate you for the love there, Norma. And Natalie, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo for the real job as well. Thank you, Norma and Natalie. And Lynn with the $2 as well. Thank you, Norma, Natalie, and Lynn. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate you guys. So, yeah, why would you say that I don't work a real job?
Why would I say you? Because I don't believe it's a real job and it's going to end soon. Soon as the election's over and everyone starts laughing about all the stuff you said and prove that everything you said was wrong.
Wait, so like, first of all, like I specifically have been running these debates prior to the election season. And Chris, thank you so much for the $11 and the 11 cents on Venmo to 1 second, ma'am. Chris, thank you for the $11 and the 11 cents on Venmo to send to the IRS.
Don't call me mammy. Okay, that's inappropriate.
What do you want me to? Okay, what do you want me to call you? Zachary, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo, saying that I asked her who she's voting for, and they said Trump. Okay, yeah. Thank you for the love, Zachary, and Chris for the money to send to the IRS because of the real job. Go ahead.
What was the question?
I called you ma'am. I'll respect it if you don't want me to call you ma'am.
I don't want to be called ma'am. Call me Tracy.
All right, Tracy. Henry, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I do appreciate you for the love. From Kelsey. Kelsey, thank you so much for the $5. Not from Henry. That's strange. I wonder why that's a name. Thank you so much for the love, Kelsey. Okay, so, yeah. So, I mean, I think the real reason why you say I'm not working a real job is just because you disagree with what I have to say. All right, and specifically speaking...
That's not true. I love what you have to say.
You literally
the majority of the stuff. Some of the stuff is a little ridiculous, like when you're commenting on relationships and family. You're not old enough to have any experience on those things, and I think it's laughable.
Of course I have enough experience to talk about relationships.
How old are you?
Allison, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents on Venmo for the real job. I appreciate you for the love, Allison. And Ginger, thank you for the $2 for her weird interests in Dean's prowess, for real. And Amber, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for dealing with the with the MAGA lunatic. I appreciate you for the love, Amber. That's awesome. Thank you for the love. Yeah, I'm 19.
So, and what do you know about relationships?
I've been in a relationship, although it not be consecutive, for like the last 4 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
anyways,
15.
What does Trump know about relationships? What does Trump know about relationships? He cheated on 3 of his wives, one with a P-star.
So did Kamala.
No. Who did she cheat on? Who did she cheat on?
Oh, honey, yes, she did.
Lindsay, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. This is a gift, so I shouldn't pay taxes on it. Thank you for the love, Lindsay.
She did not have an affair. Her husband didn't have an affair. Neither of them are cheaters.
False. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely true. Right. Then Trump has also raped a woman, sexualized little girls, and boasts about grabbing women by the people without consent. He knows a lot about good values, huh?
Let's agree.
Thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents on Venmo to call her ma'am again. I appreciate you for the love. MW's for M in the chat. Thank you so much for the $6 and the 66 cents to call her ma'am again. And Nita, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Nina with a $20. Thank you so much. Massive W's in the chat for Nina with a $20. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you, Nina. You're awesome. Thank you. God.
Yes.
God.
Yes.
Okay, you're making an argument why Trump isn't like a piece of shit. Take it away.
They're both pieces.
Mary Jo, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for dealing with this trash. Thank you for the love, Mary Jo. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Mary Jo with the $20 on Venmo. Thank you for the love. What was that?
Do you think you could push a woman into a dressing room while shopping with your daughter in a public place?
Day night and it wasn't that busy, and multiple workers did testify to that outside of Eugene Carroll.
Okay, really? You don't? But do you personally find that?
That was literally. No. What I find far-fetched is ignoring the civil court that held him liable for rape, ignoring the criminal court.
No, I'm not ignoring it. I'm not believing any of it. I think that plenty of billionaire and millionaire men. Actually, I know one who's been accused.
Haley, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Ben with the $10 as well, and Kyla with the $10. Thank you so much, Kyla, Ben, and Haley. Thank you all so very much for the love. Massive W's all around. Thank you guys so much, Haley, Ben, and so very much. Massive W's for Natasha down below for the $20. Go ahead. Okay, Nero with the $10 on Venmo as well. She doesn't want to be called ma'am, but calls me honey. Hey, good point, Nero. Yeah, stop calling me honey. Appreciate you for the love. And Clover, thank you for the $5. And Michelle, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. Michelle says you're disgusting for being a grape apologist. And Clover says, I think the guest is blackfishing. I reverse searched her PFP and it popped up. Ma'am, are you black?
Whoa, are you white?
I'm white. Are you black?
Are you white? That is an inappropriate question. I take offense to that. I'm getting you a lot of money right now, okay? Do you see it coming in?
Are you black?
Yes, I am black. What kind of question is that? And what difference does that make, my gender or the color of my skin? How dare you? I take such offense to that.
The way that you're talking about it makes me seem like you're lying.
The way that you talked about not being a virgin and paying taxes make me think that you might have been lying.
Okay, so you're actually not denying the fact that. Why are you lying about being black? Why are you black?
Why would I do that?
Why do you have a profile picture of a black woman when you are not a black woman?
How do you know that I'm not a black woman? Just like I don't know.
Because I just called you a liar. I literally just said that you are lying about being black, and then your response to me was that I was lying when I told you I wasn't a virgin. Okay? Right? If like you were black, that wouldn't have been your response.
Oh God, this is getting so exhausting.
Whoa.
Honey, just keep in mind that I'm getting you a lot of money.
I don't get it. Shut up. Skylar says, Tracy, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying I take great offense that I have the same name as her. Thank you for the love, Tracy, for the $10. Skylar says this is the white lady that said the N-word the other day when you're with Parker.
Oh God, you should see her face right now. Wait, let me screenshot it. Hang on.
Bro, are you the lady from the other?
Good. Why are you saying this and why are you looking like that?
Were you the lady from the other day that specifically continued to call me cute and then turned around and said the N-word?
Absolutely negative.
Wait, what's your name? Like, what's your actual username? Panda Lover Cutie, it is you. Bro, you're fucking sick. I'm gonna kick you, and I'm gonna move on, but before I kick you and move on, I'm gonna tell you how fucking sick you are. Are you kidding me?
Please don't.
The other day you legitimately
Let me tell you how sick you are.
No, the other day, the other day.
Let me tell you how sick
you are. One second. The other day
no one cares. You annoy me.
Of course people care. The other day you came up on my live, right? You told me that I was cute, and then you went on to say the N-word. And now you're coming up on my live with a profile picture of a black woman with some people in the chat saying that that's a picture from an obituary, and you are saying that you are black. You're fucking delusional. Are you kidding me? That's like actually insane. That's actually insane. No, like that's Michelle, I appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo to kick them. They're gone. Thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you for the love. And Susanna, I appreciate you for the $20 as well. Let's get some massive W's for Michelle and Susanna down below. I appreciate the both of you guys for the $20. That means the world to me. Thank you both very much. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest here. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. W's for Susanna and Michelle. And I apologize for letting her stay up that long. I actually didn't fucking know that was the lady from the other day until someone had clarified that to me on Venmo, actually. So I appreciate you, Skylar, for clarifying that to me, and I apologize for keeping her up for as long as I did. What's up, Luke? Are you voting for Trump?
Yo, let me just say this, bro. Why are you wasting your life? You're acting like a sheep.
I'm acting like a sheep. You support Trump. What's one policy that Trump?
I never said who I'm voting for.
Okay, so Luke, are you voting?
I don't understand why do you think that voting for one of these people is gonna affect anything? Like your vote in general.
Yeah, real quick, Luke, are you voting for Trump? If you're not, I'm just gonna move on.
You can kick me. That's fine. You're just a sheep. That's all we need to know. And a snowflake.
Heidi, thank you so much for the $24 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Heidi. Thank you so much for the $24 on Venmo. And Stacy with a $50 on PayPal. Heidi and Stacy fucking going off. Holy shit. Heidi and Stacy, thank you to the both of y'all so much for the insane love. I want to get W's for Stacy and Heidi in the chat right now for the $24 and the $50 on PayPal and Venmo. That is so incredibly kind of you guys. Thank you both so very much. Y'all are awesome. W's for Heidi and W's for Stacy. Awesome. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
My bad, Dean. I want to cuss her ass out.
You know what? Honestly, fucking hell. I would love to bring her out. So
because I was on the last time that when she did say that, I heard her say it. I remember her.
Bro, if you're watching my live, if I see her hop back in the queue, I will intentionally let her up so I can let you up so you can cuss her out. Thank you so much for coming up. Of course, you absolutely deserve to. Mike, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Mike, my man, what's going on? Why are you voting for Trump?
He just seems to be for my views and Miss Harris.
Okay, so the rapist, felon, wannabe dictator on day one more ideologically aligns with you than the woman who wants to preserve our American democracy and fight for the freedoms of all.
She's not wanting to preserve. You don't have any factual statements on that, and you can't prove it.
I can't prove that she wants to preserve our democracy?
No, you can't, son.
That's just like a weird hill to die on. It's just like a really weird hill to die on. Maybe we could just say that past behaviors are predictive of future ones, and Kamala Harris campaigned right as an AG, as a DA, wanted to fight to uphold our legal system and fight to reform it to make it better. Meanwhile, Trump tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government and steal the 2020 election from Biden.
That's just, silly nonsense.
Okay, so words are not silly nonsense when they're true.
How are they true?
How are they true? Because those are events that occurred, and those are events that Trump actually accepts occurred, and he's arguing that he should be immune from criminal repercussion from them.
When Trump went to court...
Oh, Mike is banished. Welcome back.
Sorry
welcome
about that. Got a phone call.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Phone rung. Sorry about that. When Trump went to court, the judge had already tried to find him guilty and not even give his attorney a chance to speak.
He's gone to court so many times, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Which particular case are you referencing here? Maybe let me ask you a question. Would you vote for a rapist?
I'm voting for Trump. I don't know that he's a rapist or not.
Vote for a rapist. Ria, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Ria. Okay, Mike, what's one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president last time that benefited the low and middle class more than rich people?
I can tell you this much. Kamala is wanting to, I'm sorry, Miss Harris is wanting to allow illegal immigrants here. And all that's doing is buying the Democrats' votes and putting new people in on D.C., so they got 2 more Democrats.
Okay, I'm not going to...
As yourself, I mean, you're a smart, college-educated man that's wasting that degree, sitting here taking donations. You don't turn taxes in on donations. Donate me $1,000 and see if I turn it in on taxes. I will not.
Just because you're a bad person and wouldn't report your income to the IRS,
that's
doesn't
not
mean I'm a bad
income.
person and wouldn't report my income.
Donations are not income. Have you ever donated $1 to charity?
It's not dude, charities don't pay taxes on donations because they're 401c3s. They're nonprofit organizations.
I don't care. All donations are non-taxable.
No, that's not true. That's just,
obviously have
that's not true.
Been paying taxes long enough. Go ask your mother and father.
Go ask my mother and father what?
About paying taxes on donations.
Okay, buddy. I'm going to go ahead and refute this with Trump's own proposed policy. Trump has proposed that he doesn't want to tax tips.
And I know you and Parker don't pay taxes as roommates.
1 second. I just want to clarify. Trump is pushing for legislation so tips won't be taxed, meaning tips are currently taxed. Does that make sense?
Most people have to turn in their taxes.
Oh wait, you know what? You should turn on your camera, Mike.
I will.
Kathy, thank you so much for the $75 on PayPal for the non-taxable income. Thank you so much for the love, Kathy, with the $75. Holy fuck. Thank you so much for the love. I want to see at least 500 billion trillion W's in the chat for Kathy. Thank you so much for the 75. Parker, fuck you. Fuck you, Parker. Don't worry about it. Anyways, Kathy, thank you so much for the $75. Parker, fuck you.
Or yelling contest.
Oh, let's have a good conversation, not a yelling contest. So, Mr. Mike, what is one policy that the Biden-Harris administration has influenced to get passed that you really just thought was terrible? Truly terrible. No clue, right? But they're so bad. They're so bad.
There's no policy that I think that's bad because they don't really do policies. That's the Congress, Senate.
No, they influence policies, okay, right?
Yeah,
And then second of all, do you think that violent...
Nothing. But my main one, if you can't already tell, is my First Amendment.
Your first... Oh, okay. Well, Trump doesn't like the First Amendment. In fact, he wants to put people...
The Second, Third, Fourth, and the Fifth.
Mike, so Trump actually doesn't like the First Amendment? He wants to put people in jail?
No, Trump don't. Trump don't.
Okay, so you... oh, dude, you cannot have that on live.
Oh, but I can.
Bro, Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't because Joe in the hole has got to go because of that. Trump don't mind. You go to Florida and you'll get your ass pew-pewed.
What?
You break into somebody's house in Florida, it ain't like the rest of the world. We ain't in California here, buddy.
Okay, so you just want to kill people?
If they break onto my property, you damn right I do.
Okay. Do you think that violent sex offenders should be able to buy and own guns?
Violent anybody? No, they don't.
They shouldn't. Okay, so then why would you say so? Trump shouldn't be able to own a gun, but he should be able to have access to the nuclear codes?
What the hell has Trump done that's violent?
Yeah, he's raped a woman. Then also
he paid for hush money for pussy.
So
he said grab them by the puss. He never.
Can we? How about we don't use that term of reference to refer to women and or their private parts? It's very demeaning. And then additionally, I'm going to be referencing.
You referred to a black lady a while ago as mammy, and that's about as racist as you can get other than the N word. Now, come on, brother.
Okay, so first of all, I referred to her as ma'am, and then second of all, she literally wasn't black.
How do you know her color?
Because I've spoken to her before with her camera on.
Oh, so she's one of these puppets you've got that comes in here and helps you talk, and one of these. Oh, thank you, Stephanie, for the $15 on Venmo app.
Riley, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo. Wait, everyone is telling me to look at your following list. If I look at your following list, what am I gonna find?
You're gonna find a lot of shit on there.
What the fuck is on your following list?
A lot of shit.
What do you mean by that?
Means I don't hide a goddamn thing, you pussy motherfucker.
Okay, calm down, buddy. You're fucking emotional. Okay.
No, I'm just fed up with your fucking lying little bullshit.
Do you need a binky, Mike?
I need a damn vacuum's what I need.
What did you just say?
A vacuum.
A vacuum
to suck all the bullshit out of this room.
Okay. All right, Mike.
Seriously, when somebody tries making a statement that's an actual true statement, you want to bump up and get off that subject.
Okay, you are literally...
That's not just with me. That's with other people that you get in here talking.
LOK, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo saying the mic is in it. 1 second. LOK, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo saying the mic is in it. And Michelle, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. And then M, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well. W's for Mike, Michelle, and M. I'm looking through your following list right now.
That's good. I care about you.
You literally follow 3,000 women.
There's a bunch of guys too.
Tree, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I'm currently seeing if any of them are like underage. Because sorry, Mike.
Underage? There shouldn't be people underage on here.
Okay, so do you deny the fact that you follow women that are girls that are underage?
I didn't verify their age. No, I didn't. There's probably some on there that's my family.
Oh,
shouldn't be underage.
Oh my God.
What do you consider underage? Legal or what?
Oh my God, dude! What a
Seriously.
fucking what a fucking train wreck we have
18, 21. I mean, what do you consider?
It's not subjective. Okay, it's under 18. Right? It's a very objective standard.
Yeah, no, I'm not aware of nobody I'm following under 18.
How many continents are there?
How many what are they?
How many continents are there?
Why does it matter? We're on the one that we're living on. We ain't worried about the rest of them.
We're not worried about the rest of them. I thought that you were pretty worried about like Russia and Ukraine.
I don't give a damn about Russia.
Sydney, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Sydney. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $15, Sydney. So would you say our continent is USA?
Listen, what I was trying to say to you earlier before you Venmo'd at yourself.
I Venmo'd what to myself? I didn't Venmo that to myself. Someone watching this stream sent that to me.
You're a repeater then, whatever. You're yapping in the damn mic over me.
Oh, sorry. I interrupted you, Mike. No, the fuck you don't.
I really do, and I'm trying just to get a point across to you. And I'm sure your parents has already spoken to you. But what the fuck are you going to do when this election's over? I don't give a damn who wins or loses. What are you personally going to do when it's over with?
I'm going to
have nothing in here to argue.
Jonna, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. Yeah, so like specifically speaking, I'm going to continue to do my debate streams, just not necessarily right on these like politically oriented topics. We'll talk more about social issues pertaining to religion.
Unless
Nero, thank you for the $5. Another $5 for myself. I appreciate you for the love. And M, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo to drop the misogynistic MAGA cultists. Olinga, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo saying he follows a trans person. He is so progressive. Thank you guys so much. Should we drop Mike, chat?
Yeah, you might as well because you know I'm speaking the truth and you don't want your feelings hurt.
What is one thing you've said so far?
I know a lot more about you than what you think I do, and a lot more than what you'd want me to repeat in this live station. So let's
Wait, no, say it, air it out, then I'm gonna drop you, air it out.
You want me to really give your parents' name, their address, where they work, what school you attended? Do you really want all that?
Oh wow!
Have you ever stepped foot on a battleground?
So you're saying that you've actually
your side?
That was insane.
You ever done anything?
Lo, thank you for the $2 on Venmo for the restoration of Mike's brain cells, and Kimberly, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying hillbillies for Trump. Okay, Kimberly, thank you for the love. Did you just say that I like? Okay, so
hillbillies for Trump.
Okay, what is my mom's name? Why did you just threaten?
I'm not going to rat you out.
Why did you just threaten me with a baseless threat? Melanie, shut up! Melanie, thank you for the $10 on. Oh. Melanie, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Intermission for Mike. I appreciate you for the love. What did you just say, Mike?
How is it a threat?
How is it? I'm scared of you, Mike. Yo, Lisa, thank you for the $5 on PayPal to check that hillbilly. Yeah, it's a threat because you were like, do you want me to tell you exactly where you live, your parents' names, where they live, your grandfathers, your parents, and your sisters and your cousins?
I know you. I didn't say your sister. Say you putting shit in people's mouths and words.
Where do I live?
Never came out.
Hey. What state do I live in? I say it on live. I say my state on live literally all the fucking time.
From where you live at or where you grew up at, there's a difference.
Either or.
Why don't you DM me and I'll put all your info on there. I'm not going to blast it out.
Shit! No, I told you. I told you.
Way too many Trump people in here.
I told you. I told you. I know. I talk about like the state I live in all the time on live.
This is the first time I've got on your live.
Oh, no. I want you to say the name of the state where I live. You said that you have that information. What's the name of the state?
I'll DM it to you.
No, because you don't have it, because you just lied. That was a baseless threat.
If I gave it to you, you'd turn in another violation on me because you feel like your little feelings are hurt and violated.
No,
you said I threatened you. You yelled in the mic, and I got a little bit louder and yelled back, and I get a violation for it.
Hey, W for TikTok? Okay, W
because
for TikTok?
You're a punk-ass bitch.
Okay, you're just mad that I'm smarter than you? You're just mad that
I'm not mad that you're smarter than me. I just like to clarify. Hey, Mike, I just like to clarify. Fuck up and take the dick out of your ear for a second and listen.
What do you mean by take the dick out of your ear?
I'm man enough to admit you might be more educated than me.
What does that mean? To take the dick out of my ear? What?
Just to shut the fuck up for 2 minutes.
Was that like supposed to be homophobic, but it just like made no fucking sense?
Why are you homophobic? You ever had a gay friend? Okay, you ever hugged another gay person?
Okay, well, first of all, having a gay friend doesn't mean that you're not homophobic. And then second of all, no, I'm not homophobic.
So you've hugged another guy that's gay?
I don't think the qualifier for being prejudiced
it's a simple yes or no question, dude. I thought you were smart and educated.
I mean, the answer to your question is yes, but I don't think that's a qualifier for homophobia.
Well, then what qualifies me for being homophobic? Because I'm not.
Oh, I mean, specifically, you made a reference saying that I need to take the dick out of my ear.
You can't take the pussy out of your ear. I mean, you can't stick a pussy in your ear.
Dude, what the fuck? Okay, we're just, Harley, thank you so much.
Yeah, I know.
Harley, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal for therapy fund for these psychos. Thank you so much for the love. I don't know what the hell's going on, man. Nate.
What's good?
Forgot about you. Are you voting for Trump?
Sure am.
Okay, yeah, why are you voting for Trump? But first of all, Shannon, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo saying the weirdos showed up to the restart. They sure did, Shannon. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. That means the world to me. Let's get at least 100 W's for Shannon down below. Thank you so much for the $25. Someone in the chat says, average Harris supporter, lol. When someone starts talking the truth, they just want to kick them. Please accept my invitation to join. You have to be trolling. Anyways, why are you voting for Trump?
Well, let me ask you, so what are your thoughts on the censorship that was done during COVID?
Yeah, I think that it's completely and totally fine for the White House to recommend, censoring misinformation spread about COVID-19. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. And I think that that had the public health and the interest of public health in mind. But I mean, if you'd say that a negative quality of like the Biden-Harris administration was like censorship related to COVID, well, then why wouldn't you say negative quality related to Trump was the attempted censorship of every American voice and vote in 2020 when he attempted to ignore the vote and rig the election to make himself win?
Yeah. So before we get to that, so there's the censorship part though, and Biden and Harris, I don't think that had much to do them personally with the censorship, but overall, the elites in the deep state, I mean, they censored a lot of information on Twitter. Obviously that was.
How do you feel about Trump trying to censor every American's voice in the 2020 election? He literally wanted to circumvent our civil electoral processes, and he tried to stage a coup to rig the election to make himself win, even though Joe Biden won.
Okay. What tweets are, what are you referring to?
Yeah, sure. Like his fake electorate plot, he sent fake Trump votes to Congress to be counted as real.
He sent fake votes to Congress?
Yeah, to be counted as real, like by Mike Pence certified to make him the next president of the United States of America. That's a fact,
saying he personally sent fake votes to Congress to certify the election?
Yeah, he personally orchestrated a plan to steal the election from Joe Biden. That is true. Uh-huh.
Okay, I've never heard of that. Where's that come from?
Yeah, that comes from like the January 6th indictment that already occurred in his argument to the Supreme Court. He calls it an official action of his presidency.
Yeah, I'd have to look into that because that sounds a little outlandish. How do you even send fake votes to Congress? How does that even make any sense? And
by sending fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast false certificates of ascertainment from the state to Congress to be counted as real. But anyways, so yeah, can you name one policy that Trump's administration passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people?
Well, what's your definition of rich people?
Yeah, top 1%.
Well, I disagree. I don't disagree with that. Yeah, they're definitely rich people, but I think that the Trump tax cuts helped businesses for sure.
Lane, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Yeah, so the TCJA, Trump's tax cuts, disproportionately benefited the top 1%. 83% of the tax cuts in the bill went to the top 1%, and it footed a bill of $1.9 trillion, right, in debt-related spending on our country and only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.02%. So can you name a policy that benefited the low and middle class more than rich people?
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. Like, you're every policy that you're assuming Trump or...
Okay. It got raptured. We're going to move on. We're probably only going to do about another, another like 30 minutes on live here today. If you are voting for Trump, make sure to hop in the guest request. We're going to move on to our next guest literally right now. So for the 4.6 thousand people in here, if you haven't already, make sure to hit the follow button. Apparently, MAGA is back.
What's going on, Dean?
Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Of course I am.
Okay, you sound insane. I could already tell this is going to be an interesting conversation. So why are you voting for Trump?
No. I was just going to come up there and kind of like the, what was that other guy's name said, y'all's narrative is falling apart. Man, all you do is spew all this bullshit. And if some of the followers that are leaning towards Kamala would go over and listen to some of the lives of Trump supporters, you would hear the truth. Even Dr. Phil
Creed, thank you for the $2 on PayPal saying that the racist lady's back in the chat. I say we get her up here and
Kamala
let
and
other
Biden's
lady that
economy
popped up here talk to her.
Was terrible versus Trump's. Even Dr. Phil said it.
Okay, well, Dr. Phil would be wrong.
No, everybody knows it, man.
Yeah,
everybody that goes grocery shopping, I don't care if you're on the right or the left, in the middle, whatever. Everybody that goes grocery shopping, goes and pumps gas, knows that this economy sucks.
Hey, so how did Biden and Harris cause inflation?
I'm not going to get into your little games like that.
It's like a game to have you justify what you believe in. It's a game to have you provide reason for things that you say are true. You call that a game? I call that insanity. You call that a game? I call you delusional. You call that a game? I call you not acquainted with reality, buddy. And Kelsey, thank you for the $42 on PayPal. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Kelsey. 1 second, buddy. Massive W's in the chat for Kelsey and the $42 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. And Tommy, thank you for the $25 on Venmo as well. W's for Kelsey and Tommy right now down below in that chat. Thank you so much, Kelsey and Tommy. Y'all are phenomenal. And Jenny, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. W Kelsey, W Tommy, I appreciate you guys.
Didn't Jack Smith's bullshit fall apart? Right.
Well, Jack Smith's quote unquote bullshit fell apart because the Republican senators didn't think that you could indict. That you could like indict like a former president. So hey, I'm still waiting on your answer to my first question.
Didn't it?
And then they argued to the
Supreme Court.
Yeah, and then they argued to the Supreme Court that Trump did do the things that he was accused of doing, but he should be immune from criminal proceedings because of presidential immunity.
And Trump trying to turn over the 2020 election, that's bullshit.
That's not bullshit. That did happen.
That did not happen.
Of course it did.
It's already out that Arizona, Georgia,
Creed,
Michigan,
thank you for the $1 on PayPal.
all was election fraud.
No. There was no widespread election fraud to overturn the results of the election. That's a fact. And you said that it's bullshit that he sent slates of... One second, Taco. You said one second
that it was bullshit.
Everybody knows. So, Taco, you said that it was bullshit that Trump sent fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast fake votes to Congress. Here's a clip of his lawyer admitting it on air.
That Jack Smith doesn't have a case, that this case should be dismissed on that basis. I don't think there's sufficient private conduct here to support the indictment, to support the ongoing prosecution. And that's what we're going to be litigating in front of the district court now.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors. And as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably.
Is that CNN?
No, that's Will Scharf, Trump's personal attorney.
No. Trump's former.
No, Will Scharf still works with Trump.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, you could read the proceedings from the Supreme Court. Like this was their argument. That was their dissent to the Supreme Court.
Didn't Hillary Clinton do the same thing?
No.
Right?
False. No. Give me one. What's your source, buddy? No, Taco. What's your source, buddy?
Like I said, I've been working.
No. What's your source, buddy?
To pay taxes.
What's your source?
I'm telling you is
no, give me a source. Give me a source. I want a source that Hillary Clinton sent fake slates of electors to states to cast fake votes.
Parker and Harry.
Oh, this shit. No source. His sources, trust me, bro. Zachary, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. Thank you for the $3 on Venmo, Zachary. His sources, trust me, bro. Do you need a Kleenex for the MAGA tears? And he left. And he ran away. Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest runner. We are going to go ahead and move on to the next guest because Taco ran away because he's the world's biggest runner. Let's go to move on. The world's biggest runner. Okay, moving on. Just another loud Republican. Hey, what's up, Samuel?
Hello.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am voting for Trump.
I like your profile picture. Are you like a libertarian, anti-government?
Yes, I am a libertarian, but I'm not.
So then how do you feel? How do you specifically feel about border legislation? Because that's a restriction on the free flow of labor entering into the market. So as a libertarian, wouldn't you say that any border restrictions whatsoever are bad because you're treading on the free flow of labor into the market?
I'm sorry, not like these other like old people who go on rambling, little like talking like right. So I'm an actual person who can hold my own. So here we go. So when it comes to libertarianism, right? Libertarians who just blindly support opening the border are dumb. I'm not a what's called anarchist libertarian. What you're arguing for more is for people who are anarchists. Now, my profile picture is the anarchist flag of libertarianism, but it's like the picture. That's why I have it on there. I'm more of a small government libertarian.
Okay, so then like you'd refute like big government. So you don't think that like the government like state level legislation should be like treading and impeding upon the access to health care of like women, right? Like they should have federally protected access to abortion, right?
Well, I'm a right-wing libertarian, so I support
big government when it's convenient.
What?
You support big government when it's convenient?
I haven't even made an opinion yet, so I don't know how you're attacking something I never said. Like, what are you doing here? I'm confused.
Yeah. So do you like agree with like states having the right to restrict women's access to healthcare or not because that impedes or treads upon women's access to healthcare?
Well, Trump supports that opinion being on the states, and if the people in the states are voting for abortion to be banned, abortion should be banned.
Oh, so like W bigger government.
How's that big government?
Because you're giving the government more control and power to legislate on women's access to healthcare. You're taking the decision out of the hands, right, of the woman and our doctor, and you're placing it into the hands of what? The government.
Can I explain? Okay. So the problem with your argument is that Trump took it away. Well, not Trump. The Supreme Court took it away from the federal government. That's big government. The federal.
Federal protections.
The federal government is big state.
Federal protections. Protections don't equate. One second.
So they
protections don't equate to government.
So they gave it back to the states. So now the states and the people in the states are able to decide what they want. That is small. That's literally the whole argument of small government. Do you know what small government is?
I'd like to say, can I speak or not?
Well, this whole time you've been cutting me off and then trying to choose opinions to me.
Norita, I appreciate you for the $11 on PayPal. Thank you so much for love, Norita. W's for Norita in the chat. Thank you for the $11. Well, the argument that I would make is that federal protections for basic human rights do not prelude to greater government control. In fact, those are protections against government control, right? That's keeping it out of the hands of the white man in Congress. That's keeping it out of the hands of the state, local, and federal legislators. And it's putting it into the hands of every single American woman to make that decision for herself.
What?
Was that like confusing? I thought that was very clear.
It's not very clear at all, but what I'll say is that I don't know how we turn this into a abortion debate. I was going to talk about Trump.
Yeah, why are you voting for Trump?
So the reason why I support Trump is because of his policies. I'm going to answer you before you go on a ramble. His policies on economics, his policies on drugs, because he did have a few on drugs. He released some people who experienced or were victims of the war on drugs. I like his border policy that he had, and actually,
what border policy?
During this, I'm gonna tell you, the Biden and Harris administration. I forgot what it did. What it did was practically, I think it made it faster, the process faster for them kicking people out of the country, or they were, I guess, like had a thing where something about making it more easier to kick them out. But the Biden and Harris administration, they took away the policy and then they brought it back, proving that the policy did work. I think
the name of the policy
for them. I forgot about it, but most likely, if you, I think there's a CNN article and a what's called New York Times article that most people use. If you find it.
I mean, how about you just go on? How about you just go on pause real quick and get the name of the policy? Because if you can name the policy, then I'll know what you're referencing. I'm not asking you to name the policy to be like a jackass to get a gotcha moment. I just actually want to know what you're talking about, right? Yeah, while he's looking for that, we're going to go and get another guest up here as well. Chatty Cathy, I invited you up. I'd love to have you up. All right. Everyone just give us a second to get another guest up. We'll be doing a 2-on-1 here. So everyone just do be patient for a minute. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio. You already know. Speaking of Stacy, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Stacy. Let's get some W's in the chat for Stacy. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that, Stacy. Massive W's for Stacy in the chat. Thank you so much. Okay, I made a promise to a very specific individual, and I think it's time I follow through. Sit your ass on mute. Do not turn on your microphone. I'm not here to listen to you. I'm here to fulfill my promise to a very specific individual.
She did say her name was Tracy, right?
Yes.
Hi, Tracy. Why did you pretend to be a black woman?
I didn't pretend to be a
Yes,
black
you did.
woman.
You had a picture of a
I
black
used
woman
the
as your
picture
profile
of a
picture. And then
black
on top of
woman.
that, not too long ago, I heard you when you were on a live and you had the nerve to act like, say you acting like a black person and let the N word come out your mouth.
Not true.
No. Shut up, girl. Shut the hell up. You know what?
I
You
said,
are a
"What's
racist
up,
piece
my
of shit.
Negro?"
You know, people like you do not deserve to be on this earth. And another thing, your mama should have spit you in the fucking cum bucket, you dumb asshole. And that's all I got to say to her.
Okay, thanks for coming up. We'll go ahead and
You're
get back to the
welcome.
debates.
Mm-hmm.
Have a good one. W's for Libra in the comment section. Yeah, no, that's all. That's all, chat. No, I just wanted to give her fucking opportunity to speak her damn piece. All right, going back to the debates. W for Libra. W for Libra. I just wanted. She came up here. She said she wanted the opportunity to do that. Of course, fucking course, she will get that opportunity. And yeah. Anyway, Samuel is actually not coming back on the live. We're gonna go to. Oh, welcome back.
Hello.
Hey, so what was like the specific name of the border policy that you're referencing? And he left too. Okay, moving on to our next guest. Yeah, no, we don't even. I'm not even like gonna like engage like with specifically like with what the insane white lady has said. No, I just brought her up so Libra could talk to her. That's all. Okay, all right. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 37.
Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Jeremy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying Tracy has a terrible profile picture of you. Yeah, I saw that. Whatever. Thank you for the $5, though, Jeremy. I appreciate you for the love. So why do you support someone that doesn't support you? Trump is vehemently sexist against women.
So I want to start off by talking about how I have a mind of my own and I am able to vote for the candidate that I wanted to be the candidate. You guys, however, got Kamala somehow into being your candidate with no support and just switched the little guy out. You guys rode to death. And now you guys are just like, oh yeah, this is my girl. Like nobody liked her. Nobody cared about her. You are being told who to follow. You are being brainwashed. and you don't even care.
And then 1 second. And then you turn around and you support the rapist, felon, wannabe dictator on day one fascist that has sexualized little girls, sexualized his own daughter, denied black people housing opportunities because
it's funny when you bring up these things.
Boasted about governing by the people without consent. And then on top of that, this is also the same guy that tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 election to instantiate himself for a second term as our president, even though he lost the election.
You care about certain things when it's applicable for your argument. How many times have we talked about Biden showering with his daughter? Weird shit. How many times have we talked about Biden being inappropriate with women? Okay. How many times have we talked about Biden being racist? We have literal, actual videos, words of his own showing that he's racist. But you only care about it when it fits your narrative.
Actually, all great questions that I'd be willing to respond to. I'm going to start from the top and go down. But before I do, Stephanie, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate you from that. Thank you so much,
I don't need
Stephanie.
you to pick apart everything I'm saying. However, I'm just trying to tell you.
Oh, don't worry. I will anyways. Don't worry. I will anyways. I'm going to go back to what I was saying.
You that
Perfect.
You guys, it's like you're against something here, but then you're not against something against the board. And
I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go ahead and pick apart
disingenuous.
everything you just said. It's not disingenuous at all.
That's fine.
All right.
Yeah,
now
no,
I'm gonna go and
what
pick
you're
it apart.
gonna do is deny that any of that should happen. That's what you're gonna do.
Maybe
That's what y'all do is deny.
That's not the point. So we're going to go back to what I was saying. I'm going to respond to your points now. So you, first of all, you referenced Joe Biden like showering with his daughter. So this is coming from Ashley Biden's diary. However, the content of you mind if I talk without you like facts like
facts.
Do I need to mute you?
No, don't mute me. What the frick? Come on.
Okay, then just allow me to speak.
I got time for this.
Yeah, and then anyway, the content of the diary. So specifically, Ashley Biden's diary was stolen from her, then sold to a far-right think tank called Project Veritas, who has a track record of manipulating, changing documents that they get on political opponents to slander their character. Then we even saw Ashley Biden in her letter to the court under deposition specifically testified to the fact that the contents of her diary had been grossly misinterpreted and there had been false allegations lobbed at her as well as the people that she cares about. Right? So they're specifically responding to claims about Ashley Biden's diary. But what I think is funny is you're willing to accept Ashley Biden's diary who was sold to Project Veritas and not confirmed to be the contents of them to be accurate as sufficient reason to believe that Joe Biden had showered with his daughter. But then you'll turn around and you'll look at E. Jean Carroll, who proved to a jury in a court of law after 2 years of deliberation with evidence that Donald Trump had raped her. And that's not sufficient evidence to prove that, right? Very hypocritical double standard there. Second of all, when you want to reference Joe Biden's racism in his past, absolutely. See, unlike you, I don't deny it. He has done many racist things in his past, okay? And I think that we could recognize that as being true. The difference between him and Trump here would be the fact that he has apologized for his racist actions in the past and has attempted to become a better person. Donald Trump hasn't apologized for a damn thing in his life.
Because Donald Trump's not
third and
racist.
final point, we need to recognize here, right, that Biden is no longer running for president. It's Kamala Harris now. I am voting for the non-racist over the racist. I am voting for the non-grapist over the grapist. Why aren't you?
Can I talk?
Yeah, and you said Donald Trump's not racist. He absolutely
Donald Trump is not racist. So, you know, Biden allegedly apologized.
All about Biden.
For being
Let's talk. Let's talk
but
about.
Trump is not racist. So how about that?
Is denying opportunity to black people because they're black racist?
That he was one of the first people to hire black people at his freaking golf course.
Do you mind if you answer my question? Is denying opportunity to black people because they're black racist?
And I'm countering that with he did not do that. He was literally the first golf club.
Just answer my question. Is that right? You're acting insufferable. Answer the question.
I am insufferable.
Is denying
living
opportunity
with you people unsufferable freaking country now? Y'all
is
ruin
denying
it.
opportunity to black people because they are black racist?
That is racist. Correct.
So when Donald Trump denied housing opportunity to black people because they were black in the 1970s, was that racist?
Was it racist when he was the first person to hire black people at his golf club?
Okay, so like attempting to counter an example of racism that I could give you about Trump with an example of him like uplifting black voices does not account for the individual racism.
Oh,
Right?
so
I don't care.
okay.
Listen, if fucking Gandhi came down to earth and called a black person the N-word, Gandhi's a fucking racist. So you can't counter these examples that I'm giving you here of him being obviously and strictly, vehemently racist towards members of the African American community.
Well, he's not,
there's
he's
these
not
other
racist, and he has a
where you
huge
think
black
he's trying to
following.
uplift them.
So next.
Okay, so no, he is racist. So in the 1970s, he
No,
particularly
that's subjective, and you're wrong again.
in the 1970s, he literally denied housing opportunity to black people because they're black. He told his property manager not to rent to black people. And the DOJ in the state of New York at the time got word of this, so they sent testers in. They sent a white tester in. The white tester would ask for a housing application, specifically right to rent from their properties. And the property manager said, yeah, sure, right this way. Then the black tester walked in and asked for the same thing, and the property manager said, well, no, we don't have any vacancy, right? Then the DOJ went to the property manager, asked them why they're racially discriminating within who they're renting for, and then the property manager said, well, that's just an order from the boss, Donald Trump. So then they went to Donald Trump, they pursued civil litigation against him, and then he ended up having to pledge the federal government specifically that he would no longer racially discriminate like who he would and wouldn't rent to, and then he had to spend like $25,000 in advertisements in the local newspapers at the times, specifically to advertise the fact that he would rent to black people. Then in 2012 through 2014, right, he specifically said that Donald Trump, that Obama, right, was not a U.S. born citizen, that he was born in Kenya because of the color of his skin, and for that reason he shouldn't be able to run for president, literally saying that this black man shouldn't have the opportunity to be president because he was black. Also, we could reference the Central Park Five. He called for the death penalty for 5 young black men and boys, right, specifically after they had been exonerated for their crimes. We could reference him calling the African American community as black with an S at the end, referencing quote unquote black jobs, or we could even say that he called black people the N-word on Apprentice, on live TV. We could also reference the Muslim ban. He wanted to ban everybody that was a Muslim
sure you're
from entering into the
Joe
country.
Biden's history.
So every single thing I just listed you off was something Donald Trump has done.
I'm pretty sure in everything you just listed, Biden has done worse, or Biden has been the one that done those things. So, but you want to ignore that
So
because
first of all, Biden's
said
not running
Biden
for president.
apologized.
You're
for being
so
racist.
you're so sad that Biden left you. Do you cry at night because Biden doesn't want you anymore? Because Biden left you?
You
talk
cry at
about
night
him all the
because now you
time.
have to vote for Kamala Harris. She just was like,
you're so
placed
sad
in
that
front of
Biden left
and
you.
was-
You're so
told-
sad that
you were
Biden
told to
left
vote
you.
for her.
You're so sad that Biden left you. Let's get some baby bottles for the baby that's sad Biden left them. But anyways, without referencing Biden, you said Donald Trump isn't racist. I just gave you examples of Donald Trump being racist. Would you agree that those are all racist things that Donald Trump has done? Can I unmute your mic now?
Yeah. So I agree Donald Trump is not racist.
Okay, well, I mean, can you respond to the examples that I just gave you of him being racist?
No.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo because the guest is insufferable. I really appreciate you for that love. W's for Elizabeth in that chat. And Brittany, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much. And then Brittany also says hiring black people to work for him isn't the gotcha racist point she thinks it is. Fucking dunked. Low-key Brittany caught a W there. Thank you for the love, Brittany.
Brittany, you're
W
a
for
simp.
Brittany and Elizabeth.
What a simp. I don't want to hear about your simps right now, okay? I'm trying to save America.
You're saying that the people that donate to me are simps? Then also,
Absolutely.
Also, are you just engaging like the ultimate copium because you literally just said you won't even respond to the examples of racism that I denoted to you?
No, because you went on like a little soliloquy and it was like kind of boring. But Trump is the better person out of these are the two people we have. Kamala Harris, who nobody voted for, but you are totally okay with going with her when she did nothing for 3.5 years. Nothing.
I mean, that's just a lie.
Trump wants to make America
Jasmine,
great
thank you for
again.
the $5 on Venmo. Such a simp for Daddy Dean.
Kennedy-
That's crazy, Jasmine, but thank you for the $5. Okay, you said that Trump wants
Kennedy
to make...
wants to make the
Autumn, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo for
God.
shutting down the racist. Thank you, Autumn. So you said that Trump wants to make America great again. When was it great in the first place?
It was a hell of a lot greater before y'all got radicalized. I know that.
Dad, thank you for the $5 on Venmo because facts are now boring. So, like, what year? When?
What year? I don't know exactly. Whatever year before you guys got radicalized and brainwashed.
So, like, could you give me a time period here, or
Anytime before 2007.
Oh, so like when gay people couldn't get married?
What? Dude, come on.
America was great when like gay people couldn't get married.
America is great is in a way that people can afford their food. They can walk outside and not be worried about crime. They know that
We walk outside and not be worried about crime. We have lower rates of violent crime under Biden and Harris than we ever had under Trump.
What?
We have lower rates of violent crime now than we had under Trump's administration. In fact, they've been going down every single year since 2020. And second of all, you said
Why?
inflation. How did the Biden and Harris I'm referencing FBI crime stats. What is your source? You don't have one. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Real life.
Anyways, real life. Okay. Yeah, we got a
Step out your
smart
little
one alive.
TikTok bubble.
So yeah, then how did the Biden Harris administration cause inflation?
Tell me, if you don't think they caused inflation, then what's all this hoopla about Bidenomics? They know they freaking caused it, and now they're trying to save their ass by making up false stats.
How did they
like
cause
always? What?
How do they cause the inflation?
Bro, what do you mean?
This is a very direct.
Okay, you're one of those people that think the president has nothing to do with how the country is running, right?
No, I'm one of the smart people that can recognize that the Biden Harris
Until Trump
administration-
wins in November, and you guys are blaming everything that's going on
finish.
him.
Nancy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for being radicalized. I appreciate you for the support. No, I'm one of the smart people that is like that can recognize that no, the Biden Harris administration didn't cause inflation.
What did they do?
What did they do? They passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history to provide for the low and middle class more so than rich people, such as the PACT
Oh, really?
Act that
Because I'm in the low class, and I have.
such as the PACT Act that invested $800 million into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits, the
Okay.
Chips and Science Act to bring manufacturing jobs back home here at home in America, the infrastructure bill that invested $1 trillion in the local communities across the U.S. to spur their economies and create manufacturing jobs.
Pause.
Go ahead.
You said they did what to help the lower and middle class? Because I'm in the lower middle class or lower class, and I haven't received shit from them. My life's gotten worse. More money's gotten expensive, and I haven't gotten paid more, but everything else around me has gotten more expensive. I can't buy a home. How
Okay,
about
so then
that?
you'd probably support Harris and her offer of a $25,000 first-time homebuyer subsidy to provide for individuals in the low and middle class.
Yeah,
that can't
after
afford to
4
buy a
years
home.
of them damaging it.
How do they damage it? You've yet to detail
What do you
me
mean? Nobody can buy a home anymore. Why?
Okay, what policy did they influence to get passed that caused homes to become more expensive?
All of their policies, whatever the hell they were doing, wasn't
The PACT
working.
Act was one of the policies that they passed. How did the PACT Act cause homes to be more expensive?
How? Okay, you said they're doing. things
CC,
to
thank you
help
so much for the
lower
$10. Thank you so much for the $10
How did they
on Venmo,
help the
CC.
lower class?
Yeah, sure. We'll go through
Like
it again.
real life. Not
Beth,
your
thank you so
policy,
much for the
little soliloquy.
$50 on Venmo to boot the guest. Holy shit! Someone just paid me $50 to kick you. That's insane.
That's
I really
insane.
appreciate you for the $50. That is insane. Let's get some W's in the chat. Holy crap. And Patricia,
should
thank you
probably
for the
go buy
$5
groceries
on
with
Venmo as
that.
well. Thank you so much for the $50. Someone just paid me $50 to boot you.
I feel like I'm worth more, but
How much do you think you're worth?
to get booted,
Yeah.
like 3,000.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, definitely worth more than 50. But now I lost my track. But I want you to tell me how they help the lower class without you going into this like little rant that you do. Like I want to know how they put money in people's pockets, how they helped us to survive the past 4 years.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
By expanding healthcare benefits for veterans, by bringing back more manufacturing jobs to America through the CHIPS and Science Act, causing a boom in investment in manufacturing jobs, by investing $1 trillion into local communities across the U.S. to upgrade infrastructure, which stimulated the local economies and created construction
None of this has
jobs.
helped nobody. I live in the lower class, okay?
Okay, so this literally has helped America. In fact, it has
Really?
given
But you're
America,
talking to someone who it hasn't helped.
One moment. This has
So,
given America the quickest.
gaslighting again.
This has given America the quickest rebound, right? Specifically from the inflation onset by the pandemic, out of any other country in the G7. The American citizens are best off compared to the citizens of any other country in the G7 because of Biden and Harris. Now, the question I'd ask you is, can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people when he was president?
I don't have a policy to list, but I know that as a personal life experience.
Elizabeth, thank you for the $50 on Venmo saying kick her now. You got 100. Yo, they want you gone.
No, I think you can
Elizabeth,
get
thank you so much for the $50. I really
you can get
appreciate you for
higher.
that. Nah. Thank you for the $50, Elizabeth. I really appreciate you for that. Honestly, we'll get some W's for Beth and Elizabeth. Okay, I'll kick her for 100. Yeah, you guys got it. Y'all wanted her gone. I appreciate you guys for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat. Thank you guys so much. Massive W's for Elizabeth for the $50 now, and W's for Beth for the $50 earlier. I appreciate you guys for the love. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. Hey, Rihanna, thank you for the $5 on PayPal, saying you're such a kind man. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm try to be kind. Sometimes I lose my coolio, but I appreciate you. Thank you. All right, we're gonna go and get our next guest up in the box, y'all. So everyone, just give them a minute to load in here. I'm starting to get hungry. I may end my stream somewhat soon, but who knows? I'm having fun. We're gonna go to get our next guest up in the box right now, ladies and gentlemen. So everyone, be patient. If you're a MAGA and you want to come up and debate, let me know. Chat. We'll figure it out. We're going to have some debates. All right, moving on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. Parker's live, your W. Moving on to our next guest. Everybody, we got them loaded up. This typically does kind of take a minute, and for that I apologize. All right, here we go, chat. Let's go ahead and get Alex R., our next guest of the night, up in the box. Great. All right, they're not loading in. Thank you for the hand arts. I appreciate you for the love. We're going to try to get Brenda up in the box. What's for dinner? I'm thinking some chicken. Val, I appreciate you for the subscription. Thank you for the love. All right, we got our next guest loading in. I have no clue why it's taking this long. Honestly, we'll try Hick again. Cammy, thank you for the marvelous. It's my favorite. All right, here we go. Dude, no one is... Oh, what's up, Hick? Hick automatically left. All right, moving on to our next guest. Everyone give us a second. We're going to try to get Jacob up in the box. Everyone be patient. This guy literally has blackface on his profile picture. Oh, it's just a Snapchat filter of a... that's so fucking weird. You. Rachel, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the love, Rachel. All right. If we can't get another guest up here, we're just going to go ahead and end the live for the night. All right, we're going to try to get Tony up in here. Hey, what's up, Tony? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, hell no.
Donnie, you're great. Thanks for coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and end the stream for the night. But hey, before we end, for the 4.8 thousand of y'all in here, I do these streams every single day, and you should really consider hitting the follow button so you'll see it tomorrow. every single morning at about, I don't know, 9 to 10 p.m. PST, I go live and I do this for about 5 to 6 hours. Hit that follow button. I would also like to thank everybody for hanging out with me today. I've been having so much fun with these lately. I'm so grateful for the opportunity I have to come on in here and debate Trump supporters and educate y'all. It has been so great for me. It has been so great for the people around me. And I just want to thank you all for enabling me to be able to do this. Y'all are awesome. I'm probably going to hop on my second account at DNC Dean later tonight to hang out. I may even join Parker's for a little bit. I'm not sure yet. But before I do leave, I would like to invite all 4,000 of you guys to join my Discord. So my Discord is discord.gg/Dean. I'm going to be hanging out in the general chat in there for maybe about 10, 15 minutes after I end the live. So if you want to come talk to me, literally, join my Discord, discord.gg/my name. And yeah, I'll see you all there. Also, for the other 4,000 people in here, send a raid over to @ParkerGetAJob. That is my real good friend, and he's running the same debates as I am. Show him some love, spam Dean raid in the chat, send him some gifts. Y'all already know. Yeah, go show Parker some love, join my Discord. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out.
Yang mana? Ayo, etalase berapa? Boleh di komen di bawah sebelum